T'es beau parce que t'es courageux de regarder dans le fond des yeux celui qui te défie d'être heureux. T'es beau comme un cri silencieux, vaillant comme un métal précieux qui se bat pour guérir de ses bleus. C'est comme une rengaine, quelques notes à peine qui force mon cœur, qui force ma joie quand je pense à toi. À présent, j'ai beau me dire qu'au fond c'est mieux, même si c'est encore douloureux, je n'ai pas de recoin silencieux. C'est beau parce que c'est orageux, avec ce temps je connais peu les mots qui traînent au coin de mes yeux. C'est comme une rengaine, quelques notes en peine qui force mon cœur, qui force ma joie quand je pense à toi. Toi qui sors de scène, sans armes et sans haine. J'ai peur d'oublier, j'ai peur d'accepter, j'ai peur de vivant. À présent, je pense à toi, toi qui sors de scène, sans armes et sans haine. J'ai peur d'oublier, j'ai peur d'accepter, j'ai peur de vivant. À présent, t'es beau, pa-da-da, pa-di-aïe. Oh, non, 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 t'es beau. Je ne t'aime plus, mon amour. Je ne t'aime plus tous les jours. Je ne t'aime plus, mon amour. Je ne t'aime plus tous les jours. Je ne t'aime plus, mon amour. Je ne t'aime plus tous les jours. Je ne t'aime plus, mon amour.
Parfois j'aimerais mourir tellement j'ai voulu croire. Parfois j'aimerais mourir pour ne plus rien avoir. Parfois j'aimerais mourir pour plus jamais te voir. Je ne t'aime plus, mon amour. Je ne t'aime plus tous les jours. Je ne t'aime plus, mon amour. Je ne t'aime plus tous les jours. Parfois j'aimerais mourir tellement y a plus d'espoir. Parfois j'aimerais mourir pour plus jamais te revoir. Parfois j'aimerais mourir pour ne plus rien savoir. Je ne t'aime plus, mon amour. Je ne t'aime plus, mon amour. Je ne t'aime plus tous les jours. Je ne t'aime plus, mon amour. Je ne t'aime plus tous les jours. Je ne t'aime plus, mon amour. Je ne t'aime plus tous les jours. Je ne t'aime plus, mon amour. Je ne t'aime plus, mon amour.
Drama queen, je ne sais plus quoi te dire. À chaque parole, les choses empirent. Toutes ces balles, quand tu me tires dessus, je ne peux plus en guérir. So put your heads down, we did it before. Heads down to the status quo. Heads down, you wouldn't believe it takes as long as a heartbeat, and it will break as fast as a heartbeat. C'est un moment où tu me laisses, je me fonds dans ma détresse. Je ne sais plus ce qui t'intéresse, et pendant ce temps, tu me blesses. So put your heads down, we did it before. Heads down, back to the status quo. Heads down, you wouldn't believe it takes as long as a heartbeat. Encore tu reviens pour me tendre la main. Quand tu repars, je suis seul dans le noir. Je ne sais plus quoi te dire. Je ne peux plus me mentir. So put your heads down, we did it before. Heads down, back to the status quo.
Ah, ça me gêne pas du tout.
Heads down, you wouldn't believe it takes as long as a heartbeat, and it will break as fast as a heartbeat. Drama queen, je ne sais plus quoi te dire. À chaque parole, les choses empirent. Toutes ces balles, quand tu me tires dessus, je ne peux plus en guérir. So put your heads down, we did it before. Heads down to the status quo. Heads down, you wouldn't believe it takes as long as a heartbeat.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to this fourth edition of the International Forum of Agricultural Robotics in Toulouse. My name is Sophie Voinis, I'm a journalist, and I will be your master of ceremony for today and tomorrow. To fully enjoy this event, a couple of things. You have headsets for translation because this is a 100% English event, so headsets are at your disposal at the entrance. And I will ask you, of course, to turn off your cells to fully enjoy this event. As you know, the agricultural revolution has started, and FIRA is undoubtedly the place to be when it comes to meeting the sector's players and actively discuss the use of robots in your field. Indeed, today in our changing world, questions are being raised such as, how can tomorrow's agriculture help us produce more food in a more sustainable way? Well, we think agricultural robotics may provide the answers, and this is precisely what will be exposed throughout this event. So, as usual, this year's FIRA will offer a very dense, relevant, and inspiring program, an exposition area to visit, keynotes, presentations, roundtables, and different workshops today, pitch sessions, and more scientific workshops tomorrow. And as usual, you know, organizers have worked a lot to gather world-class speakers throughout this very exciting program. I won't say more, and I will ask you now to welcome Gaëtan Sévrac, President of the association GOFAR, to officially open FIRA 2019. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. As you heard, this is the fourth edition of the FIRA. Just for me to know, who was at the first edition of the FIRA here in the room? A few of them. Who was at the second edition of FIRA? And who was here last year? More and more people, that's good. So welcome in Toulouse, welcome at the FIRA. Few key numbers about the FIRA. You are 850 people registered to those 2 days. So again, this is more than last year. Coming from the 5 continents, 42 different countries. So again, this is a huge international event. And we are very pleased to have more than 20 agriculture robotic manufacturers. So you will be able to see a lot of them in the main hall after the conference. Another important point about this edition, for the first time, the FIRA is organized by an independent non-profit organization, the GOFAR, that I'm pleased to be the president. And this organization is led by Maya and Gwendoline, who organize most of the event. So you will, if you haven't already, you will meet them this evening for the closing session of the day. And we have, as member of this organization as well, Axema, which is a syndicate, and Robagri, and we are very pleased from their support to help us to make this event better and better each day. And of course, for this new edition, we thanks a lot all of our partners and sponsors that you will see, because this is thanks to them and thanks to you that we are able to organize such a great event. So, speaking last point, I just want to speak about the spirit of FIRA. For us, it's very important to stay a step ahead from the innovation here, and this is only possible because we have such a diversity in the participants. It's possible to speak about innovation and to speak about what will be the next step about agriculture robotics just because we have farmers, we have technology providers, we have manufacturers, all these kind of people, exhibitors and in the public, together can create such a movement to help us to work to work on this future, on this view of the future. I think I forget nothing important. So again, thank you everybody. I hope you will enjoy those 2 days, and now the FIRA is officially opened. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Gaëtan. I'm just checking if this mic is open. Are you awake? I don't feel like you're awake. Are you fully awake? I think you need something more to wake you up, huh? So I'm going to call someone who's going to wake you up. Jean-Julien, can you come on stage?
Bonjour tout le monde. Écoutez, je suis ravi d'être parmi vous. Je m'appelle Jean-Julien et mon rôle là tout de suite, ça va être de vous préparer physiquement et mentalement à l'effort qui vous attend. Alors cette journée, elle va être très agréable, ça personne n'en doute. Maintenant, cette journée, elle va également être riche, elle va être dense. Elle va solliciter en vous de la réflexion, de l'attention, de la concentration. Et tout ça, ça demande une petite préparation sur mesure. Est-ce que tout le monde me comprend? Au pire, on fera une petite traduction. Ce que je vous propose dans un premier temps, c'est tout simplement de vous lever. Allez, on va se lever. Magnifique. Vous pouvez poser tout ce que vous avez dans les mains. On va avoir besoin de ces mains, on va avoir besoin de s'activer. Je vais vous proposer d'apporter de l'oxygène à votre corps, à votre cerveau. Et tout ça, ça va passer à un moment donné par le mouvement. On va demander à la régie de nous passer un petit fond musical, histoire de se mettre dans l'ambiance. Magnifique, splendide. Ce que je vous propose dans un premier temps, puisque là vous ne savez pas trop quoi faire de vos mains, vous les avez là, vous les avez ici, ici. On va venir mettre les mains sur les cuisses, sur le haut des cuisses. On va venir se grandir ici. Magnifique. Super. On inspire par le nez, on bloque. Et on expire. On relâche. Deuxième fois. Pareil, j'inspire et j'expire. Top, un peu plus vite. Allez, ici. Super. Encore. Un petit peu plus. Allez, on va commencer à activer un petit peu les genoux, les jambes. On va laisser glisser les mains ici, jusqu'à venir toucher les pieds. Puis se redresser. Et on va venir sur le côté. On revient dans l'axe. Et on relâche. Encore. Ici. Je me grandis. Et je tire, je tire. Je reviens dans l'axe. Et je relâche. Est-ce que tout va bien? Super. Petit exercice d'auto-massage. On va venir tendre un bras ici. Avec l'autre, on va venir faire un bec. Et on va venir tapoter ici sur l'intérieur. Puis remonter sur l'extérieur ici. Allez, on n'hésite pas. Encore 2 fois. Et un petit dernier. On relâche. On a 2 bras. On va faire avec l'autre côté. Ici. Et à nouveau, je tapote ici. Je remonte sur l'extérieur. Encore 2 fois. Et on va relâcher. Vous avez vu, on monte progressivement. Hein. On va venir joindre les mains et on va venir frotter ici. Allez, frotter, frotter, frotter. Plus fort que ça, plus fort. Encore. Et on va venir poser ses mains bien chaudes ici. Et tourner. Encore. Ah, ça commence à sourire, c'est bien. Et on va relâcher. On a fait le haut, on a fait le milieu, on va s'occuper du bas. On va venir tapoter ici, au niveau des fesses, puis descendre. Et tapoter sur l'intérieur ici. Encore. Allez, un petit dernier. Super. Ça commence à chauffer un petit peu. Magnifique. L'automassage, c'est bien quand on est tout seul. Sauf que là, vous n'êtes pas tout seul. Vous avez quelqu'un à votre droite, vous avez quelqu'un à votre gauche. Je vais vous proposer de tourner et tous de regarder le mur vers là-bas. Et tranquillement, on va juste venir tapoter entre les omoplates de celui qui est devant. Splendide. Ok, on va relâcher l'autre côté. Super. Merci. Ok, on va relâcher. On va commencer à faire chauffer un petit peu les cuisses. Il y a de très gros muscles et ça va apporter forcément de l'oxygène partout. On va mettre les mains sur le haut des cuisses. On va venir laisser glisser jusqu'à ce que le bout des doigts vienne toucher les genoux. Et on va remonter. Super. Encore ici. Un petit dernier. Ok, on va le faire évoluer celui-là. Le début c'est pareil. Ici. Et maintenant, les épaules. Les genoux. Les épaules. Encore 2 fois. Ok, on le fait encore évoluer. Genoux, épaules et on va rajouter quelque chose au niveau des chevilles. Ça fera ici. Là. Et je monte sur les chevilles. Super. Ici. Et je monte sur les chevilles. Encore un coup. Super. Vous avez toujours votre voisin de droite et votre voisin de gauche. Le début, ça sera pareil. On viendra descendre ici. Et ensuite, on se tournera vers le voisin pour le checker. On y va. Un coup à droite, un coup à gauche. On y va. Allez, on descend ici tranquillement. Et on viendra se checker. Super. Allez. Ils le font pas ici. Ok, allez, j'arrête de vous embêter, on va terminer. On va monter un petit peu progressivement, je vais vous demander justement de vous rasseoir. On va le tenter. Alors, pour ceux qui ont déjà eu la chance de se retrouver dans un stade de foot ou de rugby et qui ont déjà vécu une hola, vous savez ce que ça peut faire, le sentiment. On va essayer de reproduire ça ici, maintenant. On va démarrer de ce côté-là. Donc tout simplement, le principe de la hola, c'est tout simple. On est assis, on va venir juste se lever. Vous n'hésitez pas, vous avez une bouche, vous avez de la voix. On compte sur vous, c'est filmé, donc on essaye de faire le maximum. Allez, on va démarrer d'ici. Tout simplement, quand je me déplace, vous vous lèverez au fur et à mesure. Faudra pas oublier qu'il y aura le retour. Ok? On démarre ici, c'est bon pour vous? Attention. Oh, allez. Encore. On rassoit et on repart dans l'autre sens. Allez, on est reparti ici. Allez. Magnifique. Je vous remercie. Je pense que vous êtes prêts. Vous pouvez vous applaudir. 2 million, 3 million.
Thank you. No, Jean-Julien, come back. A big round of applause for him, please. Jean-Julien Souquet, our coach this morning. Thank you so much. What a great way to start, right? Okay, let's start our FIRA 4th edition. This 4th edition of FIRA, first part, robots, farmers, and the living. We are going to start with an introductory keynote. Agricultural robotics, ethical and social question. We were supposed to have with us the speaker, but as you know, France is undergoing a massive social movement. So unfortunately, Alexei could not be with us this morning physically. We will have a connection, Skype connection with him, I hope, thanks to Ludo and his team up there. Do we have Alexei with us? Alexei?
Hello.
Oh, hi. Good morning. How are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me?
Okay. I think I can't really hear you, but I trust you can hear me. So just give me a sign that I can start.
You can start whenever. Go ahead.
Okay. So hello to everybody. And, well, I'm very glad to be with you virtually. Unfortunately, due to the French strike, my flight was canceled. So I couldn't really be with you physically, but we will still talk quickly about some issues around agricultural robotics and the use of artificial intelligence in general. I will speak here in my private capacity, but I'm also a member of the French National Ethics Committee for Digital Technologies and Artificial Intelligence. So if we can have my slides, yes, I think we have the cover page. Now let's move to the next slide right now. So if you look at these pictures, you will see that, well, there are all sorts of cool all sorts of ideas that come to mind when we see that. Well, look at this Australian farmer and a robot that looks like a companion, maybe a helper to that robot. But now, well, that companionship is one kind of relationship. How about competition? Another kind of relationship. You see the eagle in competition with that drone. So all sorts of relations, useful but also competitive between machines and humans. If you look at the cow here, you will see that the natural world of that cow has been altered, changed with those glasses. She now sees a beautiful field with grass. And of course, that's only a virtual reality for the cow. So the usual way of talking about ethics of artificial intelligence when we apply it to agricultural robotics involves all these topics: autonomy, imitation of life, the relation between nature and artifact. We will not delve into all these deep topics right now in the couple of minutes that I have. There are other methods, next slide, other ways to ask the same question about ethics of robotics in particular. So one way, especially important for the lawyers, on your left side, you will see the different categories of responsible agents. Who is responsible? Is that the user? Is that the programmer? Is that the producer? Is that the trainer, the one who selects data for learning? We will again not delve into this legal map of the ethics of AI. We will talk now about, on your right-hand side, about different values. So which values? Well, for start, of course, there are questions of social justice, the usual questions about privacy, fairness, security of these systems. They're not unique to agricultural robotics. We, of course, are also interested in security of autonomous vehicles, for example, or in managing privacy of our data collected by different systems. So these values are important. They're not unique. There are other kinds of values. So on top, on your right-hand side, on top, you see human benefits, usefulness for nature, loyalty. Well, again, we feel that we know what these values mean. They're expressed in normal words that we understand. But lo and behold, loyalty, for example, means something quite different here. Loyalty means that the system does only what it declares to do, declares to the user, or does to nature only what it declares to do about nature. So these values, again, they're known to us, but they have a special meaning in the world of robotics. And finally, there are values which are quite different. So in the second part, I'll talk about explainable AI, what is called XAI, questions of interpretability and their application to robotics. So that's our program for today. You will have some important recommendations in the text that was published last year on research ethics and machine learning, and also of course, in many other reports. So next slide. Let me start not by talking about explainable AI, but by first talking about the political issues that so you see here two politicians, a French politician and an American politician, telling us that these issues I've just mentioned, the issues around explainable AI, black boxes, robots that are opaque to the user, are somehow of political importance to democracy. And that comes as a surprise. Why are these questions that seem to us to be rather technical, why are they important politically? So let me spend the next 5 minutes talking about the political importance of these questions. Next slide. And if you now look at these two, I can't really follow the slides that you see, hope you see the same. So concerns around man and machine, the political concerns are very much linked to the problem of trust. The problem of trust which exists throughout robotics and artificial intelligence, not just in the field of agriculture. And that problem of trust has become a political issue in advanced technological societies. But now, if you look on your left-hand side, on the polls that have currently been conducted in different countries, you will see that the situation is particularly strange. On the one hand, a lot of people will tell you that they trust humans more than AI or more than robots in different contexts. So for bank approvals, for trusting persons and things like this. So a lot of people will say, well, we don't trust AI. At the same time, they express hope and even the idea that the service will be better. So there are all sorts of opinions available when you ask people, and that problem of trust is not new to robotics or to agricultural robotics. Next slide. So that reminds me, let me take a little historical detour. That reminds me of another story we have lived through 10 years ago, when we began with a different wave of new technology. We have seen the same political picture. The problem of trust, there was a lot of concern, but there was also a lot of hope that there will be progress and that there will be novelty. The debate at that time, the debate about nanotechnology, that is my example from 10 years ago, has been qualified as impossible, but actually it was organized in France. So let me take that lesson and tell you something about the political implications of this debate before we move to technical issues. Next slide. If you ask the French, this is the French poll conducted 2 years ago, you will see that the French society is divided into three parts with regard to nanotechnology, but indeed any new technology. We can see the same result when we talk about artificial intelligence today. So 1/3 of the French population, and this example is French, it's different in different countries. So 1/3 of the French population are risk-benefit calculators. So here in the middle, you see the blue third. They will compute the benefits and risks and compare them. And if the benefits are bigger than the risks, then they will accept innovation. But another third of the French population are risk averse, meaning that they will ask you to first tell them about all possible risks, all possible consequences, and only then will they allow this innovation to be put on the market. So the last part of the French society, the last third, are people who are not deciding. And this is a typical situation across all new technologies. But of course, there's more to this political problem of trust than just the economic risk-benefit analysis. There is more than the calculation of acceptable risk. How do we know that? Next slide. Well, look at this cow. I hope you see the cow. The cow is exploring an automatic milking system. And one of the farmers told us, you know, the cows like to be on their own and to travel through the robot themselves. Well, definitely here, we're not talking about any sort of risk-benefit calculation. There are other kinds of arguments. What are these arguments? Well, these are what I call, next slide, the symbolic effect. You have here 4 very big groups of symbolic effects, of questions that need to be asked in order to understand how trust evolved with time. So trust evolved, but also the situation of humans, of technology, and of nature evolved. Well, first, let's look at the evolving technology. The evolving technology can become either faster or more powerful or more precise or easier to control. And these are positive values for engineers, right? The engineers want to implement these values, but also the evolving technology could become less natural. It could take a bigger distance from nature. Also, this new evolving technology can start to make non-human mistakes that we will talk about, for example, in image recognition. So the evolving technology, yes, becomes more powerful, but also there are other effects that come into being. But also humans and animals and plants evolve. So one very important thing for me is to think about the symbolic value of this evolution and how society looked at that. Let's look at the animals. We're talking about the increased welfare of animals. Maybe they're curious to interact with machines. Remember that cow? She wanted to interact with a robot without any humans being around. So they're free from human company. Is that a good thing? There's not that much human company needed anymore. But also, these animals could be constrained by emotionless robots. So are they actually served or are they controlled? I know that at your conference, a lot of titles of keynote lectures will use this idea of being served, service. Is it service or is that control or is it both? Is that change reversible or irreversible? Are we talking about, for example, for cows, about a sort of undomestication? All these questions, I don't have easy answers to these questions, but they need to be reflected upon and thought about. But now let's look at humans. Well, humans, how do they evolve? Of course, we know that a lot of people, especially those who don't use a lot of robots in their work in the field, they will talk about loss of skill. But those who do use robots always talk about new lifestyle choices, increased flexibility. There are more options for them. And also, there's a very interesting effect that I think is particularly important here. It's recorded through different questionnaires and interviews that the farms that use a lot of robotics will be, for them, it will be easier to find successors, to find young people who would like to work at those farms. So yes, of course, we can talk about the loss of skill, but we can also talk about the easiness of finding young people who want to work in the field. So all of this brings me to this relational question. How is that proximity between humans and nature being redefined through new technologies? Is it about alienation? Is it about utility? And what is the picture of responsibility? So I've drawn for you a very large panorama of various questions, of various symbolic effects. Again, I don't have easy answers to all these questions, but I know what may happen if we don't think enough about them. Next slide. And that's the example of that debate about nanotechnology from 10 years ago. Some of you may remember that debate. We had opponents on stage who were telling us nano is totalitarian, who were blocking all debate, who were blocking all discussion because, well, we haven't engaged with them enough. We've probably not talked about these symbolic effects anymore. And that is not specific to nano. Next slide. We've seen, so that was in 2009, and 3 years later, we saw in France the same debate being blocked on synthetic biology. And the opponents were telling us, whatever your topic is, look at that quotation, whatever your topic is, if there is a debate on genetically modified food, the nuclear, the nano, or synthetic biology, or today, agricultural robotics, that's because some individuals or groups have expressed without permission their political opposition to this political project. Now, wait a second. Political project? How come our research and innovation is a political project? What do they mean? Well, I think that they mean that it's important to have a conversation about all these symbolic effects. Next slide. And this conversation, it's organized, it should be organized between the research community and the business community, with the education community, with civil society, and of course with policymakers. So we call this in Europe, at the level of European Commission, this is called the Framework of Responsible Research and Innovation. It's a path towards ethics by design, towards ethical evaluation of R&D projects, and maybe institutional change. Well, those conversations, next slide, those conversations, we want to have them about the symbolic effects that I've been just talking about. We also want to have them about all the questions that you know very well, the legal questions, the questions of distributive justice, who benefits, who's expensive, how do we compensate for the inequality which any new technology always introduces. Of course, it always introduces some inequality. The question is, how do we work with it? Well, questions of security, questions of safety, all of that are the problems of all these things are problems of governance in this framework of responsible research and innovation. I think it's very important to think about these political issues, but also, and now next slide, I come to specific issues connected with the use of machine learning, with the use of artificial intelligence in contemporary robotic systems. Now, let me take a couple of examples. I will again only draw a panorama here. Well, when we talk next slide about image recognition, image recognition is important in agricultural robotics, but remember there are all sorts of applications of these algorithms across the field, starting from face recognition. Well, when you hear about face recognition, immediately you think about the values of security and privacy and all that debate. That debate is not specific to face recognition. There are also other questions. For example, things that can be legal in some parts of the world can be illegal in Europe. So like here you have a Russian example of the recognition of ethnic origin, which is illegal in the European Union. So you see that different values are always at stake when we use image recognition algorithms, but there is something very specific, and that is what I'm interested in. Image recognition, for example, for faces, works like this. It automatically, if we're talking about unsupervised learning, it automatically detects, emerges, there are emergent properties of faces, facial traits, about 80 of them. It depends on the system. But in our languages, we have only about 25 words, 25 concepts that describe facial traits. So 80 parameters and only 25 words. Some of them cannot even be made. We can just visualize them. We can say, well, it's in red here, but we cannot say what that is. Is it a problem? If you ask the police, definitely it's not a problem. The police say, we don't want to know how you do that. We just want to go and check the result, right? If the person has been correctly identified. Next slide. But now let's use the same image recognition algorithm, not for face recognition, but for recognizing medical scans in medicine. So you see, I'm taking the same system, I'm using it in a different application field. And here it will be as effective on your right-hand side, as accurate, as precise as it was before. But hope you have that slide on face recognition and medicine. But now, how do we deal with the problem of explicability here? Well, imagine a doctor looking to a patient and saying, well, you know, you must undergo an operation. Why, doctor? Well, it's red here. You see on the scan, it's red here. So tell me, doctor, what is that? Well, it's red here. You see, you must undergo an operation. But doctor, what is my illness? Well, it's red there. So you see, there's a problem here. The doctor cannot just be content with this inexplicable, non-interpretable algorithm. They have to explain to the patient what is going on. They have to tell the patient what is going on. So depending on the field of application, the same algorithm may pose different ethical problems. Now, this problem called learning without understanding is just one of those. Next slide. But it's a very important problem because there are issues of, again, explanation here. So why do we need explanation? You have here a list of 5 points explaining why we want that explanation. Well, definitely not in order to predict the system's behavior. Actually, we want the system to be more powerful than what can be predicted by humans. So explanation here is important. First of all, in the cases when the system breaks down, we need to explain the failures. We need to understand what went wrong. And that's a big problem for learning systems. And also, I would now jump to my fourth point, we need explanation to establish trust. We need it to be able to tell others what happened, what the system has done, And that is not easy. So that problem of explanation is one of 5 big factors that lead to ethical problems. Let me name a couple of other factors. Next slide. Here you have 2 leaves. You have a leaf on the left. It's green. It has a hole in it. On your right, you have a leaf as understood by the system. And the system will not understand the concept of a hole that belongs to the leaf. And I love this quotation from a recent paper that says that some researchers in machine learning have just discovered, surprise, just discovered that leaves usually have diseases or holes. Well, indeed, leaves do. So the specification problem, how do you specify in the programming language the concept of a leaf if it has all sorts of imperfections, all sorts of holes? How do we explain to the machine, how do we define the concept of a leaf? That specification problem is very important. For example, if you have a system that takes, that works in a field, and it needs to distinguish different kinds of plants and herbs in the field, will it always distinguish them correctly? Well, there will be errors, there will be mistakes. How do we specify what exactly is a good thing or a bad thing? How do we specify, for example, a man who sleeps in a field of wheat? Will the system know what is a man sleeping in a field of wheat? So that specification problem is a very important problem for image recognition. And finally, next slide, we have a problem of instability in machine learning. So here you see a panda, well, on the left, right? Now you add to that panda 7,000 of the noise that you see in the middle, and you still see a panda on your right. Well, lo and behold, the machine does not see a panda anymore. It sees a gibbon. It sees something very different. And you would say, well, why is that? Well, because there's some pattern in the noise. Well, sure, but that noise, again, doesn't alter human perception. The machine makes some very non-human mistakes. And that's important for example, autonomous vehicles. We can easily induce the machine in error. And more generally, there can be adversarial behavior. It's enough to show the machine an image that it had never seen before. It will not know what that is. It will probably make a mistake of classification. This instability is a big problem for security and for possible adversarial behavior. Next slide. So in my book, I'm talking about 5 sources of ethical problems. The specification problem we have just seen, the problem of bias in data collection, you all know about training biases, the problem of learning without understanding, the problem of instability of learning, and the problem of verification. And I'm trying in my book to offer some answers. I will not do that right now because, well, definitely we don't have time for that. But of course, it's not enough to just ask the big questions. We also need to think about possible answers to those questions. And not only me, not only I have done that in my book, but other people, of course, have done that. And let me now tell you about this very important document, next slide, that we have just received in April from the European Commission. So this document about ethics guidelines for trustworthy artificial intelligence, I think is quite different from a variety of reports. You have all heard about a number of reports from different countries about AI and how it should respect human rights. I believe this document is quite different. So, of course, it starts with big values and big principles, but it acknowledges tension. It acknowledges problems between these principles. It's not always possible to respect all of them. Yes, there will be tension, and we need to think about that. Who are we? First of all, the engineers, those who are developing this technology. We need to think about these questions in advance while we're developing them. So what this document has, it has operational guidelines for the engineer. What kinds of questions the engineer should ask themselves? Next slide. So here you have a long list of 7 types of 7 pages, a checklist of 7 pages of questions that should be asked. Well, these 7 pages of questions, of course, I cannot go through all of them, but I will just, next slide, take a couple of examples. So one example, for example, we'll be talking about reliability and reproducibility of these systems. Are we messing up with slides? What's going on? Is it fine? Hope it's fine, right? So we're talking about robustness and safety. That's one of the many, many chapters in that long checklist from the European Commission. Again, there are many, many questions. Next slide. And there are altogether, I think, 17, even more of those chapters. How do we work with that checklist? Now, nobody likes long checklists. I don't like them either. But I think that for each company, for each research organization present in your room, because I'm not with you now, but for each of you, it's important to go through this long checklist and to ask yourselves, now, what is the subset of questions that you are interested in? What is the subset of questions that are relevant to you? And that will let you take your process, organize your process of thinking about ethical questions in advance during project development. So that, I think, is a great tool for all of you. And now to finish up, let me tell you a story. So can I have my last slide with a big picture with an angel? Do we have that? I hope you can all see a young boy, a fish, and an angel. Right? So who is that boy?
Ludo,
that
c'est
boy,
la slide avec un ange.
That boy is Tobias. That boy is Tobias, and I'm going to tell you a story that's been invented long before robotics and artificial intelligence. This is a story from the book of Tobit, one of the biblical books that nobody basically reads anymore. And at the beginning of the book, all you need to know is that there's a young boy, he's 16, he's leaving home for the first time. And he's accompanied by an angel, you know, he's lucky. So he's leaving home for the first time, leaving his parents behind, and he walks for the whole day. And at the end of the day, as all of us do, he wants to wash himself. Well, they didn't have hotels and showers at the time. So he goes into a river to wash himself. And there's a huge fish who is approaching. And the boy Tobias is so much afraid of that fish. He cries, he says, Lord, he cometh upon me, he's going to eat me, he's going to kill me, I'm really afraid. And now look at the angel. The angel will not tell him, trust me, don't be afraid. No. The angel does something else. He tells him, take this fish by the gill and draw him to thee. And then when Tobias had done so, then the angel said, take out the entrails of the fish, and lay off his heart and his gall and his liver, because you will make useful medicine, useful pharmaceuticals. You see, it's almost a story about pharmaceutical industry, but it's a story about the utility of these actions. Now, you should always interpret myth. This is a legend, but it needs to be interpreted. Was the fish big or small? How come Tobias was so afraid of that huge fish who was going to kill him? And just a few seconds later, he's able to take the fish by the gill and draw him to land, to the shore. Well, was it big or small? And I think, of course, you can have different interpretations, but I think that the lesson here is about novelty. Tobias simply had never seen a fish before. He was afraid of this new thing, new unknown thing that came before him. That's fear of novelty. He didn't know what that was. How did the angel work with that? He did not tell Tobias, don't be afraid, trust me, everything will be good. No. He said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and at the end you get useful medicines. You get something useful. So that's how this fear of novelty can be dissolved, by a procedure showing utility at the end. It's not very helpful to ask not to be afraid, trust me, right? That doesn't work. What works is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 procedure with something useful at the end. And of course, the problem is that we are not angels. I'm not an angel, you're not angels. So we have to deal with the Tobiases of today, with people who are not experts in technology, but who will use it to do something interesting, something useful for them in the field. We need to talk to them the way Angel talked to Tobias, of course, in all modesty, remembering that we're not angels at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexei. Thank you for being with us. As a reminder, Alexei Greenbaum is a researcher at CEA Saclay, Paris, France, and he's the author of Les robots et le mal. And we should have a last slide with his internet address in case if you want to address him some questions, because obviously it's going to be complicated with the techniques to ask questions through Skype. But thank you so much for being with us this morning, Mr. Greenbaum. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. I think we should take a first break, coffee networking break, which will enable you to visit the Expo Zone, and then we'll be back here at 10:30 sharp. Thank you so much.
pyo mufenda Rafika male kuma utiye wangishana Rafika male kuma utiye wangishana Galu mingwele kalunga kubekeleme Galu mingwele kalunga kubekele Kamene kene kutabwe malerere kambara enda Kamene kene kutabwe malerere kambara enda Gonda famwene kungala nishinshinda Gonda famwene kungala nishinshinda Totoro wabanga walembwe malengongwe Totoro wabanga walembwe malengongwe Ah malengongwe ngongwe 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 Shinshinda Totoro wabanga kya walekwa Kwa mwenese Gondo fami mwenese dia
Your bony fingers close around me, long and spindly, death becomes me. Heaven, can you see what I see? Hey, you pale and sick a child, you're deaf and living reconciled, been walking home a crooked mile. Paying debt to karma, your party for a living. What you take won't kill you, but careful what you're giving. There's no time for hesitating. Pain is ready, pain is waiting. Prime to do its educating. I'm wanted, uninvited kin. It creeps beneath your crawling skin. It lives without, it lives within you. Feel the fever coming, you're shaking and twitching. You can scratch all over, but that won't stop you itching. Can you feel a little love? Can you feel a little love? Dream on, dream on. Blame it on your comic cuts, or shame upon the universe. It knows its lines, it's well reversed. It sucked you in, it dragged you down to where there is no hallowed ground, where holiness is never found. Paying debt to karma, your body for a living. What you take won't kill you, but careful what you're giving. Can you feel a little love? Can you feel a little love? rongeurs dans les embouteillages. Un joli doigt rageur à l'entrée du péage. Elle fouille dans mes affaires, elle me traite de papy, elle me bat au bras de fer et m'envoie au tapis. Elle me déséquilibre d'une tape dans le dos et lance imprévisible son poing dans mes abdos.
Non, mais normalement, il doit être la batterie.
De la moindre machine qui est venue claironner.
Test pour vérifier que ça fonctionne très bien. Ben merci.
Je suis comme un chien mouillé qui peut se prendre tous les coups, les plus belles dérouillées et suivre son maître partout. Regarde ces hématomes, tu vois, j'étais dans la peau et ce mercurochrome dessine ton drapeau.
Keep it with you. Do you need it? Do you have a presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so keep that with you.
I'll be the first one.
Yes.
Je viens te chercher le soir
Just eat
dans
it.
les commissariats. Tu chantes comme une baignoire et tu sens la vodka. Soirée entre copines ou virée de matelot. Ne change que la comptine, les mecs tous des salauds. Puis je te déshabille dans notre lit chez nous. Je pose mes béquilles, souvenir de ton genou. Dans les bras de Morphée, tu dors tout en douceur. Dans mon bras, la morphine atténue la douleur. Je suis comme un chien mouillé qui peut se prendre tous les coups, les plus belles dérouillées et suivre son maître partout. Regarde ces hématomes, tu vois, j'étais dans la peau et ce mercurochrome dessine ton drapeau. Je suis comme un chien mouillé qui peut se prendre tous les coups, les plus belles dérouillées et suivre son maître partout. Regarde ces hématomes, tu vois, j'étais dans la peau et ce mercurochrome dessine ton drapeau.
On attend encore 5 minutes. Le problème,
Ma petite entreprise connaît pas la crise. Épanouie et l'exige
des gens qui arrivent, on va attendre un petit peu. All right, let's start. Let's try to keep our timing accurate. Welcome back in this amphitheater for our first workshop now on robots serving field crops. As a reminder, in the meantime, you know there is another workshop in Salle Pastel on robots serving viticulture. You have the program, so you know. You're in the right place. Moderator for this session is Benoît Egon. He's a journalist, editor-in-chief of Agricultural Machinery section at Ternet, and he will be dealing with this panel. It's a French and English panel, so those who need headset for translation, there's still some available at the entrance. It's all yours, Benoît.
Thank you, Sophie. First of all, I want to just make a small presentation of who am I, because when I speak here last year, I was working as a journalist for Ternet. I always managed this company, but I'm also now with Matériel Agricole, and Matériel Agricole is a magazine dedicated to ag machinery sector in France. Magazine, but also website. But you are not here to hear about me. You are here to hear about robotic in agriculture. I will be animated, as Sophie said, this roundtable. At this roundtable, we will have different people participating. First of all, we will have Ole Green, who's the CEO of AgroIntelli. Then we will have Peter Pickel, who's the manager of the external relation from John Deere. Because robotic and farming is not only machinery, it's also farming and farmers. We invite today 2 farmers from this region in order to have the attends about robotic in agriculture. First farmer will be Maurice de Guébriand, and the second one will be Olivier Calmette. So they will introduce all of them a little bit more further after that. First of all, we are here to speak about robots, and I'm working with Ole Green since now some years about, I see all prototypes from your company, and now you've got a finalized product and you begin to sell them. Ole, can you speak a little bit more about what is your robots? And I think you prepared a presentation to give us some business case about farming and robotics. Ole, please come and present us this.
Thank you. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here today. Having been here at the FIRA for a couple of years, it's a big honor to see how many people really supporting this. Hoping that can give you an insight in our approach in how robotics can serve field crops, so the arable field farming as our focus. First of all, I'm the founder and CEO of AgroIntelli. We also have an exhibition, and you're welcome to come by our robot. Beside that, I still have an affiliation with Aarhus University, where I work as a professor with sustainable soil management. The soil management is a crucial part of how we've developed and focused our development on robotics, and that's part of what I will bring you through the presentation. So shortly, I'll divide it into 3 main topics, where the challenges of farming, how I see it, and that's also to discuss that with our farmer panel, and then looking at how robots can serve field crops today, and then look at what is a potential investment case in a specific open field crop. Could I have the next slide?
On peut avoir la diapo suivante.
And we jump to Peter.
No, it's not the right presentation. Ça, c'est la présentation d'après. On revient sur celle d'avant, mais il y a plusieurs slides normalement sur la présentation d'avant. So, you ready to do it live? Begin live. I will try to find a solution.
Good. So, what I would like to show you is some of the challenges that we're facing with robotics today, or in farming today, where robotics can be one of the solutions, is when we're looking across the changing weather conditions. We know how the varying weather gives us more precipitation, we have more drought. A lot of these impacts on how we can actually change our behavior out there is very much where what we are doing as farmers are very much looking into the mechanization. The scope of how we try to develop an automation solution, that was not the scope of developing robotics for agriculture, but looking at how can we make the implements that you know, that you're working with today as farmers, how can we make the implements more self-aware and drive by themselves. So the idea and the scope of our development has been to say, how can we take known implement types and then make them self-driving and more aware of the crops, the soil, and the operation which they're doing. Just jump a couple of slides. So it would, I prepared a small number, some few figures that is taken from Danish farmers, where we last year, in November 2018, launched our first platform as an implement carrier, an automated implement carrier. So with this platform, we're able to pull implements, standard implements with up to 3 meter working width. And with these, we have been focusing on a number of intermediate high-value crops for arable farmers like potatoes, sugar beets, to really have that focus where we know the accuracy makes a difference, as well as the business case for applying it, and where we know a lot of work is being spent. So during the summer, spring and summer, we've used robotics for seeding, weeding, and managing spraying in sugar beets from a Danish farmer. If you can just jump over. Something's easy. Yeah. Good. Thank you. I have been through the presentations. One slide just mentioning, which when I saw the Eurostat just a few months back, that now we are an unemployment rate in Europe that is below what we saw back in 2008, which is of course also something that is stressing the farmers as we know it today. Is it actually possible to get people that can help us in practical farming? The other element, when we are looking at some of our fields, this is taken here during the autumn in Denmark, from a maize field, where you can see the maize field here, the soil is not in the best possible condition. And that's where we've been looking at how these threats to our soils can affect also the cropping conditions. So of course, when we drive out there, we need to take care, we need to look at how we affect the soil the least possible way. And of course, when we are compacting soil, there are some significant impacts to our crop production, especially the yield reduction that comes from lower soil volume for the roots. We have limited water accessibility if the soils are compacted. So these have been some of the elements where we see the automation and robotics as essential in this. And knowing all the companies, and as also was mentioned in the previous presentation, there's so much happening within precision farming, AI, that can help us learning about the arable farming. Peter will also address it from the tractor point of view. And that's where tractors, robotics, whatever, we are looking into an era where sensors on whatever's driving out there is bringing back so much more information. So we can see it could be for disease detection, it could be evaluating what is actually the crop that you're driving on. So using AI to distinguish the crops and the plants out there are some of the new potentials. And either it's being tractors or robotics, they are good carrying platforms. But the good thing about the robotics is that they are not in a rush the same way that some of our drivers may be. And that is part of what I would like to look at when we're looking at how robots can actually serve field crops. And I've taken the anno 2019 to show you some of the examples which we've actually been doing with practical farmers in the Northern Europe today. Roboti is designed as this versatile platform, as mentioned before, where a number of standard implements can be mounted in this frame construction and thereby enable the tool to be self-propelled. It could be in a number of more low-cost, low-valuable operations, but where the accuracy has a huge impact. So neither the robot when seeding, if it's 8-row or 12-row machine or 4-row machine, it's just a matter of the amount of robots we're adding together. One of the essential things here is that we're putting a lot of investment into making a large working width of these implements today, and thereby bringing around a lot of steel to have a high capacity for the manpower spent in the field. When making it smaller, we can make it lighter, and thereby also using much less energy. So looking at how robotics can actually assist us, this is the example from seeding and weeding in maize from an organic maize grower in the western part of Denmark. But where I will actually show you the business case example is from comparing a tractor-based case with a robotic-based case on sugar beet, so seeding, weeding, and spraying in sugar beets, and taking in some assumptions partly from literature and partly from the results that we've seen during this growth season, where we say that for whenever we have the robot working 3 hours in the field, we are spending 1 hour for setting up, for transporting, for servicing and maintaining, because even though the robot is driving by itself, it still have to be greased, it still have to be refueled and refilled with seeds. But we can see as the same implement is being pulled with less iron, we typically see a fuel reduction of plus 10% when we are doing measurements with the same implements. And thereby, we've also, for this case, used that for this conventional farmer, by combining band spraying with mechanical weeding, he was able to have also a 62% reduction in his chemicals due to the more high accuracy band spraying that he's been using. So that, as you can see, and I know some of the flat fields here in Denmark is giving good opportunities for a robot to work uniformly over these, and where we have the point that the driver is not getting tired. We may have auto steering on a tractor today, but these systems are helping us to keep the accuracy, and that's of course also what we can utilize on the robot. For the first example, and knowing the rough size of our two farmers, we made a calculation here for a 150 hectare grower that had 150 hectare sugar beets, comparing the investment of his investments with tractors today with what is needed from our robotic point of view to do the same work within the same amount of time, so his working time in the field. I know the PowerPoints will also be made available afterwards, so that's why normally with all these numbers you can see them afterwards. The crucial thing is for us to look at here is, of course, the internal rate of return. So when we do this investment, what is actually the profitability of such an investment? And still, when we're looking at time, availability of doing it with a robot, that we can do it sufficiently within the time available, and we can also do it for an investment where we know that this can be done for a lower investment compared to the tractor. Then I know the tractor has so many other abilities where it's usable on the farm. So we are never advocating that the tractors will be retired. Peter was also just mentioning if we are a competitor to the tractors, partly, and that's hopefully what we'll have the chance to discuss now, is also to see this as a supplement, because we still need to transport the robots around. But from our point of view, the important thing is that when working in the field, we need to do this as light as possible to have the least amount of impact on the soil. So the robot investment, of course, can't stand alone. Neither can the tractor, and the tractor can be used for other things. But so can the robot. In our sugar beet farmer in Denmark, there we can also use it for oilseed rape in the autumn, doing the same seeding and weeding operation. In this, talking about the band spraying, is an element that comes in where we can utilize the accuracy of the robotics. So here now showing the numbers of the 300 hectares together with the band spraying. And for the conventional farmer, while having the robot and not needing to do all the work himself, but could let the robot drive around with a high accuracy, that was where he obtained also the savings in chemicals. And as you can see, when the farmer goes bigger, the capacity of the tractor also comes in as being something where we have a payback period that is more comparable between the robot and the tractor-based case as this. But as you will also see in the exhibition, some of the new technologies that we see emerging is also the possibility not only band spraying, but to move the accuracy even further down. So this is from a field demonstration we were doing for farmers in Lelystad in Holland earlier this summer, where we were able to do very precise treatment of potatoes in a sugar beet field, so that we are reducing even further the amount of chemicals. So that is some of the technologies that is so easy to carry around on the robotics. So in short, some of the impacts we see, especially the focus from our point of view and why we believe robotics has its place in farming, is to have the less impact on the soil. And robotics, compared to farmers, may be able to enable the farmers for a more uniform task performance, and also to bring back a lot of these automated information from the fields. Thank you.
Thank you, Ole. Please take a seat. Something I forgot just before in the introduction, we will have some presentations in order to know better the people who are speaking over there, and then you will have to ask a question. It will be your job. So not right now, but if you've got questions, don't hesitate to write them down, because we will ask you some questions afterwards. For now, I will ask Peter Pickle to come and present what will be the vision of a big player, a worldwide big player, who's John Deere. Peter is working as a manager of the external relation from John Deere. And we've got a small problem with the presentation because Peter wanted to show us the big booth of Agritechnica. I know it's the right one now? Okay, wonderful. Peter, what is the vision of John Deere about all those stuff on new technology?
Yeah, thank you for the kind introduction. Yeah, I have planned a very short presentation to introduce you to our vision into the future. And when we speak about the future, I want to take you back 1 month earlier. In November, we showed our vision at the Agritechnica fair. And this presentation contains a small video clip about something we did there at the Agritechnica fair for the very, very first time. We have never done it before. We showed things that are not commercially available. We showed the story, our story of the future, in what we called the Future Technology Zone. This was a big area in the middle of our booth, and there were some, I think, marvelous exhibits that could be seen. So I hope the video will work. So this is the Future Technology Zone, and these are just some glances that you can take. The only difference between what you see here and what's actually taking place there is it was quite crowded there. So the animation shows better what you could see at the booth. This was an electric tractor. A robot I will speak about a little bit later. In the background you saw here a cabin which has not a steering wheel but is organized like an office. Drones. In total, you could see 9 exhibits, and here they are. So we showed a fully autonomous electric tractor, an autonomous sprayer, looking a little bit like what you saw from Ole from Denmark. We showed a technology we call see and spray. So we have camera-based systems that look onto the ground, onto the crops, distinguish between crops and weeds, and spray a minimum amount of herbicide on the weeds in order to herbicide regulation. We showed 2 types of drones, a large spraying drone with more than 100 kilograms payload in order to do larger spraying tasks. We saw a fleet of small drones with somehow a collecting and recharging station. We showed the command cap. I already mentioned a cap without steering, where the operator can sit in his machine and operate his office jobs rather than to operate the machine. We showed a very small zero-emission compact utility tractor, an auto power transmission, which is really marvelous. It was awarded with the only gold medal as an innovation award on the Agritechnica Fair. It is a electric mechanical power split gear with a real important option that we call power offboarding. So it allows to give electric energy to electrified implements through the so-called AEF interface. And finally, last but not least, a semi-autonomous tractor which could go in ring-fenced areas like orchards in an autonomous way, but still having a cap on board. And these exhibits are not so much about, so for us, not so much about robotics. We don't think in robotic terms. It's more they are representing 3 technologies. The first technology is electrification. So we think the future of ag machines is clearly electric. The second technology is artificial intelligence. So we need AI methods in order to do the job on the field optimally. And the last but not least, the third technology field is automation and autonomy. And at John Deere, we call this, what we showed there, our journey from automation, what we have today, to autonomy in the future. So the future is about autonomous machines. And I think the most visionary project that was shown on the Agritechnica Fair is this fully autonomous electric tractor. So what you see here is the exhibit shown on our fair. It is a tractor, or more or less a tractor, because it consists out of a rear axle of a tractor, a standard transmission, an adaptation transmission, 2 electric machines, and the 2 tracks that you can see here. What you can not see on this picture are 2 things. We have a new implement interface which allows the system to go for an articulated steering, so a different type of connection of the implement so that you can steer this, if you like to say it or call it a robot. If to steer it, you need an articulated steering. And the second thing refers to the most times asked question about this thing. It is about the battery. Most people coming to our booth and seeing this exhibit, they were crawling down under the tractor and asking, how big is the battery? Where is the battery? There was no battery. So there's one thing that we did not show, how the energy comes into this machine. Why didn't we show it? Because it's not ready. It's just a vision what you see here. But we have some ideas how the energy could come into this machine. So you need an energy supply vehicle. Our idea is, or one of our ideas is to have a vehicle which carries a big cable drum, lays down while it is moving besides this machine, lays down the cable on the ground in the one direction, winds it up in the other direction, and is connected to such a machine via a cable, or to more than just one machine, to a fleet of machines forming a swarm of machines. This is one of the ideas. The other idea is that you could use the energy supply vehicle for different types of machinery. You could power an SPFH, or you could power a combine harvester or other machines on the field. So a slightly new concept about tractors, tractor implement electrification, and tractor robotics, as you might call it. So one of the next steps will be to set up the energy supply vehicle. I will show an idea how it could look like later in a second section, a section roundtable where I'm invited. So this machine shows something very important. It shows an extremely high power density. So what you could see in the machine is a 500 kW machine in the size or running on a tractor axle, which is the same as a 200 horsepower tractor. So power density is enormously increased by electrification. And of course, you do not necessarily have to install 500 kW. This can be scaled down and even upwards. So we think we can cover with such concepts a wide spectrum of power need of ag machines up to 1 megawatt and more, and down to whatever you need. So this is one of our visions that we had in the future technology zone. And I would not like to make the statement, this is the future. This is just an option for the future. And this will not be a product in the next decade. So let's see what the years starting from 2030 will bring to us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Peter. Please take a seat again. So I will now switch into French parce que nous allons inviter donc des agriculteurs du secteur. Peut-être tout d'abord Maurice de Guébriand. On a une présentation PowerPoint pour présenter l'exploitation. Tu souhaites le faire assis, debout, comme tu veux? Choisis. Tu as un micro devant toi, tu peux parler.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis agriculteur dans le sud-ouest, comme Olivier qui est à côté de moi. On est en région toulousaine, dans le sud de la France, en Occitanie. Ça, c'était pour vous cibler à peu près où étaient les exploitations, notamment la mienne. Dans la photo à droite, on est au sud-est de Toulouse. J'ai une diapositive. Voilà, très bien. Donc moi, je travaille sur 210 hectares avec un salarié. Je suis en cours d'installation. On est plutôt en agriculteur conventionnel de précision, c'est-à-dire qu'on a mis en place la modulation sur les applications azotées et la nutrition des plantes. On essaye d'avoir la précision maximum sur la pulvérisation. Et ensuite, on est en train d'introduire du guidage sur les différents véhicules moteurs. La particularité de la région, c'est qu'on a des terres relativement argileuses. J'ai mis jusqu'à 60%, j'ai peut-être été un petit peu trop haut, mais il y a des endroits où on l'atteint. Et en topographie, on travaille dans de la plaine et des coteaux, ce qui fait un petit peu ça donne des avantages et un petit peu d'inconvénients. En termes de culture, on fonctionne aujourd'hui sur une année une culture d'hiver, une année une culture de printemps. On travaille en culture d'hiver le blé dur, qui permet de produire derrière la semoule et les pâtes, de l'orge de brasserie, à hauteur de la moitié de la surface, surtout du blé dur, un petit peu d'orge de brasserie. Et ensuite, en culture de printemps, dans la région, la culture phare est le tournesol. Pour des problématiques de salissement de parcelles et donc de rotation de culture, on a introduit depuis assez longtemps du sorgho. Depuis plus récemment, 4-5 ans, du maïs, du soja. Et on a fait un essai l'année dernière sur de la lentille conso, qui est une culture intéressante, mais en conventionnel, qui n'est pas très très bien rémunérée. Donc on va voir ce que ça donne à l'avenir. Et ensuite, j'ai pu introduire via mon installation des cultures en semences porte-graines, de la luzerne et de l'orge. Et j'espère à l'avenir peut-être pouvoir produire de la semence de blé dur. On verra si l'avenir me le permet. Et ensuite, donc j'avais repris à l'origine, je suis arrivé chez mes beaux-parents en 2014 avec un système beaucoup de labour, donc surtout pour l'implantation des cultures de printemps. Et on essaye depuis 4 ans d'introduire des couverts végétaux avec l'objectif donc de réduire l'érosion des sols, puisqu'on est très à la mode en ce moment dans l'agriculture conventionnelle sur la pollution du futur. Et pour moi, dans notre région, la vraie pollution du futur, c'est l'érosion des sols. Et je trouve qu'on n'en parle pas assez. Et donc l'introduction de couverts peut être une réponse intéressante à cette problématique-là. Donc le système initial, on a bien une culture d'hiver et une culture d'été. Et dans ma partie droite qui va venir sur ce qu'on aimerait introduire, c'est une culture d'été avec un couvert ou un dérobé, une culture d'hiver, un couvert et un dérobé, et ensuite la mise en place d'une culture d'été, donc de printemps, dans le couvert. Et donc là, on a remis les différentes cultures en images. En dérobé, on introduirait peut-être, en couvert, on a la févrole et la facélie qui poussent très bien dans notre secteur. On avait essayé un dérobé de caméline, qui n'est pas forcément facile à implanter si on n'a pas de pluviométrie au mois de juillet. Et puis, on verra bien ce qu'on trouve par la suite.
Merci Maurice. Olivier, est-ce que tu peux présenter un petit peu ton exploitation ?
Bonjour tout le monde. Donc oui, moi je suis dans le même secteur que Maurice, donc c'est la région Lauragais pour situer. J'ai 71 hectares, donc je suis tout seul. C'est une exploitation familiale qui a été reprise de père en fils, donc je suis la 3e ou 4e génération. Donc elle a évolué essentiellement en prise de surface, donc ça veut dire qu'avant il n'y avait pas quand même des tailles d'exploitation qui étaient énormes. Donc moi je suis en coteau. Maurice lui il a des terres en plaine, moi j'ai tout en coteau. Alors c'est des coteaux moyens on va dire, il n'y a de la pente que dans un sens si on peut dire. Et donc ensuite je suis en blé dur puisque c'est la culture principale sur le secteur lauragais, avec une rotation après de tournesol, de pois protéagineux en sec et de colza. Donc je suis en agriculture raisonnée, bien évidemment, et je pratique le labour sur 50% de la surface, puisque mon assolement est représenté en 50% en culture d'été et 50% en culture d'hiver. Ensuite...
Parle un peu de technologie, de machine. Quand on a préparé un peu cette table ronde, tu m'as dit que tu avais commencé à travailler sur la précision.
Alors oui, je commence à me mettre sur la précision, à savoir au niveau des épandages d'engrais, donc je pratique la modulation. Alors j'ai pas trop de recul puisque je l'ai fait vraiment de façon totale sur une année, l'année dernière. Donc j'ai pas un recul encore assez important pour pouvoir avoir des affirmations. Mais le premier constat que j'ai fait, notamment sur les parcelles de blé dur, c'est que j'ai retrouvé une homogénéité au niveau de la végétation, puisque avec des pratiques qu'on faisait avant, on avait tendance des fois à surdoser certains endroits et à sous-doser d'autres endroits. Et c'est vrai que là, avec la modulation, on arrive à homogénéiser les épandages et donc à avoir des parcelles qui soient beaucoup plus homogènes.
Alors, Olivier, pour rentrer dans le dur de la table ronde, je vais te demander de garder le micro. Tu n'es pas équipé en robot.
Non.
Tu découvres cet univers un petit peu, finalement, presque depuis ce matin.
Oui, on peut dire ça, oui.
Quelles sont au final, tes attentes vis-à-vis de la robotique ? Quelles sont les craintes que tu pourrais avoir ? Quels sont les objectifs que tu pourrais te fixer pour toi, pour l'exploitation vis-à-vis de la robotique ?
Alors j'avoue que oui, effectivement, quand j'ai été sollicité pour cette intervention, je n'avais pas d'avis vraiment tranché sur le sujet. Depuis qu'on m'a sollicité, je dirais que je cogite un petit peu. Parce que bon, alors moi là, donc voilà, je touche un peu à ça par la modélisation, mais je pense qu'après ça va aller plus loin. D'ailleurs, avec ce qu'on a vu juste avant, je vois que déjà c'est quand même bien avancé. Alors après, est-ce que ça pourra être généralisé à tous les types de sols justement, à toutes les topographies de sol, des coteaux, etc. Et ensuite, je prendrai l'exemple que l'on vit actuellement. On a des conditions météo qui sont plutôt compliquées en ce moment, avec une forte pluviométrie, et on a du mal à réaliser nos semis de céréales. Et je me posais la question, en fait, est-ce que les robots pourraient nous permettre, malgré tout, de pouvoir faire nos interventions, vu les conditions climatiques que l'on a aujourd'hui. Ça faisait partie d'une des interrogations. Ensuite, c'était par rapport aux épandages, notamment de produits phytosanitaires, puisque bon, c'est un peu un sujet qui, malheureusement, accroche pas mal en France. Est-ce qu'on pourrait avoir des robots qui, je dirais même, pourraient, plutôt que de traiter les plantes, carrément les arracher une par une. Enfin, je pousse à l'extrême, mais après tout, pourquoi pas, pour tout simplement éviter l'utilisation ou limiter l'utilisation de produits phytosanitaires et permettre d'avoir des parcelles qui soient propres, éliminer certaines mauvaises herbes. Voilà,
Somebody want to give an answer to this? Microphone is just over there. Peter, or who want to?
Yeah, long question. My answer is, so the robot is just an actuator in a larger. So my question is, the robot is just an actuator in a larger automation system in the farm, and the goal is using the robot, the vision of that we are after, that we are working for, is to treat each plant on the field as an individual. So, and bring to the plant, to this individuum, what it needs and exactly what it needs. This means the minimum amount of plant protection chemicals. That's a task a robot can do, or autonomous machines can do. The minimum but optimal amount of fertilizer to bring to this individual in order to bring the maximum yield. That's what we want to do. And of course, water is also an aspect. If you have irrigation, we want to bring exactly the amount of water that the plant needs to the specific specific date in the year. So these are the goals, and as I said, the robots are the actuators in the field. In wet conditions, you can take a set of measures in order to decrease your problems. A robot with a low weight could be a measure that you could undertake in order to improve your problem with trafficability of your soil. That would be one of the measures. Other measures are taking more driven wheels. So I did not explain it in my presentation, but the e-auto power drivetrain with the power offboarding allows for powering electric implements. The electric implement could be, for example, a trailer, a slurry trailer, and you can power, that's what we showed, the axles. So making out of a 4-wheel drive tractor an 8-wheel drive tractor implement system. This can be done, and there are a lot of pleasures. This is measures. This is just a step, an incremental step. Finally, we will have systems of tractors, implements, robots and implements, whatever you can imagine, that solve these problems. But you will have to wait some years still.
Ola, perhaps a compliment on this?
Yes. First of all, you don't have to wait a couple of years. I think there are solutions on the way, and I think especially the element of trafficability is where, when we are looking at the machines driving on our fields today, when we have a person, we have been trying for the last 30, 40 years to optimize how much work can be done by one person in an hour, so the efficiency per work hour. As soon as we can remove the person from sitting on top of the machine, we can basically cut the machine into pieces, utilizing the same technology as we're doing today. And that is where I see the robotization coming in, because we don't need 9-meter working widths to, for an example, have a high capacity. we can have 3x3 meter, thereby having lighter machines with better possibilities for trafficability. I know that there are the Orchard robot also from John Deere. So the element of using smaller, so as soon as you don't have to sit on top of it, the calculation of your investment changes. And I think that's the huge element that robotics brings into our business case, is we are used to thinking about the capacity based on we are sitting on top of the implement. But as soon as we are looking at it, we can look at one robot or we can look at 5 robots, and thereby also enabling smaller farms, also the accessibility to new technologies, rather than that you have to have a big farm to be able to carry the cost of the investment in modern technology.
Thank you, Ole. Maurice, est-ce que tu peux aussi nous faire un petit tour finalement des attentes, des craintes que tu peux avoir, des objectifs que tu peux te fixer sur ta ferme en termes de robotique? Ça sera mieux que le micro, ouais.
Oui, on va mieux m'entendre. La question est très large. Moi, mon objectif principal, c'est d'être plus précis. Donc, finalement, la réponse que vous avez donnée à Olivier à l'instant, pouvoir mettre de l'engrais au pied de la plante, pouvoir traiter, désherber chimiquement ou mécaniquement les mauvaises herbes, pouvoir soigner les plantes qui en ont besoin, mais aussi pouvoir travailler en fait de manière individuelle, comme vous l'avez dit tout à l'heure. C'est-à-dire l'avantage d'un robot, s'il est programmé et qu'il peut conduire tout seul, on met play, on va se reposer. Éventuellement, il y a une alarme s'il y a un souci. Ça me fait penser, dans l'élevage, je sais que pour la traite des vaches, il y a des robots qui fonctionnent très bien depuis très longtemps. Je suis originaire des Pays de la Loire. L'activité laitière, j'ai déjà un petit peu suivi ça.
Tu fais en fait un teasing pour la table ronde d'élevage que j'anime tout à l'heure dans l'autre salle.
Ah, pourquoi pas,
ok,
ça
super,
sera
merci.
très bien. Et, non, mais c'est des dispositifs qui fonctionnent très bien, donc effectivement, ça doit être répétable au niveau grande culture. Et donc, que le robot fonctionne tout seul, et s'il y a un souci, il y a une alerte qui vient nous chercher, qui nous réveille, et on va remettre du carburant s'il fonctionne en thermique, on va le recharger s'il est sur batterie, on va lui remettre de la semence ou de l'engrais. Donc ça, pour moi, c'est assez obligatoire. Donc gagner en précision. Et je reviens tout à l'heure sur ce que j'ai dit en amont à la fin. Pour moi, ça peut être un outil extrêmement performant. J'ai bien aimé les chenilles du robot John Deere, et d'avoir justement cette possibilité de travailler. On parlait de sol humide en ce moment, de pouvoir aller sur les sols et avec une compaction moindre pour pouvoir vraiment assurer certaines opérations, même par temps un peu plus humide, chose qu'on ne pourra pas faire avec un gros tracteur, même si on y met des chenilles. Si on met un tracteur de 20 tonnes dans une parcelle aujourd'hui, je crois qu'il va s'enfoncer un peu et faire un certain nombre de dégâts. Et je me suis permis, j'ai pas pris de papier, je ne pouvais pas noter, mais j'ai bien aimé ce que vous avez dit tout à l'heure en disant que ce n'était pas un remplaçant du tracteur et de l'agriculteur, mais c'est plutôt une valeur ajoutée sur l'exploitation. Et donc, on a quand même des outils qui aujourd'hui fonctionnent très bien. Par exemple, une charrue, je ne pense pas qu'on puisse l'animer avec un robot. Alors, peut-être qu'il faudra supprimer les charrues, mais bon, elles nous rendent encore pas mal de services. Mais ça peut vraiment être une valeur ajoutée, une option pour beaucoup moins tasser nos sols en conditions difficiles. J'avais une image, par exemple, j'imaginais sur un blé en sortie d'hiver, on a des problèmes de graminées, nous, parce qu'on a une rotation trop courte, avec des blés qui reviennent tous les 2 ans. Et éventuellement, assez tôt en sortie d'hiver, un robot sur chenille très léger, avec une petite RC-trille derrière, finalement, on pourrait peut-être faire un travail intéressant. Est-ce que ça peut marcher? Quand, je ne sais pas, mais on verra bien.
Je pense qu'après, il y a des ateliers où on peut discuter de ça. Ole, last answers before we begin the question response with all the audience. You wanted just to give an answer to Maurice? Go on. And then we begin the question and answers.
Yes, thank you. I had to comment on, I think, with the Caterpillar, so using belts, because I think it's rather interesting to look at how many robots today is presented without belts. And when we look at the power consumption, I think that's an interesting aspect that we are looking at. Typically, pulling the same implement, we are spending more energy in moving a belt around. So if we have a lighter machine, I think there are also elements or ways how we can reduce the total energy consumption, which I think will be an important criteria to be able to continue farming in Europe when we're looking at our sustainability. So I think that's interesting to see that belts is not a need to have if we can have it lightweight enough. I think a lot of the robots actually should demonstrate that today.
The best way to reduce energy consumption is to go for electric drives. So this is, I think, agreed upon. And the second measure that you can take is reducing the slip. And there are different measures that you can do. So I already explained them. Going from 4-wheel drive to 8-wheel drive, this will be available in latest 2 years from now on from our company. Going to tracks is a measure to reduce the slip and increases the energy efficiency. And going to lighter vehicles is also a good measure, so long as you don't need the traction force. If you need high traction, then you need a certain weight of the machine, otherwise you cannot generate the power, the force that you need to pull the implement. You can replace the implement by milling machines or mechanically driven machines, implements, but this in many cases is not efficient with regard to energy supply for other reasons, for soil-related reasons.
Thank you, Peter. And now, guys, it's your turn. Maintenant, c'est votre tour. If you've got some questions to the people who are sitting right in front of you, I think there are some microphones. If somebody can distribute a microphone. Is there a question in the room? I go in front because I've got the light in the eyes.
We have a 15 minutes session of questions and answers, so take your time.
I've got 2 questions over there. Is there somebody
I'll
with
bring
a
the
microphone?
Alors, où êtes-vous pour les questions? J'arrive. Les prochaines seront des drones qui apporteront les micros.
Ça, c'est une bonne idée, ça.
Yeah, good morning. I mean, 2 quick questions related to fuel efficiency. Only in your slide, I mean, you mentioned that robots were 10% more efficient in terms of energy or fuel. Is it related, I mean, to the difference of technology or simply difference between fuel and electricity as a source of energy?
The specific comparisons that we've had made by the Danish Technological Institute was measuring on the same implement, but simply the fact that you're moving less steel around in the field, so that the point that Peter mentioned, that you need a certain weight for a certain to transfer the energy to the field. But the way we've designed the robot so that we're using the implement weight basically also on top of the wheels. So we see that we try to create a more balanced system, and therefore we can have less total steel in the field per work meter. And thereby we can see that we are spending less energy for the comparison for pulling the same implement. So it's been based on in a diesel experiment for both a tractor versus a robot.
Okay, so go ahead, Peter.
I would like to add something. The amount of steel you carry over the field is not extremely important for agricultural machines because we do not so much accelerate and decelerate the machines. So this amount of energy does not play the major role. The most important role is what you do in the soil. So the soil resistance, if you are doing soil tillage, this is the major issue. And there's a physical law behind it that says that the energy consumption increases with power 3 of the speed, and it increases with proportionally to the working width. This means you have to create or pull, at least if you're talking about soil tillage, which is the most energy-consuming work that you can do on the field, we have to increase the working width rather than increasing the working speed. So this is my plaidoyer. And I believe you can do it with big implements, and therefore you need some weight on the machines to create the traction force. Otherwise, it will not work. This is a physical law.
Okay, thank you. Maybe shortly the second question. I mean, keep the mic because it's for you. You mentioned that the future of the industry or this agriculture is in electricity. Do you foresee a very rapid change like it's happening right now in the automotive industry?
No, we are behind the automotive industry, as always, I would like to say. But we have started with the e-auto power drive, with the power offboarding, I think, or we believe that we have given a spark that could be an initiating point or, for more electrification. So we believe in electrification, and we hope that with the introduction of the e-auto power transmission, before the next Agritechnica, we will initiate a lot of electric development on the implement side. And we hope that with this development, with this trend which hopefully will take place, we will initiate electrification. And something like electromobility, I don't see it coming up with high numbers of machines before 2030. So I would say we are behind the automotive industry.
Question.
Question in the middle of the room from David Erizzo.
Unilassal, nice to meet you. It's very good to have farmers and machine constructor and manufacturer. What do you think will be the main challenge for tackling new cropping systems? I mean, Olivier presented a strong evolution of his cropping systems. We are focusing on phytochemicals, soil management, but what about the overall farm management from the point of view of farming robots?
If we're looking at the general development in farm management systems, there's no doubt that the accessibility of data is increasing, and we see systems also from John Deere where the data management will be an important part of future farming. But I think that is not directly linked to the robotics. The robotics or the modern tractor with all the sensors or a combiner today are supplying us with a huge amount of data where we are basically lacking a lot of the tools really to comprehend the information hidden in the data, because the farmers don't like to see a lot of tables. We like to see something that has been treated. So I think that's also one of the challenges we're facing in farming. We need to be able to transform the data into something informative. And I think what John Deere showed at also their future farming booth with the new cab is really how can we utilize some of the new technologies for making information easy accessible as a human for us. We are very visual, and I think that's part of how we need to look at this. But that's where, as a lot of the small companies exhibiting here with the robots, we are part of the puzzle. That this is something that has to play together, where open data standards is, of course, an essential part of that.
I would fully agree, but I would like to add something. I think personally, the biggest challenge that we are facing is to keep up the competitiveness of the local farmers with the farmers from abroad, because those farmers are not competing against each other. They are competing with farmers located in CIS countries and in other parts of the world. And I think this is more a social and a political problem than a technology problem. From the technology point of view, the data management, creating information out of data, handling and treating this information accurately and safely is certainly a big problem, and perhaps the biggest problem of our current technology developments. But I think the social and political problems are much bigger.
Une autre question dans la salle.
Moi, j'avais juste par rapport à la gestion des données et du coup derrière éventuellement à la gestion des robots, parce que ça on n'en a pas parlé non plus. À la base on est agriculteur. Olivier disait qu'il avait repris une exploitation de père en fils. Je pense qu'initialement il avait appris à gérer son exploitation, à conduire des tracteurs, à choisir les cultures qu'il allait mettre en place. Et petit à petit on lui demande, on lui rajoute une console dans son tracteur pour gérer son épandeur d'engrais. Ensuite, on lui rajoute une deuxième console pour mettre une antenne GPS qui va piloter son épandeur d'engrais. Éventuellement, on lui demande de récupérer la donnée, puisqu'elle va donner une information ailleurs, donc il faut aussi qu'il devienne informaticien. Et derrière, il faut éventuellement, on va lui poser la question de comment il veut qu'on lui analyse la donnée et ce qu'il en veut derrière. Et finalement, en fait, on était parti de quelqu'un qui mettait des graines dans le sol et qui les nourrissait. Et ensuite, il faut qu'il prenne les décisions, qu'il devienne presque banquier, analyste financier, informaticien, puis j'en oublie d'autres, éventuellement ingénieur, parce qu'il faut aussi que bientôt on va nous demander de mettre des couverts végétaux et d'apprendre à cultiver autrement. Négociant et commercial aussi. Donc finalement on arrive à 10 ou 15 métiers différents. C'est ce qui fait la joie du métier aussi, puisque ça nous permet d'être de plus en plus, de nous orienter sur plein de choses différentes. Mais c'est vrai que moi j'ai la chance d'être relativement jeune dans le métier, de m'intéresser un petit peu à l'informatique. Et c'est pas toujours évident, même avec John Deere, parce que j'ai un outil dans cette marque-là qui a un GPS qui est relativement simple à utiliser. Mais parfois, même avec les outils qui sont censés être simples à utiliser, on a du mal à s'en servir, on a du mal à les mettre en application. Parfois, il y a le satellite qui ne fonctionne pas. Parfois, il y a... Et en fait, finalement, pour moi, je ne l'ai pas dit au départ parce que je n'y avais pas pensé, mais c'est aussi une vraie clé de réussite au niveau de la robotique et l'agriculture, c'est d'introduire des outils qui soient relativement simples d'utilisation, mais aussi de former les personnes qui vont les utiliser, parce qu'en fait, à la base, on n'a pas cette formation-là. On n'est pas informaticien, quoi.
Merci Maurice. Une dernière question dans la salle. Monsieur, vous avez le micro, allez-y.
Hello. My name is Ricard Pardel. I am CEO at Earth Rover. And the question is for Peter. Haven't you considered using hydrogen for the electrification of the tractors?
Yes, we do have, and currently we don't believe in hydrogen or fuel cells so much. We are still investigating it a little bit, but our confidence that this technology will be the solution of the energy storage problem of batteries is very low. The reason is that the fuel cell has severe problems with integration, packaging onto an agricultural machine, very similar to the problems battery have. And if we don't see, we are not battery producers, we are not fuel cell producers, but we see the fuel cell very, very similar as a battery. So what we are producing is our electric drivetrains. If somebody comes up with a fuel cell solving the problems of the past, allowing us for packaging it with a good energy storage capacity into a machine, we will just throw out the batteries out of our minds and replace it by fuel cells. But currently, the technology jump, the leap is not in sight.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for all the participants. I think they need some applause because it's not easy. So please, for them. It will be now the end of this roundtable, but it's just the beginning of FIRA, and you will have plenty of time in order to ask questions directly to them during the coffee breaks and so on. So thanks a lot again, and see you in my next breeding roundtable about dairy farming.
Yeah, thank you very much, Benoit. As a reminder, there will be a next roundtable with the team that's actually now in Salle Pastel. They're moving here, and Benoit is moving with his team in Salle Pastel. So we'll see you back again this afternoon, I think, here. Benoit, thank you so much. A big round of applause for this team. Thank you. All right, let's move now to our first experimentation of the morning, and I would like to welcome on stage Inès Teta-Air from Arvalis. Please welcome her for the experimentation. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous. Donc moi je vais parler en français. Je travaille chez Arvalis, qui est un institut technique qui s'occupe principalement des céréales et des grandes cultures. Et je suis chargée du développement de l'agriculture numérique. Je représente également un réseau qui s'appelle le réseau des Digifermes, qui est un ensemble de fermes expérimentales dans lesquelles on va tester toutes les nouvelles technologies et accompagner les utilisateurs et les créateurs de ces nouvelles technologies. Je vais vous présenter 2 études qu'on a fait avec Ecorobotics et Dino, donc c'est des robots qui sont présents aujourd'hui. Et en fait, nous, notre but, c'est d'aller tester avec eux la première version et de les accompagner sur le terrain pour des évolutions futures de ces robots. Donc tout d'abord, Ecorobotics, pour rappel, ça c'est la première version qui nous a été présentée avec une caméra à l'avant pour reconnaître les mauvaises herbes et puis 2 bras robotisés sous les panneaux solaires pour aller traiter, localement les mauvaises herbes. On en a fait, nous, une évaluation technique sur betterave. Donc pour ça, on avait 4 personnes pour suivre le robot et faire les notations. Alors pourquoi 4 personnes? Parce qu'en fait, on a et les spécialistes du guidage et les spécialistes de la mécanisation, et puis aussi les ingénieurs terrain et les techniciens qui sont présents. On a fait plusieurs séries de notations à des dates différentes, histoire de voir quelle était la réactivité de l'algorithme sur différentes tailles d'adventices. Et puis on s'est aussi placé dans différentes parcelles, enfin dans différentes placettes sur une même parcelle, histoire de proposer différents degrés d'infestation de mauvaises herbes pour tester le robot. Donc, par exemple, on a classé les adventices en fonction de leur diamètre et on observe chaque tâche. Donc on n'a pas utilisé un produit phyto, on a utilisé un produit plutôt de couleur bleue pour pouvoir tout de suite derrière mettre le nez et observer quelle est la localisation des tâches et si le robot a bien reconnu l'adventice et l'a bien pulvérisé. La conclusion qu'on a eue sur ce premier robot, c'est que la première version, elle n'était pas encore assez performante pour le désherbage du fait des bras qui sont assez longs à aller se positionner. Et du coup, on a pu ensuite échanger avec eux et leur proposer différentes améliorations peut-être à fournir. Donc vous avez vu, la nouvelle version est bien différente de la première. Et puis on a quand même aussi eu le plaisir de le tester en premier et du coup d'avoir, il y a déjà 2 ans, un robot dans les champs et de voir s'il arrivait à se géolocaliser correctement, si la caméra arrivait aussi à reconnaître les rangs. Deuxième évaluation, alors là c'est un robot qui existe déjà et qui est déjà vendu, mais nous on a fait le pari de le faire passer du maraîchage à la grande culture, ce qui est complètement différent, c'est-à-dire qu'on n'est plus sur un milieu où le sol est meuble et plat, et on n'est plus avec des cultures qui sont assez grosses et qui sont sarclées comme la salade. On a testé d'abord le guidage de cet outil, et puis on a aussi testé son efficacité au désherbage. Pour tester le guidage, il nous faut, c'est un savant jeu de différentes antennes que l'on place sur le robot, plus son antenne à lui. Et on est capable de suivre ensuite par ordinateur quel est le chemin, et si le chemin qu'il suit est le bon chemin qu'on lui a donné via une ligne de semis. Et puis on l'a aussi fait passer sur blé, donc on a été jusqu'à voir pendant combien de temps justement un robot pouvait passer alors qu'un tracteur par exemple n'était plus porté par le sol, et puis si il était capable de garantir une efficacité au désherbage qui soit la même qu'une herseterie par exemple ou d'autres outils. Nos conclusions, c'est que plus il y avait de passages, mieux c'était. On l'a fait passer jusqu'à 9 fois dans le blé. On a aussi remarqué qu'il pouvait passer beaucoup plus tard et revenir beaucoup plus tôt dans le champ que le tracteur. Mais comme c'est un robot qui est adapté au maraîchage, forcément, il s'est retrouvé un petit peu en difficulté dans les conditions humides. Et puis aussi, il a eu une autonomie et une automatisation qui était quelque peu limitée par rapport à ce qu'on lui demandait de faire en plein champ sur des grandes surfaces. Voilà, donc c'est le genre d'expérimentation qu'on fait. On accompagne aussi les créateurs de nouvelles technologies et de robots dans une évaluation économique de leurs outils pour savoir comment se positionner par rapport aux autres outils existants. Est-ce que vous avez des questions ? Bon. Très bien.
No questions for Ines? You sure? We can take one or two questions. Okay, well, thank you very much. Let's move to our next session. Same thing, parallel. There's a presentation in Salle Pastel and there's one here. Here we'll move to robots serving fruits and vegetables production. And the moderator of this panel will be David Frabota. He's the editorial market development director of Meister Media. Comes from the US, but I'm not sure they left Salle Pastel yet. So we'll have this in a couple minutes here, same thing, and simultaneously in Salle Pastel we will have robots serving breeding with Benoît Egon, who just left our amphitheater. So maybe we'll just wait a couple minutes to switch rooms. So maybe the speakers, the panelists of this roundtable are in the room and you can come and join me on stage. Jean Inderschit, Dino Product Manager at Nayo Technology. José Miguel Arizabal Obarra, yeah, we can welcome him. José Miguel Arizabal Obarra, Corporate CEO Hortifruit. And Céline Franqueza, Chief Operating Officer at SIA. If you are in the room, you're welcome to join me on stage and take a seat.
Sophie, thank you very much for that introduction. For those of you who do not know me, my name is David Frabota. I work with Meister Media. I oversee several brands, including Precision Ag. I also work with Agribusiness Global and some of our other grower magazines. We've been covering precision agriculture for 25 years, and we're very excited about the technology of robotics and the potential it has to really create better solutions for farmers in a time where they are challenged by loss of chemistries, environmental concerns, and other stories that robotics tell a very good story in a time when agriculture doesn't have a lot of good stories to tell. So we are very excited about it. We believe there's a confluence of factors that are hitting a threshold at the right time for increased adoption. And here to help me tell a little bit about what that adoption looks like and how those factors are affecting their business is our panel. I'd like them to introduce themselves, but I will introduce them first. Jean Inderschit is with Nio Technologies. He's product manager for Dino, which is one of their autonomous robots. We have Selena with SIA. Excuse me, Selena Francesca with Celia. She's Chief Operating Officer, and her robot is primarily for greenhouse tomatoes. And Jose Miguel Arrizabalo Barra. And he is our person who is going to ground truth whether or not this technology is applicable in a vertically integrated berry farm that's also a food processing facility, right? So thank you for all of us. I'd like you all to take a turn in extending who you are, what your company does. Tell me a little bit about your technology that you're talking about here today, your robots, and give me one good thing that's happened recently. Tell me about one victory that you've had, whether it's technological, operational. Tell us a little about yourself. Jean, you could start.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Jean. I'm the product manager for the Dino robot. I work at Nio Technologies. So Dino robot is a straddling platform for vegetables, mainly focusing on lettuce as of now. We've been working on robots at Nio for quite some time. We started in 2011, starting with a little robot called Oz. Oz is mostly for smaller farms between 2 to 10 hectares, and Dino is focusing on bigger farms for about farms that are about 50 hectares. So the platform is targeting a first job, a really important job, which is mechanical weeding. And it's really important for us to develop that robot with, and keeping in mind that we want to do one job good first, and then using that platform into other tasks, like, for example, fertilizing and so on. We've started with the Dino in 2015, 2016 approximately, started only in France. We've had lots of good feedback on the robots. We've developed a few versions. We're at version 3 now of the robots, of the platform. And we are continuously improving it. And we started recently going into other markets, like the US, for example, which is a big market for us for lettuce. So you talked about a big win. A big win for us, I think, would be having happy customers, because, of course, we make really technologically advanced robots, which is an achievement in itself, which is really great. But what really is our end goal is to have happy customers, and it's not always easy, especially in farming, where you have difficulties putting robots, and we're going to talk about it. So yeah, having a good feedback from a customer that says to you, okay, your machine works in my field, I'm really happy for this season. So that's really a big win for us.
Thank you. Me, I'm Céline Franquesa, so I'm the CEO of SIA. So SIA was created more than two years and a half ago. What we are doing is that we are developing harvesting robots for high-tech greenhouses to help farmers address workforce shortage and also help them improve their competitivity. So our first robot that we developed, it's a robot that is able to harvest tomatoes in the vine, but tomatoes that are grown, like said David, in high-tech greenhouses. Where we are now currently, we are developing our second prototype. So we are still developing it. It's still a work in progress, but well, it's okay, and it's normal because it's long to develop a robot that is really working, that meets all the needs of the customers. And maybe a big success that we had during this year is that we managed to work very closely with the customers. So in fact, we every 3 months we meet big customers, so French one, and we discuss with them the development that we've made, and we define with them exactly what are their needs, and so we are sure that what we develop is really meeting their needs. So this is, and for us, this is really something very important.
Perfect.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure for myself and Hortifruit to be here at FIRA. Well, my role at Hortifruit is the CIO. I'm the Chief Information Officer at the company. Well, Hortifruit is a producer company. We produce all kind of berries. We have in total about 80 millions of kilos produced per year. We have about 7,500 hectares owned by our company or our partners. So we produce berries in almost all the continents. So we are leading the industry of berry, and that's been a big challenge in every aspect that we work, and that includes robotics. That's why we are here. That's why we are trying to see how we can push and make the leading part of the business also in robotics. About the challenge or the vision, in Hortifruit we have a dream, and that dream means that we want to have a robotic solution for blueberry harvesting. That's our big goal. We know that it is a complex challenge, but we are working on that, and as first step for that, we are working on a spray robotic solution at this time.
Great, thank you. Can you tell me, Jose, just a little bit more on how many hectares do you have under cultivation, how many employees, and using the spray robotics, what phase is it in, how long have you been using it, and how's it going?
Okay. Well, this is a very good question, actually, because the berries industry around the world is a very manual process. And to have an idea, just to give an example of our bigger farm in Peru, we used to have around 20,000 people per day in the peak season. We are talking about 20,000 people harvesting berries. So that's a huge amount of people. And that means it is a complexity in every aspect regarding to harvesting, which means you need to transport people, you need to feed people, you need to accommodate people, you need to make all the aspects in order to have right harvesting in the field. So as we know, with the labor constraints, labor regulation is getting more and more complex. That's why we are looking for a different kind of solution where we can have a harvesting process in a different way by using technology or robotic solutions. So in that sense, to see how technology can help us is a priority for our company.
So we see the level of complexity and the challenge that large growing operations face. When the manufacturers are out in the field and we're discussing the value proposition that these machines take, what does that conversation look like with your clients, your end users, with the value chain? How do you articulate the real benefit of these machines in a way where a producer is willing to accept that message?
So, well, we have a few arguments for a few aspects of the robots that are really interesting. Is that you reduce soil compaction, and we've talked about that in the previous topics. There's also the ability to reduce chemicals in the fields. But there's also a really important aspect, and we talked about it, that's the workforce, the labor shortage that the world is facing in farming and agriculture. But when you face a farmer with your robots and that you start building a conversation with him and how you're going to put the robot in his field, those conversations, they don't really go around those topics first. They go around, okay, on the day-to-day operations, how is it going to operate? When do I bring it to the charging station? What do I do with it if there's a safety issue? So for us, we know that we have the platform, there's a market there that's ready to accept robotics in their farms, but we still need to find the right way to put the robots in their fields. And that's really important because it's different in each and every one country. Well, we've operated robots in France for quite some time now, started using it in the US, and we were off, you know, a little bit off sometimes because we didn't know how they used to work, how do they irrigate their fields, how do you map the field with GPS or TK, for example. So that's really a challenge. And I think that's really surprising because we have this idea of farming being kind of an ancient world from time to time, and that's absolutely not the case. Everybody's ready for it. And there's just, I guess it's just now more of a pull than push technologies. So it's really interesting. And it has changed in just a few years. I mean, we started in 2011. People were kind of laughing when we showed our robots in 2012 at the first fairs. And now they're just asking lots of questions about them and lots of questions about how to put in their fields, how it's going to work. So it has changed. And now it's just a matter of what's the best way to put the robot in their fields, because they're only, they mostly focus on day-to-day operations and how it's going to affect their lives.
So this is an important point about understanding each individual operation, right? A lot of times as manufacturers, especially technology manufacturers, we tend to fall in love with our own creations, and we like to talk about the product instead of reversing the conversation and talking about the solutions. Selena, you have a lot of experience understanding individual operations, and it's essential for your highly specialized product. Can you talk a little bit about that process of understanding the grower, the client, and how it affects your R&D?
So what we are doing, as I was explaining, is that every 3 months we meet them. But between these 3 months, what we do is that every 2 or 3 weeks, we go and test our robot in one of the greenhouse, and in fact, and so we can see in real life how it is working and what is not working at all. And sometimes we think, we should maybe if we do this task like that, well, the customers will be okay. But after, when we explain them and we show them what the robot for now is able to do, and they tell us, yes, we can agree on that part or not. And well, sometimes it's not easy for us because we thought that this point was closed and we should move on to the next task. But in fact, no, it's not the point. And well, for us, this is what we are doing and how we are working. And I think it's really good because what is really important is that we make sure that when the robot is ready, the customer will be there to buy it. Because if we have a robot that does not meet their needs, and well, no one will want to buy our robot. So, well, this is how we are working.
Jose, you're nodding a bit. Tell me, when you're working with a manufacturer and you're looking for technology to adopt in your operation, what are some of the touch points that you need to hear to trust the vendor, to trust the technology? How long do they need to invest in understanding your operation?
Well, as explaining here, it is right. There are some particularities or complexities that you will see only on the fields. In our case, we have production on the soil, we have production on pods, and also on tunnels. So from a robotics or technological standpoint, there are different challenges behind of that. So that's why it is very important to be close to the reality and to see how robots work on the field. Also, we have different varieties of berries. So most of them are quite small, are fragile, but it depends of the variety. They will be a bit bigger, strong. They are behind the tree. So all of those details, it is almost impossible to catch in a conversation or in a meeting. You need to be on the farm, and you need to adapt the solution and test it. So for me, and answering your question, there is not a solution that you can buy and put on the farm and works well at the just one step. There is an investigation, and your provider need to work with you in order to put the robot or the solution on the farm and see how it works and be flexible to adapt and make all the changes and test it until you get a final and perfect solution.
So that's a really interesting point, is that every farmer has specific points that he needs to address in his field. And it's really important as a company because, well, we have, of course, engineers in the company. We have also kind of experts in farming, and it's really important to just take a step back and just check if your robots does meet the needs, or if you need to review certain functionality of the robots, because most of the time, lots of people, they want really specific points to be addressed. And you haven't thought about it until you put your robot in the fields. So really also extremely important, and we've done that a lot at NIO, is even if it's not completed yet, just put it out, make it work in the field, to check that everything is here and that you have targeted the right functionality for the farmer. That's really, really important. And it's difficult because sometimes you have to question decisions that you made 3 years ago because you were focusing a specific market, and then you are rethinking everything. So it's pretty hard.
This is an excellent point. You've been with the Dino robot from the beginning. And did you ever anticipate that you would have to customize an application to this extent for every individual operation? And how does your support network change, or your support policies, how have they changed as a result of understanding this is perhaps a lifelong partnership you have with your clients?
Yes, so it's really challenging because when you put a robot out in the fields, you certainly know that you don't have enough feedback on the robot, and you know that it's not going to last for 7 years in the fields like a tractor would do, for example. So you must target the right people that are willing to go with you and are willing to kind of take the challenge of using that robot. It's not easy because it does have an impact on their lives, but in the end, it's a really good experience. And I think that's really important, is providing a really good experience. If the robot does not provide a good experience, do this with the support team. I mean, sometimes it may be a response that is acceptable for the farmer, and that's really also important. So we've had lots of issues with the robots in the past years, and as they get more and more reliable, you have to think about the robots that are out, that are not up to date, and you need to kind of retrofit them, put more add-ons on them. So it's also in the regard of product management and the versions that are out, it's quite challenging also, because everyone again wants specific solutions. So at some point you got a question, okay, where am I going? Where's the product is going? What market am I addressing? Am I targeting the right market? Is there enough people that are willing to accept this solution right now? If so, then I'll just push the robot out and see what happens.
It's a process of continuous improvement. It sounds like you talked about some smirks maybe 10 years ago, 5 years ago, even as few as 7 years ago. People are laughing at the robots, and now they're looking at them and they're accepting them. Selena, you've talked about farmers being skeptical of the technology, and perhaps we need an understanding that not all of these robots are going to be perfect all the time. How do you prepare customers for that process of continuous improvement that you'll walk them through so that everything will eventually serve the solutions that they originally purchased the machines for? Yeah.
So what we are doing is that we explain them. We don't want to lie to them and to tell them, okay, in 2 years you will have the perfect robot that will harvest 100% of the tomatoes of your greenhouse. No, this is not the reality. So what we do, yes, we explain them that it will be little by little, that at the beginning the robot will not be perfect, and maybe there will be additional tasks at the beginning they will have to do, well, not them, but the workers will have to do to help the robots, and that little by little, with the new version, the robot will be more autonomous, you know. And I think so. What is important is that every company that is building a robot works with his clients and explaining them what is really going on. But also, I think all of the conference, the events like the FIRA, it's a really, it's something that we all have to do. In fact, all the ecosystem has to do, so that everyone, all the farmers, the one who breed, apples, tomatoes, or whatever, lettuce, that they all understand that it is something complicated, and that we need some time, and that we need also some early adopters, you know, as first clients, and who are ready to accept that, nothing will be perfect at the beginning.
Yeah, Jose, you've talked about the customization that needs to happen for each individual operation. Is this, when you hear manufacturers saying, okay, it's not going to work perfectly all the time, is this a point of concern, or does that alleviate your concern that they're going to continue to work to make it right?
To be honest, both. And why that? Because we are from the technology part, so we know that innovation and technology and software is not gonna work perfectly at the first step. So we are clear on that, and we know that, and we appreciate that. However, we have a company, and we have a board, and what the board expects is something different. They want to have a business case, they want to have a timeline, they want to have our results, and why this is complicated innovations and robotics in the formal companies. So we are in a very traditional business where they used to buy a farm, a field, they put some plants, and after some time they have fruit. And it's very clear, and you have a ROI, you have a very specific timeline for that. However, in this kind of project, you don't. So that is why I'm said both. For me, it's clear, but to buy in a board in regarding this kind of project is quite complex, and this is a big challenge for the people who work in a company and need to get approval and need to get budget from a formal committee or from a formal board.
What's your expectation of product support during installation and perhaps into perpetuity? You know, do you expect a lifelong support from a manufacturer?
Yes, of course, we expect support. I'm very glad to hear that the robot business is moving as robotic as a service, which means you are not selling a robot and then you are on your own to maintain and operate the robot. Now the robotic solutions are in place with your field, and you maintain the support, and the manufacturer is still with you, and this is part of the business. And also, in that case, it means that you will not have a big investment at the beginning. So glad to hear about that. I believe that it will be a bit easier for us to be part of that business. However, still being the point that you raise, we need to have support. And in our case, most of our farms are in America and in South America. As I told you, our bigger farm is in Peru. Is actually the biggest farm for berries in the world. And the manufacturers are not in South America. They are in America, in Europe. So there is a distance constraint. And we know that it's not easy for our manufacturer, but we know that they need to be with us in our farm to be successful.
Let's talk a little bit about value chain creation. There are different mechanisms to distribute products, services, and mechanization through agriculture in various countries, sometimes depending on the country, sometimes depending on the region. How do you anticipate the value chain to be created for these very sophisticated robots?
So first, we didn't. we didn't really anticipate it. We've started by selling the robots, and then we are kind of trying different types of models, like rental, selling, and also services. Because, as you said, there are specific needs in different countries. People are used to work with one model more than with another. And what's important is to remember that the farmers, they expect the product to work or the service to work. They don't really, most of them are in their own right, and they just want to have a solution that is going to increase their yield, for example. So if you provide a machine that doesn't work, you need to provide the right support for it. If you provide a service, you need to make sure that you have maybe 2 robots at the same place to ensure that the right job is done. So we are not sure yet that there's one right way to do it. It really depends on the country, and as you said, it's a very, very long process to test also those models with the farmers, because you can't just go in their farms and just show them a paper. You need to approach them, have a discussion, build up a relationship was also really important, because most of the time they've never heard of the robot, they don't know who is Nayo Technologies, and it's kind of new for them. So it's, building up a relationship and really meet their expectation. If they just want, for example, mechanical weeding to be done, whatever the tools or stuff like that, you just propose a service, for example. But some of them, they want to own a machine, for example. So you really have to target, or not target, but you really have to get a good description of how it works currently in the country or in the region, and just try a few things. We have never sold one robot on a fair, for example, or first time we come to a partner and just show him the robot. That never works. It's part of it is really building a relationship, explaining what's going to happen, and proposing different models. That's really important, because currently I don't think that anyone in the robotics world, robotics for farming, has found the right solution that works every time. So it's still building up, I think.
So, Selena, you are in the concept stage still with your robots. I imagine that'll be direct to consumer for some time until you're able to commercialize. Have you thought about what the distribution system looks like for Hothouse?
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, I think it will be, well, it will depend, of course, of maybe on the countries, but what we see is that at one point, well, in the horticultural world, it's a small world, so there are some big players, and for example, there are big companies that are building these high-tech greenhouses. And so we know that at one point, we'll have to work with them, because now when there is a new greenhouse that is built, well, there are these suppliers that build this greenhouse. But what they may do in the future is also that they can sell our robots in this new greenhouse. So is it selling or robot as a service? We don't know yet, because we'll see, and I think it will depend on the countries and maybe on the customers. But yes, this is something we know that we won't be able to do it all by ourselves. We'll need to integrate in the existing ecosystem and to find the best way to sell our robot or our service. Well, it's the same, but yes, it's like that we see it.
Is this a problem, Jose, for farm operators about how to learn about and access some of these advanced technologies where a value chain has not been created yet?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Because I believe that there is a challenge on our side in order to get a funding budget for this kind of project, that it is not clear what is at the end the value chain. For them also, because if they cannot calculate, and I imagine that it is complex to do that, and they don't know how they will launch a product and what will be the customers. So we have in both sides complexities. So in my opinion, the unique way to see how we can solve the issue is trying to work together. For me, collaboration is clear here. Is key here in order to see how we can try to be very transparent and see what are we expecting, what are the value behind of that, and also in your side to see how the product will be at the end, how much will be the cost, and how will be the timeline for that. And for me, the unique way here is critical, and that's we are here at FIRA, is how we can collaborate and working together in order to see how we can fit both sides of the equation, and also trying to scale this. I believe if we scale this, it will be more simple to get a business case in order to see what will be your potential customers and see what will be the solution as global markets. So for me, this is very critical today, is how we co-innovate, collaborate, and see how we can scale and be more effective, efficient in order to address the question that you have on your side and the question we have in our side.
So we have just about 15 minutes left. I want to make sure that we have enough time for Q&A. So if you do have questions, there are people in the audience who will find you and interrupt me and start to ask questions of our panel. We want to make this as interactive as possible to make sure you're getting the information out of our guests that you need. So while you're formulating, do we have one? Ah.
I'm René Koerhuis, I'm an editor of Future Farming magazine. And I would like to know if we look in agriculture, we have a certain standardization. We have an ISOBUS standard, we have a Hitch standard for a long time already, PTO standard. Will we need a certain standard for robots, robotization, to make adoption by farmers more easy? And if so, how long does it take to make such a standard?
Who would like to tackle the standardization question?
That's a really interesting question. So I mean, Celine and I are both from companies that are pretty young, and when we start building robots, we don't think about standardization at all when we started, because we didn't have time for that. We needed to push the robot in the fields as quickly as possible. Now we realize that some standards are already out there for tractors, for example. And we need to address that issue, but it's kind of hard because there are a lot of standards that are not here yet for robots, and that need to be built. So it's also discussion between companies like SIA and Nio Technologies, for example, in order to build those partnerships and to build those standards. I think it's going to take time because it's always a balance between taking the time to get the machine reliable with standards on the robots, and the balance of having it working in the fields just by yourself. So yes, there need to be something created. And it's not just the hitch, for example, it's a whole ecosystem communication between robots and platforms, for example, for collecting data, communication between drones and robots, for example. So there are a lot of areas where we need to build a standard. But we're still small companies, I think, and we really need help from bigger companies that have the strength to build those standards, that are more keen also to build them because they have the workforce.
Yes, this is an enormous an enormous concern among a lot of technologies. I think the big companies are still addressing this in the United States, where some of the adoption of various technologies a little bit further along, and we've just started to develop committees for interoperability. So, Jose, I wonder, how much of a concern is this for you? How much time do you spend analyzing whether or not systems are open, architecture is compatible with forward-looking technologies that you might not know you need yet?
It is a very important point, because at the end what we want to have is a digital farming, and in order to have a digital farming, you will have different devices or different solutions, and you need that all of them can work together and provide information between them, and then you have a big piece of information where you can manage your farm and make decisions. So it is very, very important to have those standards in place. And for me, that's maybe is something that is on big companies, and also on the academic research. I mean, universities. In some cases, university helps in trying to make some standards, and then the industry follow those standards. So here, for me, there is also a university support that it's need for robotics, for robotic development.
So a third party who can help vet how the technology works together? Or just extension services being able to integrate the technology into basic practices?
Yeah, it can be an extended services, but however, if you don't have the right standard of the right technology, it will be more complex trying to communicate them or integrate them. So for me, I know that this is a very young industry, but we need to take in account the standards and see how those standards will meet the necessity or the needs of the industry. There is a very good point that we need to take care about that also.
And just to contribute to that question, I think that big companies have already kind of started working on it with the drones industry. which has created already a small ecosystem, and maybe the robots we build can integrate into that system and communicate with the whole ecosystem. So it might be a starting point.
I know these platforms are sophisticated. You're not going to be able to invent everything yourself, and at some point, partners are going to be needed for the full integration for production systems. I did see some hands in the air, I think.
Yeah, Rich Martin Hempel with Ag Funder News. My question is about your interactions with investors, and often when I ask investors whether they're interested in certain agri-robot technologies, they answer with a simple and slightly lazy answer of hardware is hard. I was wondering how your companies work to counter that perception.
A really interesting question. I'd rather have the CEO talk about it. But yes, most of our investors or the people, the investors we were talking with, they all say hardware is hard, really, because you make a hardware platform, it lasts for 2 years, and then it breaks in the fields, and then you have to rethink it again and do another completely different stuff. So it may seem like a waste of time, a waste of energy, a waste of money, but then I think for us it has been a starting point, building our own platform, because we knew what we needed to put in the field as a minimum value product, just to check that the market was there, just to check that how it was working in the fields. So that was the first step. And then if we look further, I'm not saying that we won't be able to build the whole fleet of robots of Nayo Technologies ourselves, but we see ourselves more as integrators, and I'm not sure that we can ourselves build hundreds and hundreds of robots, of Nayo Technologies robots. So here also we're going to have some help from other people in a few years, I think, and that's also really that helps investors gaining confidence about the company. And also we put a lot of effort at Nayo Technologies on other topics like software navigation, for example, which is really important, and that has a lot of value, as well as safety issues, for example. So those arguments kind of counter the argument of hardware. Hardware is something that we've done to just get something out in the fields at first.
Selena, any additions to how you relate to investors who are expecting results maybe quicker than...
Well, until now, we don't have yet investors. We had public grants, so we were quite lucky enough to have public grants and to help us develop our first 2 versions. But how we see it, well, we know that hardware is hard, and we know that if we were doing a software company, maybe it would be easier to raise money from investors. We are aware of that. And what we are doing is that our objective is to develop the prototype, well, to have a version that is convincing, you know. It will not be perfect for sure, but at least to have a convincing version where the customers can see themselves buying the first commercial version. And if we have a version where we are sure that we have some customers that in 2 years will want to buy this product, we are pretty sure that the investors will follow. Well, not all of the investors, for sure, but some of them, yes.
I see a question up here.
Oui, bonjour, Jean Toby, consultant en agroforesterie. Ma question est technique, dans le sens où si tout le parc automobile passe en électrique, si tous les robots sont électriques, il va y avoir peut-être un jour prochain un problème au niveau de la réalisation et du recyclage de ces batteries. Et qu'on déplace un problème pétrolier en un problème de terres rares, etc. Est-ce que les constructeurs ont pensé à utiliser ou à se rapprocher des techniques, notamment d'air comprimé, développées par MDI, par exemple, développées par Guy Nègre? Ces techniques fonctionnent, elles sont assez peu développées pour différentes raisons que j'ignore. Il existe des appareils aujourd'hui, des engins, pas autonomes, mais des engins, Veolia par exemple à Paris a des ramassages de poubelles avec des engins à air comprimé. Est-ce que cette technique n'est pas transposable assez facilement et avec, d'un point de vue environnemental, des choses beaucoup plus positives sur le long terme?
Alors c'est une question effectivement très intéressante. Déjà nous, à la base, vraiment, on voulait mettre sur le robot l'énergie électrique puisque pour nous c'était le bon moment de faire cette transition en apportant les nouvelles technologies dans les champs. Et on est allé sur l'électrique, sachant effectivement pertinemment que il y a le problème des terres rares, mais c'était la technologie aujourd'hui la plus au point qu'on pouvait mettre, la plus aboutie qu'on pouvait mettre sur les robots, tout en étant tranquille, pour ne pas avoir derrière de problèmes dans les champs. Il faut savoir que quand on est encore plus innovant, chose que nous on tend à faire, mais qu'on met une technologie qui a du mal à fonctionner ou qui peut avoir des problèmes sur un robot, derrière vous vous retrouvez avec plein de robots dans les champs qui ne vont pas fonctionner pour un problème spécifique d'énergie. Donc effectivement, c'est toujours encore une fois une balance entre l'innovation et la reliability, quoi. Donc vraiment, c'est assez important. De toute façon, nous, on continue forcément à regarder sur des solutions annexes qui pourraient venir en complément sur nos robots et qui sont encore plus propres, puisque de toute façon, ce problème des batteries sur les voitures et ce problème des terres rares, on va l'avoir et on va tous le rencontrer, tous ceux qui partent du moins sur du tout électrique dans la robotique. Donc il faut absolument conserver un œil sur ces technologies et les tester au maximum. Après, c'est vraiment une balance entre à quel point cette technologie est prête, exactement comme les robots pour l'agriculture, à quel point est-ce qu'elle est prête à être mise sur des engins qui vont fonctionner avec tel rendement, etc. Donc c'est une question ouverte encore aujourd'hui.
We have time probably just for one more question. I see one here in the middle.
Hi, Melanie Kimmer from IIV. My question is basically to Jose and Jean both. Jose, you mentioned that you would expect for lifelong support for the product. And John, you mentioned that you sold some of the products and you rented some of them out. So my question would be, Jose, would you be willing to pay for the lifelong support? I mean, if you buy a product like with software, you basically get a support contract. And John, how do you solve it? Like with the rental, I get it, you can just have a support with the rental, but if you sell the product, how do you solve the support issue?
Yes, we can pay for support, of course, but we need to see what will be the value of that support and what will be the cost. But it is something that makes sense for us. Of course, we need support. We paid actually support for another kind of technology services, and why not should be the same for robotic solutions.
So for the second part of your question, so yes, we've sold a few robots, and to exceptional people, I would say, because they were willing to take the risk to try those robots, even if at first they wouldn't work perfectly as they expected. But it's totally out of the question to leave them without any support. Even from some of them, it's not even written in the contract that they don't have a lifetime support. But we are still there in their fields every day when it doesn't work, because for us, it would be a really bad image if we wouldn't be there in the fields with them. We are kind of helping them, but they're also helping us building up those machines. Their feedback is important, so we do carry, I think we carry responsibility to be there and to support those robots until they're not happy anymore with it. So we'll be there till the end, I guess. So that means also hiring people, more and more people to go in the fields, and that's really a part of the growth of nanotechnology is having field persons that really can communicate with the farmers, understand their needs, understand their expectations, and also understand when it doesn't work and when they're not happy.
I think that's just about all we have time for. Thank you very much for our panel, for being here, and thank you all for being here as well.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you so much for this very relevant and interesting roundtable. Let's move to the next session of our morning, and then we'll take a lunch break. I'm calling on stage now François Feugier from his RD project Green Shield Technology for a presentation and then 5 minutes question with the audience. Thank you so much for welcoming him.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Donc, je vais vous présenter donc, ce que nous faisons à Green Shield Technology. Donc nous avons, comme ce qui a été évoqué précédemment, nous avons une partie hardware et software, principalement software, et un petit peu de hardware que je vais vous présenter. Mais avant cela, je vais vous expliquer un petit peu ce que nous faisons. Donc à Green Shield, en fait, notre cœur de métier, c'est la modélisation mathématique. En fait, on modélise les maladies sur les exploitations. Et donc, ça passe par plusieurs étapes. La première étape, on a besoin de savoir ce qui se passe sur les parcelles. Donc, en fait, on fait de la détection des maladies dans les parcelles. Ça peut passer par donc de la collecte de données par drone ou sur des tracteurs avec différents capteurs. Et puis, on développe des algorithmes de détection automatique qui peuvent nous permettre, dans les cas que nous avons déjà développés, de faire de la détection précoce, c'est-à-dire pré-symptomatique. Alors, ça dépend évidemment de l'évolution de la maladie, mais on peut gagner quelques jours sur la détection visuelle. Et donc, voilà, on développe cette partie qui est la détection précoce des maladies. Ensuite, on construit nos modèles à partir de ça, c'est-à-dire qu'on construit les modèles en se basant sur le cycle hôte pathogène, sur la maladie, les ravageurs. Et une fois qu'on a construit nos modèles, on les calibre avec les données qu'on a justement collectées en champ. Donc on calibre la dynamique, on calibre toutes les noyaux de dispersion, en fait, la façon dont elle évolue dans le temps et dans l'espace. Et puis ça nous permet en fait après de construire des stratégies de lutte, mais virtuelles. C'est-à-dire qu'on peut tester plein de choses sur ordinateur avant d'aller sur le champ. Parce que expérimenter sur le champ, c'est la dernière extrémité où on est vraiment sûr que voilà, ce qu'on a construit sur ordinateur, c'est des choses qui sont viables sur le plan évidemment de la production et économiquement. Et après, on va sur le terrain pour vérifier tout ça. Et enfin, voilà, les solutions qu'on développe, on essaye de les intégrer le plus possible dans l'itinéraire cultural. Donc on essaye de ne pas être trop disruptif. On essaye d'apporter quelque chose qui s'intègre bien et qui ne dérange pas trop les pratiques actuelles. Évidemment, l'objectif de tout ça, c'est de réduire les phytosanitaires. Alors, on travaille sur la réduction globalement, c'est-à-dire des herbicides, mais aussi des fongicides et des insecticides. C'est un peu l'avantage des modèles, c'est qu'on peut voilà, travailler sur pas mal de types de maladies. Et donc un peu le workflow, en fait, comment on fait ça? Eh bien, en laboratoire, par exemple, on inocule des maladies, on collecte des données en champ, par drone ou sur des engins. Et puis on intègre tout ça et on essaye d'apprendre à détecter, d'apprendre à modéliser, d'apprendre à prévoir. Et donc on développe des logiciels, on va dire évidemment, qui permettent de visualiser ce qui se passe. Mais notre cœur de métier, c'est pas on ne vend pas des cartes. En fait, les cartes sont plutôt pour nous, pour les modèles, pour après valoriser des stratégies de lutte. Et donc là, on voit sur cette image, on voit que on peut avoir la carte de ce qui se passe à un instant T, et on peut essayer de prévoir ce qui va se passer plus tard, pour prévoir l'évolution des maladies et pour pouvoir agir au mieux. En dessous, donc, les méthodes de lutte en fait, et de réduction sont, par exemple, on fait de la destruction ou de l'arrachage ou en fonction des maladies. Par exemple, si on travaille sur la flavescence ou sur le déplacement de la lavande, eh bien, les pieds détectés malades, il n'y a pas le choix, il faut les arracher. On travaille à vérifier si on peut faire ça sur d'autres types de cultures. Je vais vous présenter beaucoup plus en détail justement la partie hardware qui est le traitement laser. Et enfin, donc, on fait de l'optimisation de pulvérisation. Donc, on va optimiser en fait, la façon dont les phytosanitaires peuvent être pulvérisés sur les parcelles. Donc on génère des cartes qui vont aider les exploitants dans le temps et dans l'espace à mettre les phytosanitaires au mieux pour les réduire. Donc on arrive à réduire, on a fait une expérimentation là, cette année, par exemple sur la cercosporiose de la betterave, on peut réduire sans forcer, c'est la première expérimentation, on a réduit 33% par exemple la quantité de phyto, de fongicides, sans impacter la productivité, uniquement avec donc les algorithmes. Et là je vais vous présenter maintenant principalement la partie laser. Alors on travaille aussi donc pour réduire les herbicides. Cette fois-ci on a décidé de travailler sur quelque chose qui est un petit peu plus vraiment terrain. C'est le désherbage de précision, je dis bien de précision, par laser. Donc là, vous voyez donc un morceau d'un champ, et en fait, c'est un champ de betteraves. Et il y a des betteraves, et il y a tout le reste. Et donc, j'imagine que beaucoup d'entre vous auront détecté les betteraves. Et tout le reste, on n'en veut pas. Donc, il faut arriver à enlever tout ça, toutes les adventices. Principalement, le désherbage mécanique arrive de plus en plus à se rapprocher des semis, mais c'est difficile. Il faut quand même éviter d'abîmer ou de trop retourner la terre pour replanter les graines en surface. Donc du coup, la zone en bleu, en fait, c'est la zone sur laquelle nous, on va essayer finalement d'apporter une valeur qui sera le désherbage de précision par laser. Donc là, c'est quelque chose qui est en développement. Et je vais vous montrer un peu l'état où on est en ce moment. Là, c'est le schéma de fonctionnement. Donc en fait, sur la gauche, on a notre laser de destruction. Et on a un laser qui est un laser de visée qui permet de voir le faisceau, en fait. C'est-à-dire que le laser de destruction est un laser infrarouge, donc on ne le voit pas à l'œil nu. Et pour voir où on va tirer, on a besoin d'avoir un peu comme un sniper, on a un laser de visée. Et donc les faisceaux sont coaxiaux, on a une caméra de stéréovision qui nous permet de savoir, de reconnaître les plantes. Donc on a des algos de reconnaissance d'adventices. Et puis on va détecter la plante et on va décider où on va tirer. Et donc voilà, on envoie une impulsion. Donc là, c'est un petit peu ce qui se passe en labo. Donc on a un assemblage ici, dans une cage une structure en aluminium. Donc on voit en bas les plantules qui nous servent de test. On voit la caméra qui nous permet de faire de la stéréovision. Ici, au-dessus, on a des petits miroirs, des miroirs dont le but sera de refléter les faisceaux laser et de les orienter vers la cible. Et là, c'est notre laser infrarouge. Et en fait, donc, ce laser-là va être tiré à travers tout un assemblage optique. Et donc on va former le faisceau, on va mettre les deux faisceaux de détection et de destruction de façon coaxiale. On va arriver sur les miroirs qui sont orientables. Et puis après, on va atteindre la cible. Donc, on a fait déjà en fait, des tests de destruction sur des ravageurs. En l'occurrence, il s'agit de pucerons. Alors, pourquoi ? Parce qu'en fait, c'est très facile à obtenir. On travaille avec un laboratoire qui travaille sur les pucerons dans le cadre d'un ANR. Et donc là, ce qu'on a fait pour le moment, c'était pour calibrer un petit peu ce qui se passe, la puissance pour le laser. L'avantage, j'allais dire, du laser, c'est qu'on peut imaginer qu'on peut aussi détruire des ravageurs. Ça peut être des limaces, des dorifores, des charançons. Tout ce qui est visible avec la caméra et tout ce qu'on peut atteindre avec le laser. Donc du coup, là, on a reconnu donc, automatiquement les pucerons avec l'intelligence artificielle. On a ciblé automatiquement le laser, donc rien n'est fait, et on travaille à une distance de 60 cm environ. Donc, alors ça va relativement vite, la vidéo est courte, donc attention, je démarre la vidéo. Et on a des tirs de 100 millisecondes par puceron. C'est parti. Voilà. Donc là, c'était rapide. Là, la dose qu'on a mise, en fait, on a calibré ça. On a dit, voilà, cette dose-là, c'est une dose énergétique qui permettra d'être sûr qu'en 24 heures, on aura 50% des pucerons qui seront morts. On peut aller au-delà, évidemment. On n'a pas besoin. Le but, c'est pas de faire exploser les pucerons non plus, parce que c'est pas très économique sur le plan énergétique. Donc voilà, on a calibré ça. Donc on a l'affluence. Et juste, si on voulait détruire les pucerons, 100% des pucerons en moins de 24 heures, on aurait besoin d'une énergie qui est équivalente à peu près à 4% de l'énergie nécessaire pour monter d'1 degré à 1 millilitre d'eau. Juste, donc voilà, si on vise la surface du puceron. Donc c'est très très peu sur le plan énergétique pour obtenir un résultat. Alors actuellement, voilà, donc on a la détection des plantules qui est bonne. On détecte les plantules. Il faut positionner la cible, on a beau les détecter, mais après il faut pouvoir décider de l'endroit où on va tirer. Donc c'est sur la tige évidemment, à un stade précoce, cotylédon, 2-4 feuilles. Au-delà, c'est plus du ressort du désherbage de précision par laser. Voilà, là, donc c'est un exemple de précision. Donc on a voilà, des boîtes englobantes qui montrent qu'on a détecté la présence des plantules et que la Croix-Rouge indique là où sera envoyée l'impulsion laser. Voilà, le laser, il se déplace automatiquement d'une cible à l'autre. Et donc, on arrive à détruire les plantules avec le laser, avec des doses à peu près équivalentes à ce qu'on envoie sur les pucerons. Alors, quand je dis détruire, c'est pareil, on ne fait pas exploser les plantes, on envoie une impulsion qui permet d'être sûr que la plante, dans les heures qui viennent ou les jours qui viennent, en fait, va être impactée et ne pourra pas grandir. Voilà, donc une vidéo, du coup, là, elle n'a pas été lancée. Donc je pense qu'il faut cliquer dessus finalement. Je ne sais pas si la régie peut lancer la vidéo, parce que moi je ne peux pas cliquer dessus. Non, oui, je ne sais pas si... Non, c'est le slide suivant, ça, voilà. Est-ce qu'on... oui.
Visiblement, ça n'apporte pas.
Bon, d'accord, ok, bon, très bien. Donc, pour ceux qui sont vraiment intéressés, malheureusement, mais... Ah, parfait, très très bien. On ne bouge plus, voilà, donc c'est parti. Voilà, donc on voit en bas le plateau, la partie optique, la caméra, et donc là, et les plantes, et en fait, on a lancé la détection. Alors, on ne met pas de destruction pour le moment, et on zoome sur les miroirs qui sont en train d'orienter le faisceau de façon automatique sur chaque plante, et on va éteindre la lumière parce que notre pointeur, le laser du sniper, en fait, n'est pas très visible avec l'éclairage. Donc là, on va éteindre la lumière pour vous montrer qu'on peut arriver de plante en plante à déplacer le laser. Alors on a encore besoin, comme c'est un travail en cours, hein, on a encore besoin d'augmenter la précision, comme vous avez vu tout à l'heure, la décision de la cible est encore à améliorer. Voilà. Donc c'est à peu près où on en est en ce moment, donc pour l'instant ça avance bien, on a un début de chantier qui est ce qu'il est avec un prototype. Et là c'était sur des cibles statiques. Évidemment, on a l'objectif de mettre ça sur une plateforme mobile, et donc du coup, il faudra que le laser puisse tirer sur des cibles mobiles, parce qu'en fait, le laser se déplace par rapport aux cibles. Et donc, sur notre stand, encore une fois, donc, on a une petite démonstration pour montrer ce que vous avez vu, où là, on sent qu'en fait, il faut implémenter la partie prédiction du mouvement, parce qu'évidemment, si vous déplacez une cible devant le laser va la suivre et il ne sera jamais dessus. Donc il faut que le laser puisse prévoir où sera la cible à la prochaine frame de la caméra, à la prochaine image de la caméra. Donc si on a 30 images par seconde, il faut que l'image suivante, on sache où sera la cible, et que le laser soit dessus à ce moment-là, et qu'on déclenche l'impulsion. Voilà, donc on est pour l'instant aux détections automatiques sur motif, donc on verra sur le stand, on déplace un motif devant le laser, et le laser s'oriente directement sur le motif. Ciblage automatique, mais pas de prévision du mouvement, donc si on bouge la cible, en continu, on est toujours en train de suivre la cible avec le laser. Voilà, et donc on a l'objectif de faire un projet commun et de mettre ce module laser sur une plateforme mobile. Et je laisse Johan prendre la parole.
Le bouton, c'est sûr. Bonjour à tous. Donc Johan de Nayo Technologies. Donc effectivement, je suis responsable de la R&D. Donc chez Nayo. Donc la R&D, qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est aller chercher des solutions pour répondre aux besoins que nous exposent les gens du produit, comme Jean tout à l'heure. Alors qu'est-ce qui se passe aujourd'hui? On sait désherber efficacement autour des salades, par exemple, ou des carottes, mais on veut toujours aller plus près de la plante. Donc on est obligé d'aller chercher des solutions là où elles existent. Donc aujourd'hui, le projet mené un peu par Shield, c'est d'aller cibler vraiment de façon très très pointue la plantule. Donc pour ça, on s'est un peu rejoint là-dessus. Nous, on fabrique des porteurs. Donc on sait déplacer les robots dans les champs efficacement. On sait aussi biner assez proche de la plante, mais on voulait aller encore plus loin. De la part de Shield, c'est la même chose. Ils savent cibler maintenant les plantes efficacement, mais ils avaient besoin d'un porteur assez efficace pour travailler. Donc c'est là où on intervient avec le robot Dino, donc avec pour objectif de transporter la solution développée par Shield, de l'intégrer, parce que la robotique, c'est aussi beaucoup de travail d'intégration. Dans la R&D, il y a la recherche, mais il y a aussi le développement, il y a beaucoup d'intégration, on va aller chercher tout ce qui se fait de mieux sur le marché, et aussi aller chercher des nouvelles technologies. Alors, là-dessus, on fait confiance sur on fait confiance un peu à ces nouvelles technologies. On va les intégrer sur le bord. Le but, c'est pas de remplacer les systèmes qui existent aujourd'hui, comme des socles de binage ou des outils actifs. Le but, c'est de venir compléter, de notre côté, vraiment de venir compléter ce qui est capable de faire le robot aujourd'hui, par vraiment de la très grande précision, à savoir un tir de laser après un passage d'outils actifs. C'est là où on va donc mener de front un petit projet commun pour venir tester ces solutions dans les champs. Parce que pareil, chez Nayo, on va tester toujours dans les champs ou plutôt. Je passe au suivant. Donc, on a pour objectif fin 2020, effectivement, d'intégrer leurs solutions, de pouvoir accompagner un peu le robot et le laser dans le mouvement, c'est-à-dire lui indiquer là où on va aller. On parlait de prédiction de mouvement, on est un peu dans cet échange. Le but, c'est en fait de monter cet appareil sur le robot et aller faire vraiment des tests d'efficacité, de débit de chantier, et voir un peu ce qu'on va pouvoir tirer de cette technologie. Le but, c'est toujours pareil, on fait du travail mécanique du sol et on vient améliorer le travail mécanique par un travail au laser. Donc, présentation des résultats l'année prochaine, on vous attend, pour avoir un peu plus de détails là-dessus. Voilà. Allez, des questions? Des questions? On a du mal à voir. Hein. Parfait.
Janis Jerko from Latvia University of Life Science and Technologies. And you mentioned you're using infrared laser. So have you thought about other lasers, other wavelengths?
So yes, we try different wavelengths in order to test which technology and which is the most efficient. And also you have the dimensions of security that enters the device. So if, for example, you use a visible laser at 555 nanometers, which is green, basically you need to be very, very secure. If you use the IR laser, which is around 10.6 micrometers, it's very much safer. So it's like any device, you have a security range around. So if you use if you want to cut the grass, you are not going to put your hand below, otherwise you will be wounded with the blades. So for the laser we chose, you just need like a transparent plastic and like 1 or 2 meters of security range. And as for the absorption of the wavelengths, IR is very well absorbed with anything containing water. So it's a good compromise. Anyway, we are still trying different technologies and finding the best trade-off, because obviously anything enters into account when you want to use this type of any technology, so obviously the price also. So we're still investigating different technologies. So far, this one is very useful. This is the technology you are using when you want to to cut plastic, cardboard, and so on. So this is very well spread and well-known technology.
How about the energy consumption of laser usage? So,
as I saw in the presentation, so if you want to destroy an aphid, it's really, I would say, it's not negligible. It's very, very, very small. And the laser, when it's running but not sending any light beam, this one is consuming about 150 watts, like a big light bulb. And during the impulsion, it consumes about, I think, 250 watts. But it's during, let's say, 100 milliseconds. And obviously, it's about the same question. We are looking for technologies that would help us consume less when we are not using the laser. There is no impulsion. So the question for energy is not really a problem.
The energy consumption for bigger weeds, grass weeds or large perennial weeds, how is that?
I didn't understand, sorry.
The energy consumption required to take out big weeds.
Big weed, okay. So we are really working on precision weeding. So the work will be mostly after sowing. And then you have the small plant that germinates. And we will work before sowing and after sowing and after germination at the stage like a young plant, like 4 leaves or 6 leaves, so that we will give a chance to the plant to grow and not be disturbed by the competition. After that, when your crop is high enough, it's not disturbed by the competition of other weeds. And the laser is not, after that, it won't be, I think, the best solution, but maybe we can think about different angles, and so on. But really, it's working on young plants. For cotyledons, 2 or 4 leaves. And high weeds, it's not for the laser. Really, we work so in the furrow, just let's say like at less than 5 centimeters from the crop. So very close to the crop, and everything which is between the furrows, between the lines, it's for, I would say, other technologies like mechanical weeding. So small plants.
In this instance, maybe will it do 20 weeds per square meter when they're very small?
So I didn't understand.
Can it do 20 weeds per square meter?
Okay. So far, we have no idea about the speed we can work on, because it's really like the prototype stage. So there is no optimization at all. First, we want to see how it works, and then we will be able to optimize all the process. The point is, potentially the laser can be very, very fast. It has to be very powerful, obviously. But potentially, yes, and also the orientation of the beam can be also very fast. I think the only real problem we will be facing is the precision, because so far we can with the device now, actually, we can target like small things like 1 millimeter apart from 1 meter. So the precision is 1 millimeter at 1 meter. But if you add that movement, you are going to move. And still, it's very small things. It's small plant that are 1 millimeter in diameter. So precision will be, in my opinion, the biggest problem in the future developments.
That will be the last question.
I'm just wondering, you target specific or individual aphids, or you scan with the laser?
So as for the pests, so this is, okay, aphids is maybe not the best in the field, right? Aphids, they always choose to be below the leaves or at the heart of the leaf inside. So they are very difficult to target. So we will mostly work on maybe other type of pest. As for the targeting, it's not a scanning. We recognize, and then we build a list of all the coordinates, and then we choose the one which will potentially leave the image the sooner, so that we don't miss any target.
So I just wonder why not to scan?
If you were to scan the surface, you would need, if you want to be efficient, you need to calculate, okay, I'm going to scan 1 hectare per hour maybe. So 1 hectare per hour means that you have to scan 1 millimeter square every, I don't know how many seconds. I have to be very fast. So the detection must be very fast, and the destruction should be synchronized with the detection.
I'm just saying that because you will certainly face a lot of challenge with the precision,
Yeah.
Especially with the Galvo, and you might also find some challenges with targeting so many points at the same time, because the Galvo has limitation on how many points you can target.
Exactly. So Galvo, actually, this is piezoelectric motors, and we are also trying different technologies like MEMS, like other technologies, in order to increase the reliability of the targeting.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I suggest you can continue discussing during lunch break. Thank you so much. We can give them a big round of applause. Thank you for this very relevant presentation. Let's take a lunch break. Just two things really quickly. You might want to charge your headset, translation headset, so please bring them back to the entrance to charge them back. Lunch break is a good opportunity to go and visit the expo zone, so please go there. And we'll see you back at 2 sharp for the second part of our 4th edition of FIRA. Thank you very much for your attention.
Remember to J'ai débarqué Paris, d'un monde où l'on te rêve. J'ai fui les périls, les déserts où l'on crève. Tu m'as ouvert tes bras, toi ma Vénus de Milo. Tu brillais trop pour moi, je n'ai vu que ton halo. C'est pour ça que je l'ouvre, ma gueule est un musée. Je vis loin du feutré, des lumières tamisées. Dans tes ruelles cruelles, ou tes boulevards affliquent. Dans la musique truelle, des silences chaophoniques. Paris ma belle beauté, tes prétendants se bousculent. Dans le brouillard épais de tes fines particules. Moi pour te mériter, je t'écrirai des poèmes que je chanterai la nuit tombée debout sur la Seine. Paris s'éveille sous un ciel océanique, l'accent titi se mêle à l'Asie, l'Amérique, l'Afrique. Je suis une fleur craintive dans les craquelures du béton, à gagner dessous, à dormir dessous les ponts. Paris bohème, Paris métèque, Paris d'encre et d'exil. Je piaffe l'amour, médite une chinoise à Belleville. Leonardo da Vinci se casse le dos sur un chantier. Je vois la vie en rose dans ses bras pakistanais. Il tourne le gyrophare, petit cheval de carrousel. Galope après les tirailleurs qui rétrécissent la tour Eiffel. D'un squat, d'un bidonville, d'une chambre de bonne ou d'un foyer. Je t'écris des poèmes où des fois je veux me noyer. Une ville de liberté pour les différents hommes, des valises d'exilés, des juifs errants et des roms, aux mémoires de pogroms, aux grimoires raturés, aux chemins d'Erevan, aux sentiers de Crimée, caravanes d'apatrides, boat people, caravelles, sur tes frontons, Paris viennent lire l'universel, et souvent je t'en veux, dédaigneuse et hautaine, capitale de la monde, à jouer la mondaine, laisse-nous consteller la vraie nuit que tu ignores, cesse donc de faire briller les mille feux de ton décor, Paris ma belle je t'aime quand la lumière s'éteint. On n'écrit pas de poème pour une ville qui en est un. Paris ma belle je t'aime quand la lumière s'éteint. On n'écrit pas de poème pour une ville qui en est un. Paris ma belle je t'aime quand la lumière s'éteint. On n'écrit pas de poème pour une ville qui en est un.
Comme une autre qui vit dans un miroir. except for the Pope maybe in Rome.
Mr. Muscle, forcing, bursting, stingy thingy into little me, but just ripple, said the cripple, as my jaw dropped to the ground. Smile, smile, it's true, I always wanted love to be hurtful, and it's true, I always wanted love to be filled with pain. Yes, so crippled, Pig was happy. Screamed, I just completely love you. There's no rhyme or reason, I'm changing like the seasons. Watch, I'll even cut off my finger. It'll grow back like a starfish. It'll grow back like a starfish. It'll grow back like a starfish. Mr. Muscle gazing boredly, anti-checking time did punch me, and I sighed and bleeded like a windfall. Happy bleedy, happy bruising. I am very happy, so please hit me. I am very, very happy, so please hurt me. I am very happy, so please hit me. I am very, very happy.
à tout prendre, prenez mes gosses et la télé. Ma brosse à dents, mon revolver, la voiture, ça c'est déjà fait. Avec les interdits bancaires, prenez ma femme, le canapé, le micro-ondes, le frigidaire, et même jusqu'à ma vie privée. De toute façon à découvert, je peux bien vendre mon âme au diable. Avec lui on peut s'arranger, puisqu'ici tout est négociable. Mais vous n'aurez pas la liberté de penser. Prenez mon lit, les disques d'or, ma bonne humeur, les petites cuillères, tout ce qu'à vos yeux a de la valeur et dont je n'ai plus rien à faire. Quitte à tout prendre, n'oubliez pas le shit planqué sous l'étagère. Tout ce qui est beau et compte pour moi, je préfère que ça parte à l'abbé Pierre. Je peux donner mon corps à la science. S'il y a quelque chose à prélever et que ça vous donne bonne conscience, mais vous n'aurez pas la liberté de penser. La liberté de penser. Je peux vider mes poches sur la table. Ça fait longtemps qu'elles sont trouées. Baisser mon froc, j'en suis capable. Mais vous n'aurez pas la liberté de penser. Quitte à tout prendre et tout solder pour que vos petites affaires s'arrangent, je prends juste mon pyjama rayé, je vous fais cadeau des oranges. Vous pouvez bien même tout garder, j'emporterai rien en enfer. Quitte à tout prendre, je préfère y aller, si le paradis vous est offert. Hey, je peux bien vendre mon âme au diable. Avec lui on peut s'arranger, puisqu'ici tout est négociable. Mais vous n'aurez pas, non vous n'aurez pas ma liberté de penser. Ma liberté de penser.
que c'est la gazeguera, mai kusakura, akanaki dogoma ga shireto. Que c'est la gazeguera, que c'est la gazeguera, que c'est la
le sourire facile même pour les imbéciles. Il s'amuse bien, il tombe jamais dans les pièges. Il se laisse pas étourdir par les néons des manèges. Il vit sa vie sans s'occuper des grimaces que font autour de lui les poissons dans la nasse. Il est libre, Max. Il est libre, Max. Il y en a même qui disent qu'ils l'ont vu voler. Il travaille un petit peu quand son corps est d'accord. Pour lui, faut pas s'en faire, il sait doser son effort. Dans le panier de crabe, il joue pas les homards. Il cherche pas à tout prix à faire des bulles dans la mare. Il est libre, Max. Il est libre, Max. Il y en a même qui disent qu'ils l'ont vu voler. Il regarde autour avec les yeux de l'amour. Avant que t'aies rien pu dire, il t'aime déjà au départ. Il fait pas de bruit, il joue pas du tambour. Mais la statue de marbre lui sourit dans la cour. Il est libre, Max. Il est libre, Max. Il y en a même qui disent qu'ils l'ont vu voler. Bien sûr, toutes les filles lui font leurs yeux de velours. Lui, pour leur faire plaisir, il leur raconte des histoires. Il les emmène par-delà les labours, chevaucher les licornes à la tombée du soir. Il est libre, Max. Il est libre, Max. Il y en a même qui disent qu'ils l'ont vu voler. Comme il n'a pas d'argent pour faire le grand voyageur, il va parler souvent aux habitants de son cœur. Qu'est-ce qui se raconte, c'est ça qu'il faudrait savoir, pour avoir comme lui autant d'amour dans le regard. Il est libre, Max. Il est libre, Max. Il y en a même qui disent qu'ils l'ont vu voler.
There comes a time to be free of the heart. your slick Ricky. And thought I didn't love you when I did. Can't believe you played me out like that. No, you ain't worth gaslit. Plus one of all them girls you kissed. You can't keep lying to yourself like this. Can't believe you played yourself like this. Rulers one thing, but come Brixton. Nobody stands in between me and my man, 'cause it's me and Mr. Jones. Me and Mr. Jones. What kind of fuckery are we? Nowadays, you don't mean dick to me. I might let you make it up to me. Who's playing Saturday? What kind of fuckery are you? Child from Sammy, you're my best black Joe. But I could swear that we would throw. I still wonder about the things you do. Mr. Destiny, 9 and 14. Nobody's standing in between me and my man, 'cause it's me and Mr. Jones. Yes, Mr. You give me fever, fever. You give me fever, fever in the morning, fever when it's late at night. You give me fever, fever when you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. You give me fever, fever in the evening, fever all through the night. You give me fever, fever when you're with me, fever when you love me. He's so sweet, he's so good to me. He's so intelligent, he's so confident. My baby's so damn sexy. My baby put the fever on me. My baby knows just what to do. Got me pulling past the kisses, a fever with a flame in you. Fever, I'm on fire. Fever, yeah, I burn pursuit. Captain Smith and Pocahontas had a very mad affair. When her daddy tried to kill him, she said, "Daddy, hold on to that. He gives me fever with his kisses, a fever when he holds me tight. Fever, I'm his missus, and Daddy, won't you treat him right? Now that you've listened to my story, here's the point that I made. Chicks were born to give you fever, be it Fahrenheit or centigrade, they give you fever when you kiss them, and fever if you live and learn. Fever till you sizzle, what a lovely way to burn. What a lovely way to burn. What a lovely way to burn. Fever till you sizzle, what a lovely way to burn. 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 What a lovely way to
Everybody get up. Everybody get up. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Turn me up. If you can't hear what I'm trying to say, if you can't read from the same page, maybe I'm going deaf, maybe I'm going blind, maybe I'm out of my mind. Everybody get up. Okay, now he was close, tried to domesticate you, but you're an animal, baby, it's in your nature. Just let me liberate you. You don't need no papers. That man is not your maker, and that's why I'm gonna make you good girl. I know you want it. I know you want it. I know you want it. You're a good girl. Can't let it get past me. You're far from plastic. Talking about getting blasted. I hate these blurred lines. I know you want it. I know you want it. I know you want it. But you're a good girl. The way you grab me, must wanna get nasty. Go ahead, get at me. Everybody get up. What do we make dreams for when you got them jeans on? What do we need steam for? You the hottest bitch in this place. I feel so lucky. You wanna hug me? What rhymes with hug me? Everybody get up. Okay, now he was close, tried to domesticate you, but you're an animal, baby, it's in your nature. Just let me liberate you. You don't need no papers. That man is not your maker, and that's why I'm gonna make you good girl. I know you want it. I know you want it. I know you want it. You're a good girl. Can't let it get past me. You're far from plastic. Talking about getting blasted. Everybody get up. Blurred lines. I know you want it. I know you want it. I know you want it. But you're a good girl. The way you grab me, must wanna get nasty. Go ahead, get at me. Everybody get up. Shake around. Get down. Get up. Do it like it hurt. Like it hurt. What you don't like work. Hey,
always do. Silence always wins, so silence everything. It will be alright, the morning light, to silence everything. But we could live by the foot of the mountain. We could live on the yard in the back. Build a home by the foot of the mountain. We could stay there and never come back. We could stay there and never come back. But we could live by the foot of the mountain. We could make us a wide picket fence. Build a home by the foot of the mountain. We could stay there and see how it ends. We could stay there and see how it ends.
Le masque est tombé, le miroir brisé. Qui peut me regarder sans me juger? Je me moque des gens qui tendent la main et la reprennent. Je n'entends que le silence. Je ne vois que la distance. Sourire, me sentir. Je ne le fais que dans le souvenir. J'ai envie de m'enfuir là où tu pourras m'emporter. M'aider à écrire une autre histoire avant qu'il ne soit trop tard. Je ne pourrai plus attendre si mes larmes tombent. Si mes larmes tombent. Je suis un soldat qu'on a désarmé, désormais si seul, qui peut m'aider? Je me moque des gens qui tendent la main mais ne comprennent pas. Je n'entends que le silence. Je ne sens que leur absence. Sourire, me sentir. Je ne le fais que dans le souvenir. J'ai envie de m'enfuir là où tu pourras m'emporter. M'aider à écrire notre histoire avant qu'il ne soit trop tard. Je ne pourrai plus attendre si mes larmes coulent comme des perles, coulent comme ma peine et tombent comme je tombe, coulent comme une pluie sous laquelle je me perds, comme dans un rêve.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you back here in this amphitheater for this afternoon. I hope you had a great lunch. We're moving slowly to the first roundtable of this afternoon, Part 2, Agricultural Robots, a Global Market, and this roundtable will focus on agricultural robotics storms, global markets, and I'm very happy to welcome on stage our moderator for this session, Sinead Byrne. She's accountant and business analyst for the Yield Lab Europe Fund. Please welcome her.
Hello, how are you? My name is Sinead Byrne and I am from the Yield Lab Europe Fund. I'll be your moderator and I'll introduce our panelists now. I'm going to give you a short overview of what the Yield Lab Fund is. So basically we invest in high impact ag tech startup companies. So we run an accelerator program every year where we take in 5 companies and we basically give them 100K, 75 in cash and 25 in service in kind. So we are a bespoke accelerator fund in that we work with the company and exactly what milestones that you need to reach. And we will stay with you. We have a larger fund, which is 21.5 million. So we have money to further invest in the company to bring you the whole way up to full commercializations. If you could move on the slide, please. Slide, or is, yeah. So we're a global fund and we have offices in Europe, North America, Asian Pacific and LATAM at present. To date, worldwide, we have invested in 45 companies around the world. We bring a vast amount of experience and knowledge to each portfolio company and we support them during their journey by mentoring and introductions to key players in the industry. So the agricultural robotics markets worldwide is projected to grow by a CAGR of 39% between now and 2025. This is driven by our natural resources, such as land, labour and water, and the limitations. By adopting technology will emerge as a key of improving agricultural production to feed the increasing masses. Given this scenario, ag robotics will likely play a vital role in the stages of the agricultural cycle, such as harvesting, watering, sowing and seeding. So I'd like to bring up our panellists so that we'll be able to discuss this further. Suri? Yeah. So we have Surish from TAFA from India. And if you'd like to explain a bit about your company.
Hello everyone. Very good afternoon to all. Myself Suresh Murugesan, associated with the TAFE more than 15 years. Currently working as an assistant chief engineer, precision farming projects. Heading connected and autonomous vehicles as well. About my company, TAFE, Tractors and Farm Equipment Limited, is an Indian tractor major incorporated in 1960 at Chennai, India, with an annual turnover of $1.3 billion US. More than 5 decades of experience in designing, developing, manufacturing, selling, and supporting of tractors in diverse soils and agroclimatic zones. TAFE is the 3rd largest tractor manufacturer in the world, exports more than 100 countries, and 2nd largest tractor manufacturer in India by volumes. Holding almost 25% of the market share with a sale of 150,000 units of tractors per annum. Strongly backs with 4 iconic brands, namely Massey Ferguson, we call as an MF brand, TAFE brand, Acer brand. And recently we acquired a Serbian brand, IMT. TAFE earns the trust of customers through its range of products and services more than 5 decades for best in quality, and low cost of ownership. TAFE is also a significant shareholders of ACO corporations. It's a stellar example of, it's a 58 years of partnership with ACO corporations in USA. It's a stellar example of long-term relationship with the stakeholders through its fair, ethical business practices. Today, TAFE is one of the leading manufacturers in the world. 1 in every 10 tractors sold around the world is TAFE tractors. Last but not least, TAFE, in its journey of cultivating the people, cultivating the values, cultivating innovations, thereby cultivating the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian, would you like to do a short introduction?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. My name is Christian Kirchhoff. I'm the owner and manager of the Kult Cress company. The company was founded in '89 as a company helping organic farmers modify tools, find tools for organic farming, which was a big thing at this time in Germany, in a very fast-growing market. So we were in the harrow business, selling harrows to organic farmers, and we did a lot of field training. The company today is 30 person. We manufacture outside. We are in the Stuttgart, Germany area with a lot of expensive industry, so we do not manufacture ourselves. We buy everything and we design and engineer our parts at home. And selling all over the world, mainly Europe, United States, North America at all. Our focus is weeding equipment, especially we are very keen on working in the zone right beside the plant row. I think many people know our system, the so-called Cress finger weeders, where we have fingers, you can see that down in the exhibition hall, yellow fingers out of plastic working inside the plant row by moving the soil around the plants. So this is one of our tools to work close or even inside the plant row to do a good mechanical weeding job. Later, like in the year of 2002 more or less, I was very interested in all kind of electronic, started with camera, vision-based steering of machines, GPS equipment, steering, rear-mounted machines behind tractors with GPS, following with cultivators, and so on. Today we are at the stage where we work with in-row tools, vision-based plant recognition, tools which open and close inside the plant row and work between the plants. And we are really waiting for the next step of intelligent systems, really, which are able to detect and find out the difference between good and bad plant, I would say, weed and crop. One word more for concerning robotics and what are we doing in robotics. We are importing the Nayo robot in Germany, so I know a little bit about the market, how to sell robot and where are we successful, where are problems, stuff like this. We are also preparing the next step of, I would say, a machine which can, how should I say, it's the wrong approach. We started making tools for tractors where in '89, where the tools were belly mount. Then it got every time more heavy. Now we are back to small tools and do tools for robots, lightweight, simple, effective. I think you can see that in the exhibition hall, and I wait for your comments later on. Thank you.
Now, Jose, would you like to?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. For us as Hortifruit, it's a pleasure to join this roundtable. My role at Hortifruit is being the CIO, the Chief Information Officer. And as Hortifruit, we run the business to produce berries. We produce berries in about 40 countries around the world. We sell them to the 5 different continents. So we are the largest company producing berries. In the DNA of the company is innovation has an important presence. That's why we are here. That's why we are trying to see how can be innovative in the robotics side as well. Actually, we are doing some project around robotics. Also, we are trying to work on preventive monitoring of our crops, and doing also some research regarding how to apply robotics for harvesting and automate robotics harvesting solution. I believe that FIRA is a great place to be and to connect and make connections and collaborative works around robotics.
Thank you. Peter?
I can take this microphone. So actually I have planned to give a slide presentations, but we decided to withdraw slides and to introduce just by words. And I think I don't have to introduce my company. It's John Deere. Everybody in the room knows it. My task in John Deere is I'm located in Kaiserslautern and I'm doing research work. So we are a group in our building which has the right and the task to look into the future. So our projects are not dedicated to bring anything to market on short-term notice. So one word about my company. We are not only an agricultural machinery producer, we also produce construction machines. So, and many tasks here, when we speak about robots and autonomous machines, many tasks, technologies can also be adapted to construction machinery. We in my group, we focus on electrification and we also focus on automation. This includes sensor technologies and also autonomous operation. And yeah, I would say I'm a production engineer originally. I would say that agricultural machine is, from my point of view, something like a machine tool. So we also do some research work for our factories, and we want to introduce technologies of Industry 4.0 into our factories. And we see agricultural production in many ways as being a parallel, an analogous system to a manufacturing system. So this is why we try to implement something like agriculture 4.0. We see precision farming as an automation tool in the sense of Industry 4.0 with the machines just as a part of the system. And finally, last but not least, you might be astonished, we are also still doing some work on combustion engines because we believe that the next 10 years will still need some combustion and machinery, some combustion engines. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Now we will have Rohan.
Thank you very much for the organisers of FIRA inviting me to come to this conference. I've come a long way, just to share with you, 39 hours to get here. So if anybody wants a trip to Australia, come home with me. But I'm a director in a company called AgTech Centric, which is primarily made up of me and my business partners, where we're primarily helping industry, particularly producers in Australia, navigate the introduction of new technologies to the agricultural sector, primarily working with government and addressing the regulatory challenges and concerns that we have. Just to give you a bit of context about Australia is that we have very high rates of what we call no-till production, where we don't till the soil prior to planting, and that has revolutionised Australian production and has actually meant that we've been able to withstand drought in our country, which has been particularly bad this season. We also use controlled traffic. The majority of tractors are on 3-metre centres, and we apply those to permanent wheel tracks in the field, and we use real-time kinematic or RTK auto steer to 2 centimetre to help us deliver those outcomes. 85% adoption in Australia, it's been huge, and Australia was one of the first countries, well, it actually was the first country to actually see commercial application of auto steer in the field, and it's been widely adopted and it's become very popular, and Beeline was the first company to commercialise that. Auto steer is very common in Australia as well, also around 85% adoption. It is standard practice now in Australia, and conversely that creates some challenges to us with boredom. Most recently we've conducted a national review, I suppose, of the digital agriculture opportunity in our country, and while there's some massive opportunity, the value to labour saving in agriculture industry is estimated around 7.4 billion Australian, so you can roughly halve that for euros. And it's quite a significant value. But with that, if you look specifically at the grains industry, the labour saving value is well in excess of 1 billion Australian dollars per year, and we can see some potential value to that in our industry. And again, that's roughly about 550 million euros. Quite significant. I suppose just to share with you that the challenge that we've been working recently in this country, in Australia, is the use of autonomous spraying. 90% of the demand we think for autonomous tractors will initially be for spraying, and that creates its own challenges. And some of you may have heard of the company Swarm Farm. It's actually now commercialising in Australia, and Andy Bate, who's had a very successful company based in Queensland, is commercialising that product today. But we do have some regulatory challenges with the use of commercial spraying. But where we see autonomy in our country, it's going to be a game changer. Not so much it's just going to reduce labour cost and production efficiency, but it's going to really provide us with new ways of farming in ways that we haven't seen possible. And we've already seen that with the introduction of auto steer. It has actually changed the way we farm in Australia. And we're going to see more change in the next 10 years. So just a thing to share with you, this is the last slide, is Australia's actually market ready today for full autonomy. And it's probably one of the ideal locations to commercialise first, because we actually have very few regulatory barriers to on-farm autonomy. So if you're interested in doing some business in Australia, come on down under.
Thanks a million, Rowan. We're now going to put a few questions to our panellists. And one of the questions that was sent to me was, what is the next robot? Is it big or small? Who would like to take it on? Okay, Christian?
I think both is right. We will have small and big ones. As I said in my short introduction, we have already big ones in the field, maybe more than small ones at the moment. If you consider a GPS-guided tractor with a big implement, more or less self-driven, autonomous, the only hint is there is no rules, except for Australia, maybe, how to run it in the field, really. It's not allowed, that's it. The technique is there. So I think we have more big at the moment than small robots, kind of robots. As I see it from my point of view, we have already customers using them like robots, even when it's not allowed. So maybe you would comment some, I saw some interesting images from Australia with big tractors, self-driven, self-turning. Maybe you can comment that.
The Australian market is market ready for large-scale tractors between 250 and probably 450, 500 horsepower. There's a market readiness and industry demand for that today. However, I do agree that another good Australian term is it's horses for courses. And in some applications, and small platform robotics are going to be particularly useful, particularly if they can be self-powered using solar panels and run continuously 24/7. I think that's one of the key advantages in our environment. Because of our remoteness, the requirement to have to go back, service, refuel, maintain equipment becomes an issue. And so a small platform robot actually is self-powered and self-managing. That actually provides a significant advantage.
In agriculture industry, if you see that uncertainty leads to an opportunity. When we move forward, we see the futures. I'm talking about in India. I'm just give a statistic about the Indian farming. 85% of the farmers are holding less than 1 hectare. And the 15% of the farmers holding more than 4 hectares. What it says. Today, the mindset of people has changed. 10 years back, robotics, if you say, oh, it's like a research project, it's a college project, it's an institution project, it may be a tie with some kind of governments, we have to do it. It's like a proof of concepts. But when it comes to the reality, today, everything is changed. We see a lot of projects, we see a lot of product which is running in the expos. It's really good. What I want to stress here is, when you talk about the world globally is talking about the compaction, people are changing their mindset from bigger to the smaller. The reason is the compaction, the yield which lost due to the entry of the big machine into the field. And if you really focus more on an Indian market, I could say small robot will win the business.
So we have small in India and big in Australia.
So my opinion to your question is what is next, small or big? I personally believe it depends on the frame conditions. So I think the chances of the small robots are big where they can replace manpower. So human workforce can be replaced. It will be hard for the small robots to replace bigger machines. Therefore, I believe that the field, or the primary, not exclusive field for applications of small robots is in the field of high-value crops, where you have small structures. You have also long periods where you can react on something like diseases. You have a lot of workforce still today which you can replace, but the productivity in standard arable farming with the standard machine sizes is so high that it will be hard to achieve a new level of productivity with the small robots. Therefore, I believe in standard arable farming, the big machines will have a long lifetime still ahead of us.
Thank you, Peter. We just want to talk about the challenges that robotics are for farmers, and we discussed, the high cost of them, the high installation cost of them, and also the adaptation. And because we are here from Australia, Germany, India, and Chile, can I have your thoughts of how easily it would be in your country to adapt to it, and how would the farmer justify the cost of robotic equipment at the moment?
When you talk about India, there are 3 challenges: availability, adaptability, and affordability. Availability, we can say that, I think a big machine, if it breaks, what is next? The same machines can take, the big machine is replaced by a number of 5 machines, it will not affect the productivity or it will not affect the field works. When it comes to the affordability is a big question today. People can't afford the technology. So we could say, normally we could say, we need a Japanese machine at a Chinese price. That's what the people are keep asking us, keep on asking us when we are get the business. And adaptability is a big question today. So if you see the farming community in India, the average age of the farmers are 50 plus. So we foresee, I think there are a lot of demand. This kind of technology is going to create the youngster to bring in the ecological business. So moving forward, I think we see only the 3 challenges. I think cost is the biggest challenges. And if you make farm as a service, morning we have been discussing, that's the biggest, is really a good business model. To seed the technology, thereby we'll get the business over that.
It's interesting that curve or graph that I showed of the adoption of auto-steer in Australia. When the price point hit about $50,000 Australian, so about 30,000 euros, the adoption rate just accelerated exponentially. That was the price point in Australia where we saw real change. And we foresee that with the introduction of an autonomy system onto an existing tractor in this country, at that similar price point, we'll see a similar rate of adoption in Australia. That's what the speculation forecast is. That's for large tractors. On smaller platform robotics, it's early days. We'll have to wait and see what the relative cost of adoption, but it comes back to this question of capital investment versus return. And the change to no-till systems delivered about a 10% yield improvement. The change to controlled traffic delivered about another 8 to 12%. Auto-steer was a major contributor, which in effect, with reduced overlap, added another 8%. So you add all those factors up, they become quite significant. And more importantly, it actually changed the whole way we farmed in our country. I think the thing that we have to understand from robotics is it's not so much the innate cost up front, but it's what it can deliver in terms of productivity benefits through the complete change in the farming system in the longer term. And I think that's where we're going to have to explore how we use robots, is actually how we can actually adapt our farming systems to more efficiently use the robot itself.
Talking about the farmer standpoint, to answer your questions, I believe that there are 2 key words, productivity and quality. If we can have a robotic solution that can be more productive than the manpower and also can harvest or doing farming works better than human, are the most important things. Cost, it is an important topic. However, I believe that robotic, or the way that robotic can be sold in the market as service, can manage that part of the equation. But productivity and quality is critical when we talk about the farming and the crops where we are in the berry industry.
Would you like to say anything, Peter?
I think the business model is important. Nothing will take place without supplying to the customer, to the potential customer, a business case. Otherwise, it will not work. So you have to prove to the customer what you give into his hands before he purchases your product. And he must believe and trust that this creates a profit for him. I think this is the story behind it. And coming back to my last comment on the big and small machines, and consider the situation: you have a seeding robot that brings out a set of kernels. You will bring back 50 times or 60 times as much kernels. So this means you need some big machines, which, by the way, are operating quite autonomously today already. So you need big machines. So the robot that does seeding, perhaps plant protection, and perhaps also some fertilizing, is an on-top thing on top of what you have anyways. And you need some bigger machines also for soil tillage and all these work. So it is quite complicated. If you don't replace workforce, human workforce, it is quite complicated to create the business case for the farmer. And this is finally what is the only thing that is important, business case for the farmer.
I would agree that what you said before, that the high value crops are the first ones as customers which would be interested really in robots. It's also like vegetable business. They work 6 months continuously. You plant lettuce every week, you harvest every week. You can run a robot like permanently and not only for one short season, like 3 weeks for cultivating sugar beets or whatever. No, this is the first approach, I think, for the market. But I come back, the hardest or the biggest issue at the moment from my point of view is security. If we would go around the security question, we would have a lot more robots already in the field. When we look over the different countries in Europe, we see and that's the reason why we are in France, I think, that in France there's a lot of support, also financial support, to help farmers to invest in this field of technology. When it's only driven by economic decision, it's at the moment very hard. I think the business model would be run like 5 smaller robots, like one tractor width or whatever, like 5 in the field, survey all 5 of them, and you would immediately make money. But that's not possible at the moment, and that's a big hint. When I talk about United States, we have the same problem over there. Drivers can't step down from the tractor. It's not allowed to turn on the road, a robot. So this is the biggest issue from my point of view.
May I add something? Yeah, I fully agree that the biggest issue is safety, and let's rephrase it. In other words, the biggest issue are legal frame conditions, because we can run our machines already autonomously since 15 or even 20 years ago. According to SAE J3016, we have reached more than a decade ago autonomous level 3, and it would be really easy to remove the driver completely from the machine with regard to technology aspects. The only thing why we can't do it is legal frame conditions, safety issues, etc. I personally believe this will change, because with upcoming autonomous driving in on-road traffic, people will learn and accept that autonomously operated cars and later on machines are safer, much safer than human guided machines. And as soon as we have learned and accepted this condition, while we of course will never have an absolute safety, that is something we will never achieve, but as soon as we accept that the autonomously operated machines are safer than others, the frame conditions from the legal and safety side will change, and as soon as this happens, we will have autonomously operated machines. And I would give a forecast that this will happen in the next decade. So we are very close to this point. The technology is already there. And one more word to safety. If you look to accidents in agriculture, most accidents happen to the operator of the machine. If I get rid of the operator on the machine, I create a much safer system compared to what we have today.
Jose, would you like to?
Yeah. I respect the opinion, but I wouldn't agree. I believe that always technology go first than regulations or safety. So I take in account your point, but I believe if technology is ready, are productive, and with quality, and it works well, regulations will move forward. So in my view, it is a topic to have in account. But for me, in my opinion, first technology, robotics need to be ready, and so far it is not.
In Australia, our experience in terms of autonomy has very much come out of the Australian mineral mining industry. And it's quite a controlled environment, but one of the challenges that we're experiencing in Australia is actually a shortage of labour, quite specifically. It's not so much if you can afford to pay the cost, it's actually being able to find people to actually come out and work in remote areas, of which agriculture is in Australia. Our farms, just for example, the top 4,000 farmers in Australia have farms in excess of 10,000 hectares. So they're quite large and they're quite remote, and that creates its own challenges. But what we're seeing in Australia is a corporatisation of farming. So many of them are family-owned businesses, but they're becoming very large family-owned businesses and become much more structured in the way that they operate and train personnel and operate their business from a safety point of view. And it's particularly those businesses that are seeking to go the next step from using auto-steer semi-autonomous systems to actually removing the operator and the tractor, principally because the operators are getting really bored in Australia. They haven't got cell phone or mobile phone connectivity. There is nothing to do on these tractors for days on end, and so it's becoming an issue in terms of just staff welfare to think about longer term of removing them from that environment and providing them with a much more sort of positive task of managing an equipment fleet.
So it's replacing manual labour with a robot. Great. One of the key things that I'm hearing here is that basically in every different country, and I know this will be discussed in the next one with the legal requirements of robotics and it being illegal to use them and the insurance aspect. How do you think it will be dealt with? Because what it seems to going to happen is that every country will have their own standard. Should it not be worldwide uniformed for robotics and it put in place now so that the technology that we have in place can start being used?
I would agree to what you said. Car industry ready, robots are ready. That's it. If the car industry is really ready, then there's all legal aspects more or less solved, and it's done. And I do not agree what you said. There are no robots. There are robots. You could start immediately, not for all crops, but for some crops they are there, and we have customers running them, I would say. So it's possible. But maybe it's not for all different purposes available. So there's a lot of things to do for sure.
Yes. Yes, I agree with your comment. First, there are some robots for some farm activities. However, in the industry where we are berries, today there are not robots available to buy them. Okay, and making some farm activities in a robotic way first. And secondly, I believe that the most important farm activity that we want to pursue to automate is harvesting. And probably this is very complex activity in the berries industry and in all the crops industry. So the answers are not black and white, I believe, but you agree. There are some development of robotic solutions, but still some crops more developed or instead of others that are less developed. But for me, the end goal in all crops is trying to automate the farming processes, and we are not yet there.
I would like to give a comment on your question regarding standards, a very principal comment. The question is, are we in a phase of technology development, upcoming technologies, or have we a technology ready for deployment? I would say we are still in a phase of technology development, and then in such phases, standardization would create obstacles, because standards always freeze technology. They are backwards oriented. If a technology development is finalized, then you can consider standardization in order to increase the deployment of a ready technology. I would say, although we have almost technologies to run machines autonomously, you may also call it robots, we are not at the end or near to end status of our technology development. So I would not consider standardization processes currently.
So in saying that, what is everyone's opinion of when exactly we will have robots ruling the ag? You know, you're saying that it is there and that there's ones running, but they're illegally running. So what is the time frame?
If you ask me, I think there is a need of technology. If you ask me now, the need is yesterday, I would say. But I agree with his point, because robot is not only a selling. I mean, again, I want to reinstate it. It's not a product to sell and forget. It's not like that. See, there are behind the story you have to see. We are selling this product to an agricultural environment where everything needs to be done within the time frame. If you miss the time frame, the farmer will lose the entire crop. Why the regulation is not at come? Because the maturity of the robot, it's not on that level today. The technology is proven, it is very good, working perfect in front of a mechatronics engineer. But in front of, think about the farmers. If it doesn't work, when he want to do the weeding at the weeding cycles, what's happened? Weeding is contributing almost 30% of the yield loss. If it is not working at the time when the farmers need, then where we are? So there is the regulation and standardization is going to be a big thing once the product is ready. Ready in the sense in all the aspects, when the spares is ready, when the service manager is going on time, because it's not like that, no, there is a vehicle, we can park it and we can come and take it afterwards. But agri is not like that.
May I come back to your question? I had the feeling that you addressed directly me. So actually, I don't have a crystal ball. No. But technologies often, in many cases, develop slowly, and once they come to a turning point where the growth, this very slow growth, turns into an exponential growth, and I don't know exactly where this point is. I would expect it to be in the second half of the next decade. This is my prognosis, but as I said, no crystal ball on my side.
All I can say is from Australia's point of view, technically commercialisation has already started in Australia of fully autonomous, and when I mean fully autonomous, no one present in the field. So they're getting remote telemetry telling them if things are stopped or going otherwise. But I would go so far to say as I think 2020 is really the key year for Australia in terms of commercialisation. Principally because of market readiness, and one of the factors for that is that autonomy, in effect, gives a producer more patience because they don't have to sit there on the tractor all day to do some tasks, and it means that we can perform tasks that otherwise just weren't possible before. And one of those important tasks for us in Australia, because we export 70% of all the food we produce in Australia, we're exporters. We don't consume it in Australia, we export it overseas, and to meet the market requirements of those overseas markets, the major driver for us is reducing pesticide use at the moment and reducing pesticide residues on food. So technology that helps us achieve that is a key part of that, and autonomy and robotics is going to be a very significant factor in achieving that outcome, whether it be broadacre grains, the vegetable industry or viticulture in Australia.
Answering your question, if I take a positive attitude I could say that it will take place between 3 and 5 years. If I would say that negative attitude will be between 5 and 10 years. But at the end, we are not talking about so many years. If you see the amount of investment that are behind the ACT-Edge is enormous. It's huge investment. The 2017 it was about 10 billions. Last year it was about 16 billions, and probably this year will go over 20 billions. So there are a lot of investment behind of it. So in my view, that will push technology, that will push the development of robotic solutions, and that's why I would say that between 3 and 10 years, we will have robotic solutions in the pharma industry, for sure.
Okay, before we take any questions from the audience, would any of the panelists like to discuss anything particular about the robotics? Peter, have you anything?
Yeah, if we speak about robotics, or as I preferred, about autonomous working machines, mobile working machines which are running autonomously, I would come back to the view on the automotive, the on-road automotive sector. So what is our anticipation how fully autonomous cars could go on our streets? I would say one scenario that I could imagine is that we will have a driver, which is an analogous word for operator of an agricultural machine. So I guess we will have, on the long run, we will have a driver, but the frame conditions will give us the freedom that the driver does not necessarily have to be on the car itself. So I could imagine that the future of autonomous cars is that we will have operation centers where one operator drives a fleet of cars. This is a very realistic scenario, which I at least believe is realistic. And I could imagine that we have afterwards, after this is in place, we will have similar structures in farming. We will have one operator operating more than just one machine. And the operator can sit at the field border on one of the machines or in his office. This is a scenario that I have. And I think it will take some years until something like this is legally allowed. And I think this is the main hurdle currently, to find a solution, a scenario where we really can operate with bigger machines in a more or less public environment, as I see a field on a farm as public environment.
Thank you. Any of the rest of the panelists like to add to that, or will we open it up to the audience? Christian?
I get a second?
Of course you can.
Thank you. I just remember when I started to think or to talk about vision-based steering of machines. I think it was in '95. First people were talking about this, and I said it's never working, never. From my practice in the field, I had said no, it's never working. We started to invest in 2000 in this field, and now it's standard. When I think about robotics, I saw the first robot really in the field in like 2001 in the Netherlands. There was a project called Automatia or something like that. I don't remember really the year, but I think in 2002 maybe, something like that. And it's nearly 20 years as well. And I personally believe we are not too far away. We have already robots. NAYO sold many robots all over Europe, I would say, and the next step is coming soon. So I wouldn't say it's too long, but maybe you are the most interesting person here because you want a berry picking robot. And yeah, so California wants a strawberry picker for sure. Difficult. But think about milking robots. Who would believe that was possible? Like 15 years or 20 years ago, never. But it's possible. But it's also important, and it's a good example, the breeding changed a little bit. So some cows were just, they could not adapt, I would say. And for robots, it's also necessary to change the way of farming in some ways. You need other models. You need to change something. Is it to industrialize a little bit, create safety zones, whatever. There's a lot of things to do, I think.
I could say for an Indian environment, I think robot is having a good future, fit futures. The reason behind is, if you take, there is a need of labor scarcity. So the more and more experience-based labors are going off. So we need we need machines who will replace the labors and to improve the productivity. For classical examples, today, if you take a cotton plantations, 12.5 million hectares are under cotton in India, which is 1/3 of world land under cottons. The average yield which we are getting is 500 kg per hectare against the average of world average of 1000 kg per hectare. 10% of 12.5 million hectare is amenable for automations, robotic automations. It in turn generate the revenue of $0.5 million per year. Imagine that. That's what, when you ask when you need, that's what I told yesterday. The need is there, but the technology has to come out. Affordability, when the affordability will come, the farmers will really see the value behind the products. Once we start realizing the value behind the product, definitely, I think there is a clear scope, and there is a future is robot.
Jose?
I want to complement with one more point that for me is critical, it is important, and is related to collaboration. If we want to move forward with this kind of technologies, we need to work together. We need to be collaborative. There is no way to be more effective, efficient, and agile that's working together. Even if I have competitors in front of me, we need to solve industry problems. So we should work together. So FIRA is a good example of that. Here we have people from different countries. We have probably particular differences, but our end goal is the same. So universities, farmers, startups, robotic companies must work together and be collaborative in order to be more effective, efficient, and to get the robotics working on the farm as soon as possible.
Well said, well said.
Yeah, while we've got some, I suppose, large areas in Australia, that is also our curse, because it means it makes it very difficult for producers to really know what's going on their farms. And scale actually creates its own problems. And one of the things I'm really interested in coming to this conference and looking at is to see the advances that have been made, not so much in the robotic platforms, but the way that they can be used to monitor crops, to conduct surveillance, to de-risk the production of the production system. And I think that's going to be a critical part of how we use robotics. So a robot, we think of little robot dogs, but on a farm, a robot can be the farmer's friend in terms of helping them monitor what's going on and de-risking the operations in their business. And that's going to be exciting going forward.
Yeah, we're all in agreement that this conference is collectively bringing us all together to look at robotics, and it's been a brilliant conference. Now, will we take some questions from the audience?
Does this work? Yes, okay. I'm sorry. The big white elephant wasn't mentioned.
which is the big white elephant?
Where there are 12,000 autonomous drones doing spraying, that is China. And where tens of thousands agricultural pieces of equipment are now integrated into a telematics system. So the dream of Dr. Pickle, where somebody remotely manages a fleet of vehicles, technically is being implemented in China right now. 12,000 drones doing pesticide applications in China is 3 orders of magnitude bigger than what NIO has sold. Have we analyzed China enough that we feel comfortable that the discussion we've had is relevant? Or is there a possibility that within 3 or 4 years, China will come out of the corner and surprise us all with a new set of robot-based technologies, just like they did with drones?
Yeah?
I was in a conference in Sydney, Agri-Control 2019. It was mainly a mechatronics conference. It was mainly focused on academics. 50% of the participants were Chinese at that conference in Sydney. And I can say that they've made incredible advances in the development of not just aerial systems, but particularly in terms of fruit harvesting systems and monitoring systems and these things. I was pretty impressed. The challenge I do see with the use of drones in particular, as distinct from terrestrial vehicles on the ground, is that in our country, the airspace, whether it be a drone or an aircraft, is highly regulated, and the government is not, where don't have a lot of regulation on terrestrial or robots on the ground. If they're in the air, that's completely different. And when it comes to pesticide application with drones, it is quite a difficult conversation in our country. It's probably all I can say.
The African continent has about 61% to 65% of farmers. In sub-Saharan Africa alone, agriculture contributes about 28% to the GDP. Now, I would say that relatively, there's a compelling reasons for manufacturers and investors to look in that direction. So I want to ask, is there any interest in promoting robotics in Africa or for African farmers?
I think, is there any factories, Africa?
I cannot comment it really because we do not robots, but we do tools for robots, so, or tractors. That's interesting for us, I can say. Peter, maybe you have a comment.
Yeah, we discussed it at the lunch break already, so I'm not the expert for African countries, especially not for the Sub-Saharan zone in Africa. Actually, I think a gap of robotics is not the African problem. That's my opinion. I think Africa still has a problem of mechanization, and I think they need fitting mechanization. So mechanization is a key issue for developing the continent of Africa. And one machine or machine size that we presented on the Agritechnica was a small, fully electric, battery electric tractor with 48 volt voltage level. And I think this is a technology which is really something realistically to support African needs, because you could easily adapt some PV panels to the machine to charge it with a very, very cheap inverter. You could set up for, I think, 2,000, 3,000 euro a system to run such a machine without energy supply from the outside, without diesel, just from what is available, sun, a lot of sun. And this would be a nice step to replace today's working machines, which in many, many cases still have not 4 wheels, but just 2 legs. And I think this is the right way. And of course, if you have an electric machine, one day you could consider to run it autonomously, GPS guided. This is not a technology problem, it's a question of if the business case at the specific location is fitting to the needs of the village, of the people there.
Hi there. Let's move the focus on farmers. And what about mastery of technology? And what can field crop robots can learn from the milking robot experience about mastery of technology?
Anyone want to answer that? Would mind repeating it? Has it got to do with the milking parlour? Sorry.
I mean, one of the issues we have nowadays is the mastery of technology. How farmers can learn to use these new machines and equipment. Milking robots are already in the farms since 15, 20 years, something like that. And we are getting experience on how they are dealing with new technologies, how they are integrating robots in their way of thinking farming. So what can field crop robots could learn from this experience?
I could give a comment if nobody else wants to answer. I think you're touching a really critical point. Education is a critical point. But it's not only education about the robots. We are speaking not only about robots, but about automation of the complete farm process. So this is what smart farming, digital farming, farming 4.0 is all about. Making the farm, or putting the farm into a highly automated production system. And this needs introduction of technology. We, the producers, and perhaps also governmental organizations like universities or whatsoever, consultancy organizations, we have to teach the farmers how to install and apply the technology on the farm level. This is also an obstacle to bringing this technology on short term onto, in a wide range onto the farms. It needs time. We don't have in our brains a glass fiber connector where we could put in the knowledge into the farmers. It is a process which takes a couple of years, and this is one of the reasons why I forecasted that the breakthrough of robotics, smart farming technologies, the real turning point will be reached in the second half of the next decades, while we of course today already have applications. We see day after day more solutions, more ideas, more technologies being introduced, but slowly, and we will come to the turning point in a couple of years. This is one of the reasons why I forecasted not to be too optimistic for the time frame that's given.
I understand from a producer point of view that the introduction of these technologies can create other pain points in the businesses. You know, the complexity of the technology, things going wrong, the reliability, and I was quite involved with precision agriculture since the mid-1990s, and through that evolution of the introduction of many of those technologies, which evolved into auto steer use, and now in Australia is now looking at full-blown autonomy. Through that whole journey, we've found in Australia that particularly the larger businesses have actually paid for specialist services for people to support them through that mechanism. So there's quite a complex business structure now in Australia of specialist services that provide support to producers that are actually introducing these technologies on farm. And I think that it is a lot easier and a lot less painful for a grower if they've got someone to hold their hand through the introduction of it that really knows what they're doing. And so that's been, I think, a critical component of why precision agriculture and these technologies have been adopted so highly in Australia, because we've built those service support structures to essentially take the pain away from the growers in the introduction. It's actually worked tremendously well.
Any more questions?
Yeah. Hello. Oh, you go first. Yeah, we've talked a lot about different business models, you know, from a manufacturer point of view and also from a farmer's point of view. For me, as part of a training organization, I would really like to know whether you guys see a place for trading organization within the business model of robotics in the future. For example, who is going to do the services? Will it be the manufacturer itself, or will it be the service organization? And also in terms of, we've seen it in autonomous cars that parts will decrease in terms of technology. With an electric vehicle, you have way less parts in the vehicle than with a classic diesel fuel engine, for example. Do you think there might be opportunities in terms of service, or will this be a business model for the manufacturer himself as well?
Does our main manufacturer want to answer that?
Yeah, it's me again. Yeah, if you want to automate a production system, so getting rid of human workforce, you significantly have to improve the the disturbance management system. And even in industrial production systems, we speak about a zero defect production, meaning that we have a machine tool, we make it, we over-dimension it so that it will not break. That's very quickly said. I think in agricultural machines we cannot do this, but we have to implement systems that foresee disturbances, breaks, repair needs, etc., so that we can react in time. So just a failure of a machine, just accidentally unplanned, must not happen. So this is a critical point. And the other point is also really important. We need certainly workshops educated for maintaining the machines, for repairing the machines, and we need spare parts services which can react on short-term notice. This is all a big task, a challenge which is not everywhere completed. I think the big companies such as Echo or John Deere, we are prepared, we have our spare part support, but we still need to educate workshop staff and also, of course, the operators of the machinery.
To answer to your questions, I think we do have a product training centers, but once the product is matured enough to give the trainings, there are the service stations available, but manufacturers like ACO, as I said, John Deere, I think we have a very good network. Once a business pickups, then serviceability will be easy. Serviceability, parts availability, we can able to manage. The question here is standardizations and regulation is the biggest issue over there. Once it get through for the technology of robotics, then it will easily to penetrate with them.
This issue of, I suppose, long-term serviceability of equipment is something that's come up with the grains industry in particular, and I provide policy advice to the peak body for the grains industry in engagement with government on discussion around data and agricultural chemical policy and these sorts of things. But one of the issues that's come up regularly in discussions with the producer members and of that board has been the issue of long-term serviceability of current equipment. Particularly, you end up with an ageing tractor that needs a firmware upgrade on its operating system or things like that, whose responsibility is to provide the ongoing services. So while everything's new, everything is fantastic and things are well supported, but there is a challenge as equipment becomes... I have a John Deere tractor that was built in 1936 and I can still get parts for it, which to me is a really encouraging thing. The question is, will I be able to buy a vintage robot tractor? There's a question.
I think we're running out of time. Is there any more questions? One more?
A quick one.
I think we've bored them silly. Oh.
Anybody has a question? Yes, up there. Oh, okay.
En revanche, moi, je vais la faire en français si c'est possible.
Deux secondes qu'on installe les casques de traduction.
Toujours pas plus compétent que ce matin.
On vous écoute.
J'ai regardé un peu le programme d'aujourd'hui et demain, le thème d'aujourd'hui aussi. Je pense que la robotique est effectivement à l'assaut du marché mondial, mais l'agriculture, ça se passe dans les champs, ça se passe au milieu des populations. Aujourd'hui, en France, on y est confronté au niveau des choix de notre mode d'agriculture. Et est-ce que vous avez réfléchi, en termes de robotique, sur la communication qu'on pourrait avoir au niveau de la population, la formation au niveau de la population? Notre ami australien nous dit que des gros tracteurs autonomes fonctionnent là-bas, parce qu'il y a des très grandes fermes qui sont de 10 000 hectares clos, donc les tracteurs peuvent naviguer tout seuls, il n'y a aucun souci. La problématique, c'est est-ce que les gens vont accepter de voir des petits robots qui seront bien différents de nos gros tracteurs? Les gros tracteurs, ils ont l'habitude de les voir. Les petits robots, c'est forcément géré de façon autonome, alors qu'un tracteur qui est auto-guidé, on ne sait pas s'il y a quelqu'un dedans, mais en tout cas, ça reste naturel, ça reste dans le visuel normal de l'individu en France et dans d'autres pays du monde. Est-ce que vous avez prévu, les compagnies, les fabricants de matériaux agricoles ou des plus petits robots, est-ce que vous avez prévu de communiquer auprès de la population pour expliquer pourquoi ça sera mieux d'utiliser ces robots, plus performants et peut-être économiquement plus... Enfin, mieux, quoi.
I think we have today already robots in private gardens. We have them in private houses as vacuum cleaner. I cannot see a big problem really. When it comes to bigger machines, there is problems maybe again. But from my German point of view, I cannot see a big discussion at the moment going on here. But I personally think that an open field robot in a high density population area will always be survived somehow. I'd rather think there will be maybe 5 robots and 1 person with a red knob and stop everything if necessary. I cannot believe that there will be a 300 horsepower tractor running alone in a small field surrounded by houses, to be honest.
Actually, it is a very good question. Some minutes ago, Peter talked about robotics, and then that is not only about robotics, it's digital farming. Then there is one step forward, which is related to adoption or cultural change. So maybe the technology could be available, but if farmers they don't know about that, or they doesn't know the advantage, or doesn't want to use them, we are not be successful. So in particular, at Hortifruit, we have the same challenge, because people in personal life using always technology, using social network, using Instagram, user systems, but however, for farms activities, they don't use as much technology, and they don't see that technology can help them. Therefore, there is a educational program or how to learn, how to teach them that technology is not only in one part of their life or the business, is also part of the farmer business. So there is a way to work on that, and probably it will be in parallel activity with the robotics development and digital farming developing. There's also a learning strategy that we need to develop with farmers in my case inside of Hortifruit Company.
The question that was asked was a very good one, and the issue of what we broadly call social license is a really important part of the conversation. In the nearby city where swarm farm is commercialised, there's been a series of conferences, I suppose, where the issues of the introduction of these technologies have been discussed. And while there was less concern about risk and operational safety associated with robotics, it was well understood they're smaller platform robots, so that community is more accepting generally of something smaller running autonomously than something larger, and that's granted. But the big thing that was discussed in this local community was how it was going to change the social fabric of the community, how it was actually going to change employment structures, the type of individuals, the type of work that people are going to do in that community. And that's a conversation we're just starting to have in Australia, and it is quite front of mind because it will be quite disruptive in terms of how local communities in the country work together and engage with one another. And it's a conversation we need to have.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Perhaps one comment from my side. So we have talked to many people, to farmers' associations. We are in contact with governments, not specifically about robotics, but in general about smart farming. And this, I can say in Europe, and especially in my country, smart farming, and this includes autonomous machines, robots, etc., is a hype topic on the political and social scene. If you look into the newspapers, it's really under discussion. Especially smart farming brought back agriculture into a public visibility, which we didn't know 10 or 15 years ago. So I think the topic has arrived at a public community, and the visibility of agriculture has increased positively and very much in the last decade due to these new technologies.
All right. Well, I would like to give a big round of applause to this very interesting panel. Thank you, Sinead, for moderating it. Thank you so much. I suggest we continue discussion and networking over a short break. So take the opportunity to visit the Expo Zone if you haven't been there yet. And let's agree on meeting back here at 3:45 for 2 simultaneous sessions, one here and one in Pastel Conference Room. See you in roughly 30 minutes.
that you love me in your last goodbye. Please forgive me for my sins. Yes, I swam dirty waters, but you pushed me. I've seen your face under every sky, over every border, and on every line. And you know my
was over, and all was quiet.
Et qu'importe le temps, et qu'importe le vent, et j'avance en titubant, oui j'avance en titubant. Comment te dire ce que je ressens? Comment faire pour faire autrement que ça? Et qu'importe le bruit, et qu'importe la pluie, et j'avance dans la nuit, oui j'avance dans la nuit. Comment ne plus jamais t'aimer ainsi? Comment faire pour que je t'oublie? Dis-le-moi. Sous le ciel immense et sous mes draps, sur les bords de mer je pense à toi. Quand je pleure et quand je ris, je me dis que toi aussi. Sous le ciel immense et sous mes draps, sur les bords de mer je pense à toi. Quand je pleure et quand je ris, je me dis que toi aussi. Palala, 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 palala. Je me dis que toi aussi. Palala, 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 palala. Je me dis que toi aussi. Je me dis que toi aussi. C'est un rêve, réveillez-moi. C'est un fait, je n'y crois pas. Et c'est bien fait pour moi. Oui, c'est bien fait pour moi. Comment fait-on pour s'éloigner de soi? Comment sort-on de ses propres pas? Dites-moi. Quand soudain, sous le vent, sous le bruit de la pluie, sous la nuit, titubant, sous je fuis. Je suis parti pour mauvaise raison. Je suis parti loin de la maison. Et depuis, sous le ciel immense et sous mes draps, sur les bords de mer je pense à toi. Quand je pleure et quand je ris, je me dis que toi aussi. Sous le ciel immense et sous mes draps, sur les bords de mer je pense à toi. Quand je pleure et quand je ris, je me dis que toi aussi. Palala, 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 palala. Je me dis que toi aussi. Palala, 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 palala. Je me dis que toi aussi.
On ira écouter Harlem au coin de Manhattan, on ira rougir le thé dans les souks à Amman, on ira nager dans le lit du fleuve Sénégal et on verra brûler bomber sous un feu de Bengale. On ira gratter le ciel en dessous de Kyoto, on ira sentir Rio bat au cœur de Janeiro, on lèvera nos yeux sur le plafond de la chapelle Sixtine et on lèvera nos verres dans le café Pushkin. Oh, quelle est belle notre chance, aux mille couleurs de l'être humain, mélangées de nos différences, à la croisée des destins. Vous êtes les étoiles, nous sommes l'univers. Vous êtes un grain de sable, nous sommes le désert. Vous êtes mille pages et moi je suis la plume. Oh, 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 oh. Vous êtes l'horizon et nous sommes la mer. Vous êtes les saisons et nous sommes la terre. Vous êtes le rivage et moi je suis l'écume. Oh, 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 oh. On dira que les poètes n'ont pas de drapeau, on fera des jours de fête tant qu'on a deux héros. On saura que les enfants sont les gardiens de l'âme et qu'il y a des reines autant qu'il y a de femmes. On dira que les rencontres
Bonjour à tous. Dans le cadre du plan Vigipirate, nous vous remercions de rester vigilants et de faire part à l'accueil de tout objet abandonné. Veuillez également signaler tout agissement ou comportement anormal.
Too many voices, too many noises, invisible wires keeping us apart. So many choices, but they're all disappointments, and they only steal me away from you. Climb
All right, let's come back in our amphitheater for our next session. So two simultaneous workshops now. There's one in a pastel conference room on agricultural robotic. My job is changing, what consequences and which supports. And the one we will have in a few seconds is here. Regulatory frameworks and standards for agricultural robots, what is the state of art? And I'm very happy to welcome on stage the organizer and moderator of this roundtable, Monsieur Stéphane Durand, project manager of RobAgri. Thank you for welcoming Stéphane Durand.
Hello, good morning. So I'm project manager for RobAgri. And first, we have many, we have 4 people, major player that I'm going to introduce you. We've got first Dr. Ivo Ostens, which is technical director at SEMA, European Agricultural Machinery Industry Association. So thank you, Ivo, to join us on the stage. And you can give a warm welcome to Ivo. Marta Sebeliero Arguis should have been there. She's from the European Union. Unfortunately, she couldn't attend because of a late plane due to strikes. So you will be able, if you are here tomorrow, to ask questions to her, but she couldn't attend this meeting. We've also got Jose Brambilla Macias, which is a program manager, trade and agricultural codes and schemes for OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. We've got Mike Pankonin, which is Senior Director for Technical Safety and Services at IEM, which is for the US, the Association of Equipment Manufacturers. And then from Australia, Ruan Rainbow, which is CEO of a company named AgTech, and he's got a lot to say to us about robotics and AgTech. So welcome to this roundtable, and thank you for being with us today. So I'm Stéphane Durand, project manager at RobAgri, which is the French Robotic Agricultural Association. Today we will deal in particular with the evolution of the regulatory frameworks and standards as to keep a high level of safety. Safety is one of the main priorities for manufacturers, norms institutions, and governments. As an example, our association makes contributions on safety to SEMA through a joint group with French syndicate AXEMA. For all agricultural robots manufacturers and for RobAgri members, safety has to take into account the interaction of the machine with its environment. The environment can be represented by a person, whether it is a user or an unpredictable person getting closer to the machine, for example. So safety approach also concern damages caused to animal or property. This approach is also used, has always been used by tractors and agricultural machine manufacturers. These institutions and companies apply the machinery directive, for example, 2006, 42 AU, and many other norms, relying on a risk analysis. So do the robots manufacturers. So in fact, what differs for autonomous agricultural robots? in fact, they show very high level of automation, and this is the part that needs to be covered with the evolution of the legislation and machinery directive, for example. In fact, to go a little bit more in details, we know that autonomous agricultural machines are emerging, but they all differ in size, weight, and the task they perform. So they are different, and they may need, on the whole, a more advanced approach. And we also know that a few norms, such as ISO 18147, just came this year, and they address the highly automated machines. But we know that we will need other norms. So we can say the regulatory framework is in a constant process. That's what we're going to see today. We're going to see how the actors deal with these points. For example, we will talk about the responsibility. Is the responsibility the one the user's one or the manufacturer's one? We will also talk, for example, about cyber security, if you want us to point this a little bit more. So for our presentation, each stakeholder will briefly present its way of the way it goes in his country, the state of art, and the ongoing discussion. And we'll have an outlook, an interesting outlook on the US and in Australia, apart from the European side that concerns you more. So thank you, and welcome to Ivo Ostens from SEMA.
Too many buckets. Anyways, thank you, Stefan. So while he's getting the remote, I can already explain who I am. So I'm technical director since a few years, but I'm working already since 10 years for SEMA. And it's actually since the exhaust emissions legislation that we start seeing that we need to be more proactive. And that's also why in the last 3-4 years I've been very active in digital farming, so agriculture 4.0, and certainly to get our industry as a main player and a main contributor to the necessary standards regarding the exchange of information, cloud to cloud, for instance. We're working on these. Robotics is one of them, and also AI. We have started up a kind of ad hoc group to discuss what does it mean for our industry, and can we have some use cases to indicate a bit better what it can mean and what should be regulated, yes or no, for our industry. Maybe first to give some bit of a side of the future of robotics. And I think a lot has been said already in the previous sessions. But I'm talking, of course, from a more political perspective. You know, I have to work in Brussels with decision makers who also look, of course, in ways of, okay, how do we need to regulate, if any? And in Europe, certainly, they try to run ahead of things, to analyze it, to understand better in advance before anything else is there. They just don't say, okay, industry, go ahead, and then maybe later on we will see if we need to regulate something. They want to be always in control of what's happening. They have a certain point, and it's certainly the way that they deal with it, and we have to take that into account. So our vision on this, or I would say our message on this, is there is no fight in this. So this is not about, certainly when you look at it from like common agriculture policy, etc., and environmental point of view, there is no fight between big versus small. There is no fight between tractor versus robot, although there are, of course, differences. And in the future, they might emerge these problems or even solutions. And then also, we don't think there is really a fight between robot versus labor. It's rather that labor is disappearing and somehow we need to replace it in order to keep certain practices here. We rather see, and that's also indicated by Professor Pickle, is this merge of technologies, which is on one side you have automation, then you have also the electrification that's coming up. So the central unit of power, which is the combustion engine, will be changed in the future. And if you then have electrification, you can actually distribute the source of the power source between different vehicles. And then, of course, if you add the necessary intelligence, and not only intelligence in one vehicle, but joint intelligence between different systems that are jointly doing specific processes and operations, that's where you get the necessary added value. And that's also what Professor Pickle has indicated, for instance, on that it's the digital farming that will give the added value. It's not purely about, the fact that the robot is there, this will change everything. It's actually that you need to use these systems optimally, and you can only do that if you have insight, if you have the decision power, or that you have the necessary decision supportive tools in order to allow you to use the system in the best possible way. And of course, it has been indicated as well, it's all about optimization of the processes, but it's also about adaptation and flexibility in order to cope with new problems like droughts, with too much rain, etc., that you still be able to do all the operations in the field. What about the needs then for legislation and standardization? We can make the separation between what's happening on the road, what's happening in field. So in field, we say we have the Machinery Directive in Europe. And it has already found fit for purpose for robotics. That, for me, means the essential requirements that's already written there are probably the ones we need. I don't know of any others that need to be added. The only thing that you can see, of course, in the Machinery Directive is it doesn't speak about autonomous vehicles. It always, when it goes about mobility, it speaks of a driver to be in control. So there are some things that might need to be clarified. Maybe not in legislation, maybe just in the guide. It's to be seen. But in any case, what our point of view is, you first need to develop the right terminologies, the right requirements from a technical point of view within standardization before you can even think about moving towards new essential health and safety requirements, for instance. And therefore, it's our strong push towards keeping the Machinery Directive as it is, and hopefully we can keep equal tread with the evolution on the revision of the Machinery Directive in order to give them some support in clarifying how we can include autonomous vehicles there. Then there is another issue that's tractor type approval, because that's, of course, in a completely different way of certifying vehicles. So we need to check how we will deal with that. Will that come under a complete type approval procedure, which is quite heavy, etc., or to keep it as flexible as possible, to leave innovation run its course? Should we not add it on, do a kind of add-on as a kit under the Machinery Directive rather than under the tractor legislation? So it's not clear how to deal with that. We also are looking at what's happening in the car industry, but a lot of these things are quite heavy, certainly in terms of homologation of the systems. Then when you look at the road itself, what we see as possible options, or you do exactly as the car industry, you just follow their homologations. Or you could have it transported, like a lot of robot manufacturers are doing right now. Or another option would be a virtual connection, meaning that, okay, you have to have the necessary lights, etc., to go on the road, but for the rest, when it comes to the risks for being on road, that's being covered by a vehicle that drives in the front. And that you connect your vehicle by a virtual connection. So he drives at a certain meters behind the vehicle that actually will drive on the road. That could be a manned vehicle, that could be an autonomous vehicle. And another issue, very important, of course, is cybersecurity. Cybersecurity and the issue of trust. So it's not only about what's coming in your vehicle, that you have to make sure that your system is tamper-proof. It's also about the communication lines. And for instance, messages are coming in. We're not talking only about information messages, but in the future as well, task messages. Vehicles giving each other tasks. And of course also coming from outside. It's a central system that you don't man it anymore. It's your fleet management system that's autonomously is deciding what a vehicle will have to do. How can you trust that? So cybersecurity is very important, issue of trust. When it comes to what we are doing for the moment, so we started the project about in 2018, and we looked at a number of things. First, we looked more into the practice of how can we support manufacturers in doing the right risk assessment. So we had 2 standards in draft. One is on levels of automated functions, which looked at the management and the controls of automated functions, but also then looks in like where should a perception system and where should be a supervisory system be necessary, depending on how high you go in these levels, and also requirements for perception systems. How do you choose a perception system? So support actually for manufacturers to do that. Because of course we don't want always to have the highest level of security, of safety. It needs to be the right one based on the state of the art that we know is existing. And therefore we think it should be globally harmonized of what we consider as the right way for a manufacturer to look into this risk assessment. But while we were working on this, we also saw that we need some ethical guidelines on this, an ethical framework to understand the conditions for such a risk assessment, which was, do we look at the other operations in the field as well, or we only look at the movement of the vehicle so that it doesn't run into obstacles, etc., that it takes into account operation versus movement. That also, for instance, what is a field? Field, is that a public area, like a market space where you can run in and people can come all over the place? Or do we say, no, it's not a public area, but we need to take into account that people can actually run inside your vehicle? Also, for instance, you still have levels of autonomy where you have still a driver. So what do you do in terms of giving control? And who is at a certain moment in control? So there need to be also traceability of who is in control, etc. So these things we try to get in a kind of ethical framework. And you see also that there are different requirements that probably still need to be developed. And I think we're still quite far away from these elements to develop then C standards, although they're already existing. So specific designation standards for specific vehicles doing specific tasks. Some of them already exist because they wanted to run ahead because they're very much already existing. But for the bulk of our machines, our mobile machinery, actually we are trying to first work on the global level and then only go into the depth of individual specific machine types. And also that would be the right time actually to look into harmonized test methodologies. So of course, the fact that we want to look global, we are very interested in other initiatives, and certainly also collaboration with other sectors that are working on this. So that in short is what we are doing at CIMA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivo. Then we've got 2 other slides we can maybe skip on. It was Marta, so telling on the next slides that there was a review of the machinery directive, which was carried out for the moment, and with an expected outcome in 2021. Maybe if you have other question about norms, our panel can and the directive can answer. So now José Brambilla will talk for the OECD.
Can you put the slide, or it's me that?
I'm sorry, but I haven't your slide.
No, there's no slide.
Oui, est-ce qu'on pourrait avoir les diapositives suivantes, s'il vous plaît?
Okay, now it works. Okay, thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thanks for the invitation. I would like to explain you first who we are, what we do, and what is our proposal for agricultural robots. So I work for OECD, and inside OECD we have a program that is called OECD Tractor Codes. The OECD Tractor Codes was established in 1959. Actually, this year we are celebrating our 60th anniversary. We are an intergovernmental organization, and our main mandate is to facilitate trade. In this case, our mandate is to facilitate trade of tractors. So how do we do that? We do that through a common set of standards and test procedures that we call tractor codes. Currently, we have 9 tractor codes, 7 codes that certify the safety of the tractor. For example, the cabs in the tractor, that their strength is strong enough to, in case of an overturn of the tractor, so that the driver will survive those type of accidents. We have 1 code that certifies the performance of the engine of the tractor, and we have 1 code that certifies the noise levels inside the cabin of the tractor. Now, the Tractor Codes program is voluntary. So countries can decide if they want to join or not the program, but once they decide to join, they need to comply with all our rules and regulations. As you can see from the slide, currently we have 27 member countries. So we have China, we have United States, we have Brazil, we have Turkey, we have India, we have Russia, we have most European countries, and we have equivalence with the European Union. What this equivalence means. Today, if you are a tractor manufacturer and you want to sell your tractor in Europe, you have 2 options. You can go to a European accredited homologation center, and you will get approved there through Europe, so your tractor can be sold in all the European Union. Or you can come to us, to what we call an OECD accredited testing station, and get what we call an OECD approval number. This approval number will allow you to sell your tractor in Europe, because we have equivalence, so European Union recognizes our certificates. But it will allow you also to sell your tractors in all our member countries, so to sell it in China, in United States, in Turkey, for example. So this is one of the key advantages of our group, is mutual recognition. This means that a test done in China, for example, has to be recognized by France and by the United States, and the same the other way around. So as you can see, this facilitates trade, it lowers costs, it reduces time, and it helps to truly enhance trade flows amongst our member countries. But let me tell you more specifically how it works. Currently, if you have if you're a tractor manufacturer and you have a new tractor model, you want to sell this new model, you can come to an OECD testing station. We have testing stations in all our member countries. By the way, each member country decides how many testing stations they want to have. Some countries have only 1, other countries have up to 4 testing stations. Countries will decide autonomously according to their needs and to their markets. So you bring your new model of tractor to our testing station. There it will be tested to see if it complies with our rules and regulations. This testing station will issue a report, a test report. That report will go to what we call the OECD Coordinating Center, which is a group that depends directly on OECD of experts that will check the report and make sure that all our standards and test procedures were followed. This is an additional layer of checks and controls that we have. It's third-party certification. And we need to have this because we have a global system. So in order to ensure that a test done in China is the same as a test done in France and is the same as a test done in the United States. So this is the system that we have in place nowadays. It has been very successful. As you see, we have been operating for 60 years now. And we are going to suggest to have something similar for agricultural robots. Right now, we heard the previous discussions, I mean, if we should go into standards or not, if we should regulate agricultural robots or not. The facts are that already some countries are regulating, already some countries have standards and are developing more standards for autonomous machines, for robot tractors. So the risk that we see here is that we will have one system in Asia, one system in Europe, perhaps another system in the United States, and this is not good for trade. So we want to avoid that. So we are offering to have all together, to sit down together with Asia, Europe, and the United States, and try to see if there's some common ground to develop a unique global system to certify and approve robot machines. One of the key aspects that we are suggesting is to have mutual recognition, the same way that we have for tractors. So whatever system we agree, robot tractor manufacturers can approve and certify their machines in their own country, and all the other countries will recognize that. They cannot ask you to redo tests again in the other countries. We also need to find a way to add credibility and trust to the system. So we need to discuss who is going to check that everybody is complying with the system, that all countries are compliant, and that all manufacturers comply with whatever system we decide to have. It needs to be fast, because we know that time is money. So we don't need to develop something that we will take weeks or months to certify a new machine. We need to discuss that. That's one of the key issues of this system. As I mentioned to you, there are already some standards that some countries and some organizations have developed. So we do not need to start from zero. We can use what it's already there, and maybe try to see if everybody else, Asia, Europe, and United States, can agree on those standards to make them global standards, or if we need to update those standards in order for everybody to accept them. We are suggesting to focus on performance and safety on robot machines. While in tractors, we focus on the safety of the driver. In the case of robot machines, I mean, we have discussed this here, I heard it in the previous sessions. The main issues is who is around the robot machine. So people, animals, plants, we need to reach an agreement on how and who is going to check that these machines are safe for their environment. We also suggest that we should focus on performance, not performance of the engine of these robot machines, but performance in the sense that what these machines promise to do, they really deliver. I think somebody needs to check that if a manufacturer promises that their machine is completely autonomous, it recharges with sun, you will just leave it connected and they will do all the work. Somebody needs to check that that's true. This is in the interest of the consumer, but it's also in the interest of manufacturers. So we have fair trade amongst robot manufacturers. Finally, and I would like to emphasize this, we do not want to impose anything, any system, any particular standard. The way we work is that we have consultations with all stakeholders. So we invite industry. Here we have Ivo from CIMA, so he can participate in our meetings. We invite farmers associations, and we have, of course, government officials. So we all together sit down and discuss what we can do. We work by consensus. Only if all my member countries agree to do something, we will move forward. If one country doesn't agree, then we stop. And that's other of the key advantages of this group, is that all those who participate, all those member countries who participate, have veto power. So this allows everybody to discuss frankly, truly, and everybody can defend their own interests and the interests of their industry. So this is our suggestion, this is our proposal. We will have a meeting now in February at OECD in Paris. We are going to invite the European Commission. We are going to invite ISO, International Standards Organization, manufacturers associations, and farmers organizations to try to see if we can sit down together and agree to start working on a unique system. As I told you, there's already systems being developed, but maybe going in different ways. So the challenge is to sit down together and try to agree that it's better to have one unique system. It will take the time that it will need, years, but the important thing is to start now and agree that What we need is only one system to allow trade, global trade of these new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jose. So Mike Pankonin from AEM is going to talk to us.
Whoa. Well, thank you for allowing us to participate in this very informative and very well-organized meeting. I'm here to talk about a few things that are occurring in the US, and there's, I think, a strong appetite for automated equipment, highly automated equipment, robots, if you will. But there are some pitfalls or things you need to be aware of if you are going to market in North America. And that's really what I would like to focus on for a few minutes. AEM is, we have roughly 1,000 members, and we serve 5 different sectors. Agriculture is one, construction, mining, utility, and forestry. All sectors right now, this is what everyone seems to be working on. And in many ways, I think agriculture is far ahead of the rest of the lot. And there's a strong interest, even in our regulatory bodies, to see higher levels of automation in equipment. When we talk about the US liability situation is something that you need to be very much aware of. Standards are considered a bare minimum. It's not what's required, it's the bare minimum. There's no presumption of conformity in North America. And really, who will decide your liability exposure should something unfortunate happen will be a court and possibly a jury. And I think that's something that if you are marketing in North America, you just need to be aware of that. And take it from the standard, which is a bare minimum, do your risk assessment and then risk abatement so that you are providing the safest product possible in North America. California, and as you know, we have a number of different states. Some of them can create their own laws. California does that, and being one of the largest economies in the world, I guess they can afford to do so. We'd like to touch base on California, and we actually had an experience in California. There's a law on the books in California in their occupational safety and health law, and I'm going to read it. My memory's limited, so I would prefer to read it directly. And this is right out of their statutes. All self-propelled equipment shall, when under its own power and in motion, have an operator stationed at the vehicular controls. That's in the law. They go on to say there are some exceptions. You can have a remote location, but if you have a remote location and you're going faster than 2 miles an hour, you need to have steering at that remote location. Another thing that we found out is that if there are no people in the area, it doesn't apply. So if you're out in a very controlled, remote area, you don't necessarily have to comply with that. And in fact, there are some companies that have approval to move forward with their really fully autonomous machines being monitored from a remote location. And they have full authority from the California OSHA to go ahead and put those products in service because it's perceived and it's in the risk assessment, these machines, as an example, are spraying hazardous chemicals into an orchard. And so some of the personal protective equipment is a little bit problematic. So it's perceived that the risk to the operator is much less, especially since it's a confined area. We believe that that requirement limits the opportunities that we have with highly automated equipment. And so we went and we filed a petition and asked them to change their law. I'd like to read what we proposed, and that was highly automated, self-propelled agricultural equipment may be operated by an operator not on the equipment and may be used in accordance with manufacturer's instructions and guidance. California plain rejected that. They wrote their own proposal, which was to say, and this is what was presented to the Cal OSHA board, It was to say that we would engage in mutual testing and in mutual research, probably for about 2 years, to identify what is required to be included in their statutes. We went and presented that to the Cal OSHA board. I have been fascinated by some of the discussion about labor. If you go in front of the Cal OSHA board, do not mention that this equipment will displace labor. That's a killer for the law. And in fact, there was one very loud voice which came from organized labor that said, oh, we don't like that. And we presented our case in front of Cal OSHA board and they rejected it. However, we still view that as a success because it initiated the discussion. And actually the Cal OSHA board invited us to come back, but they said, get labor at the table with you. So they wanted to see organized labor and organized labor saying this is a good thing. You still have an opportunity to go and provide the equipment in California, and that's through the process of getting a conditional approval to operate the equipment in the state of California. This Title 8, Section 441B, again, it only applies if the equipment is working by other workers. And if you request a variance, you do so per farmer. So if the farmer gets a variance, it applies to all of his cropland. You don't have to do it by location, you do it by farmer. However, each farmer that you would market to needs to receive such a variance. So again, we hope to take this up again with the Cal OSHA board as soon as we figure out how to get labor on the side of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. So, Rainbow for Accentric is going to talk about Australia.
Thanks very much, Stefan. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you about our experiences in Australia. I'll just wait for my PowerPoint to come up. Hopefully it will come. Do I need to press a button? There we go. Just to share with you, on top of working in the technology space with my business partners, I also I'm a managing director of a company called Crop Protection Australia, and that particular company works very closely with the producer industry bodies on the use of chemical technology and discussions with government around appropriate use, stewardship, and dealing with the regulatory requirements, both for its use in the field but also trade and market access issues for Australian product. So the alignment, I suppose, of pesticide use with automation is something I'm going to raise in my presentation. In the last session, I noted that Australia's market ready for automation, and that's really a key driver, I suppose, for our discussions in Australia. The thing that we don't have, though, is regulation. We have very few regulation barriers for on-farm autonomy, and that presents both a lot of opportunity, I suppose, for producers. It actually presents opportunity for companies that want to commercialise and get in-field experience with technology in Australia. The challenge, though, is that, of course, there's some uncertainty with that as well. Large-scale tractor autonomy is probably currently the key priority, but small platform robotics is equally has a focus. The Australian government actually has a principle of reducing red tape and regulation in that country. Can you believe that? It's very rare that most governments would actually approach that, but that actually is the policy of our Australian government, and to try and reduce more regulation if they can do that successfully. However, it's important to recognise, and we recognise this from an industry point of view, that you need to have the social licence to make those sorts of changes. And so as a consequence of that, we're developing an industry code of practice for field machine autonomy. I work very closely with the board as a senior advisor to the chairman and board of Grain Producers Australia. It's a peak body for the Australian grains industry. We're working together with the Precision Agriculture Association in Australia, which actually has some of the lead brains in precision agriculture and technology in our country, and also the Tractor and Machinery Manufacturers Association, and with specific representation from John Deere, Case New Holland Industrial, AGCO and Kubota. So together we're going to work on developing an industry code of practice as a surrogate for perhaps reducing potential future regulation by the Australian government in this space. To share with you, the Australian mining industry, as I mentioned before, has developed a code of practice for mine autonomy. That's been endorsed by the Western Australian government and now is being considered by the other governments, state governments in Australia. And that has set the scene for a code of practice approach for other industries. And so essentially agriculture is following suit with that. And what it does, it means that with the endorsement of the state government, it effectively becomes an instrument that can protect both the producer and also the manufacturing company should anything ever go to a common law court case. And that's a very good approach in our country to take. Just to share with you, and one of the reasons why Crop Protection Australia is also interested in this is that a lot of the technology is currently targeted towards the use of a chemical application, which we actually think is a good thing. It's going to both be better for the operator with reduced exposure. It's going to be better for the environment because you're going to have more sophisticated controls around the actual use and operation of that equipment. And that's often used in unison with other technologies such as camera spray technology, which is now very commonplace in Australia. In fact, had its origins in Australia way back in the 1980s. So that is going to be a key part of the technology going forward. The code of practice is very much around building industry confidence to provide confidence for companies to commercialise product in Australia. But more importantly, it's actually about building social licence for its use in our country. We're very conscious that there's potential risks both with the community, with the actual industry itself, and also potentially with the government around having confidence that the approach that the industry is taking is a good thing. So a key component of this social licence, this code of practice, is to build social licence for its use and be very clear about the messages and our confidence around how that's going to be used by industry. We're just with the code of practice, it's basically for terrestrial tractors and equipment. It's not for UAVs and it's not for forestry animal use. So just to be clear how that's working. And just some of the kind of components that will be included in that, it's very much about how you would adopt autonomous systems on farm, very much around the initialisation of those technologies, the training, the maintenance, the operation, and also the incident reporting when things go wrong. We want to have a very clear and agreed process in industry. If there are things that go wrong, how we're going to report that and how we're going to communicate that to the appropriate authorities. And we need to understand how that meets with other supporting legislative provisions, particularly in terms of pesticide application and use in our country. So, and as we move through this code of practice development, we'll certainly be taking account of the ISO standards that are developing and other programs going on globally. But more importantly, it's going to provide a foundation for producers and industry about how they use this on farm. And again, we're hoping that by developing this code of practice, it will provide a foundation that will enable companies, both in Australia and from overseas, to come and commercialise in our country. Thanks very much, Stefan.
Thank you, Mike. So I hope you found interest in this in these talks. Maybe I'll have a question to our speakers, and then we'll switch to your questions. The one I will pick up is that if we talk about the new machinery directive, so what do you think of the role of a supervisor that will be in charge of the mission, and the latter, depending on the level of autonomy of the task performed?
Thank you for the question, Stefan. I think we already discussed a little bit in our groups, and so who do you have? You have an owner of a machine, you have the employer, you have an operator. You can even have multiple operators. So it depends on how you look at it. So if it's a supervisor in the sense of the legal way, you need to have one responsible. Or you can have multiple responsible if you have two owners or whatever, okay? But you need somebody that can say, I'm the final responsible person, that I give the yes to the way that things are running in this farm or contractors or whatever. But then also there is the issue of the supervision of the vehicle itself, of course, where you can have multiple operators working at the same moment on the same machine. Or that you have a local operator and you have a remote operator. So who will be the one that has most priority? So that needs to be specified by the manufacturer, and he needs to make sure that if that's possible, that he will indicate what the line of actions are, and if there is any safety risk, of course, he needs to make sure that it's covered. And it can be part, of course, of the training, of course.
Okay, so thanks, Evo. So there are many ways of scenarios and dealing with the people involved in the machine. In the mission. So maybe as we are a little bit short in time, unless you want to add something, we'll go to the question session and you will answer also.
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute session for questions and answer with the audience. So there will be some microphone, I hope. Yes, ready for you. Questions? And if not, Stefan, you can go ahead with your questions. Anybody has a question? No, doesn't look like. Stefan, you have more questions?
I have a question.
Sorry. Hi.
That's okay. David Verbata, Meister Media. My question is for Mike, but I'm interested if the other panels have an answer as well. I was interested in what you said about justifying the labor equation with the Labor Party in California. I think many of us, as these talk about efficiencies, we can only talk about efficiencies if we address that labor question about pulling labor up through the value chain. And I'm wondering if you could share your talking points as to how you will address the reality that technology will reduce some jobs, but on the upside, they could create better jobs.
I think that the main thing we need to focus on is the safety of the operator. There are certain areas that where you want to keep the operator out of harm's way, and I think that really needs to be the focal point. To replace labor, it's a losing argument, at least in California. And actually, one of the board members, he made the comment because there was another person not involved with us who said, we have a labor shortage. And one of the Cal OSHA board members said, I completely disagree. What we have is a shortage of good-paying jobs. So, to me, it's a brick wall. We need to focus on the safety of the operator.
Looking at the European side, but I think if you go to the extreme, to the Japanese side, in Europe we really have a huge issue of aging of population. In Japan it's even worse. So certainly in Japan, and also there's not so much bottlenecks for robotics. It's very well accepted, but they really see it as the solution for their aging problem. And for actually attracting younger people then as well to the sector. And I think it's the same here in Europe. So here in Europe, definitely it's not a problem of replacing labor. It's rather to ensure that, first of all, you be more flexible to do other things that you might not be doing with labor, but also, of course, to replace labor that is just too cheap to find the people to do it. And often very skilled jobs. We have the example here in the room on strawberry picking. You need 2 years to train people to do it really in the right fashion. So if you then you cannot pay these people, then you will see those labor-intensive sectors moving away. So it's for keeping the specialities here, the specialty crops.
I can share from an Australian point of view, Stefan, that the driver in Australia has also been safety, because our safety record in general isn't great, and if you remove the operator, it improves those scenarios. But the other part of it has actually been the well-being of the operator, because our systems in many industries, both in the vegetable industry and broadacre, are so highly automated already. You've got an operator sitting in a vehicle with nothing to do, and it's actually hasn't necessarily been good for the well-being of the operator to sit there all day with not much to do except watch TV or movies. But that assumes that they've got some sort of connectivity, and unfortunately in Australia, 40% of our producers actually don't even have a mobile phone because they have no in-field connectivity. So that is a key consideration as well.
All right, another question maybe? Yes.
Hello, I'm Enno Dilberg from Germany. We are an upcoming robot manufacturer for agricultural robotics, coming from the University of Applied Science Aachen. And Mr. Hostens, you mentioned that the machine directive is appropriate way for certifying the robots for safe use in agriculture. But I have some questions about that. So it's maybe a little bit technical, but there's some examples. For example, that having bumpers in front of your robot then are meant to go on the height of 20 centimeters, totally doable for industrial applications. But on the field, you have the crops at this height. And the same goes for laser scanners for safety. So right now, we as an upcoming manufacturer are looking into these problems, and we don't have a solution. So we are going with totally crazy AI-based cameras and thermal and lasers and all these multi-thousand euros sensor systems and trying to tackle the safety requirements there. But on the other side, then the German institutes, the TÜV and all the people, they're coming and saying, oh, you cannot use really artificial intelligence in your safety systems. So we are having a little problem there, complying to regulations to build fully autonomous agricultural robots. Do you have any advice for us where to look or what type of technology to use to really build fully autonomous robots?
Well, first of all, to specify, of course, that when we say that the machinery directive is suitable, it means that you can apply it. That doesn't mean that technical solutions might be there, of course. And yeah, it is an issue. And that's also the reason why we are developing these guidelines as we are doing, just to make sure that we can go for a certain level that is, let's say, affordable. And of course, then the other thing is that we need to check what is available in other sectors that they are able to use, certainly in the automotive sector. In terms of getting sensors a tenfold cheaper than it is currently. So in that sense, we are also waiting, of course, what's happening there. But a specific solution, I unfortunately cannot provide. I'm sorry, but maybe there are other people in the room that can support.
I remember when we talked with Mike, you talked also about the mining system, that you were in the US impressed about the way machines were developed, and maybe you've got something to say about perception systems in the mining industry in the US. I don't know.
Yes, we do, and I deal with the mining group, and we have met with the regulators, MSHA, which is the Mine Safety and Health Administration, and they very much want to see us move into more autonomy when you consider collision awareness or collision avoidance. So that brings up the question of how accurate does it need to be, which is a discussion we're having with SEMA and some of the standards work. And is as good as a human operator, is that good enough? Anything that you do better, a machine is not going to fall asleep, it's not going to get bored, so we view that as being positive. An assistant secretary, he very much wants to see something move forward with that. But our belief is that the level of perception and the accuracy of a system needs to be much better than what you would see with a human operator, although we really can't define what a human operator can see either because there's so much variance there. So the point being, we need to have a very, very high level of reliability in the sensors. And having just bought a new vehicle, the other thing that happens, I bought a 2019 vehicle, the weather gets bad and the sensors shut off, or I get spurious signals that are no good. And if you have that in a production application, I was interested in the discussion from earlier, you can't shut down a multi-million-dollar mining site or agricultural operation because you have snow in the air. That's not really a good thing. So I really question how long is it going to take to advance to a point where the sensor technology is sufficient that we can rely on those technologies.
All right, we might take another very last question in the audience. Is there a question? Or Stefan, do you have one last question maybe? No? All right, well, if not, thank you. Would like to thank all the gentlemen warmly for this very informative roundtable. Please remain on stage, gentlemen, to attend the next presentation. I would like to call on stage Henri Biespéré, Second Vice President of FNSEA, and we are having a testimony on AG Data Hub. Please welcome him. Where is he? Yeah.
Je me présente, au-delà de mes fonctions de deuxième vice-président de la Fédération nationale des syndicats d'exploitants agricoles, je suis moi-même agriculteur, éleveur laitier et producteur de maïs dans la région ici sud-ouest. J'ai prévu donc de vous parler de la façon dont les agriculteurs s'organisent et la profession agricole française s'organise pour mieux valoriser et utiliser les données du secteur agricole, puisqu'on a parlé beaucoup de robots, de robotique, d'objets connectés. Ces objets-là enregistrent des données, émettent des données, ont eux-mêmes besoin de données pour fonctionner. Et on n'a pour l'instant pas évoqué ce qu'on fait de ces données, comment elles sont stockées, comment elles sont utilisées, voire comment elles sont valorisées. Et donc, vous avez là rapidement résumé ce qu'on a un peu repéré comme possibilité d'utilisation de ces données agricoles, à la fois pour rassurer le consommateur en termes de traçabilité, de transparence tout au long de la chaîne de production alimentaire, également pour mieux opérer nos modes de production, la préservation de la biodiversité, par exemple, en ajustant mieux nos doses de fertilisants ou de produits phytosanitaires, également pour améliorer la condition humaine de l'agriculteur, de l'exploitant agricole, à la fois dans son confort au travail, dans la réduction des astreintes, dans le bien-être des animaux. Et donc, ces données, on vient de le voir, elles sont stockées dans beaucoup d'endroits. Vous le voyez dans ce cercle, à la fois les drones en émettent, les smartphones, les ordinateurs en contiennent. On a parlé beaucoup du matériel agricole, les tracteurs, les salles de traite connectées, tous ces éléments envoient et stockent des données. Également les assureurs, les banquiers, partenaires de l'agriculteur, et les prestataires de travaux agricoles utilisent eux aussi, émettent et stockent des données. Donc les questions qui se posent dans l'utilisation de ces données et sur lesquelles nous nous sommes interrogés à la FNSEA et dans la profession agricole, c'est de savoir qui peut avoir accès à ces données, où sont-elles stockées, qui les utilise, est-ce qu'elles ont une valeur, est-ce qu'elles peuvent éventuellement créer de la valeur et en restituer une partie à l'agriculteur qui a produit ces données. Une fois qu'elles sont stockées, à qui appartiennent-elles? Et donc, au-delà du RGPD dont on a parlé tout à l'heure, nous avons voulu élaborer un label un label Data Agri, qui est un outil pour sécuriser à la fois l'agriculteur, mais aussi tous les opérateurs le long de la chaîne de production. Et donc, en 12 ou 13 points, ce label prévoit donc de garantir l'agriculteur à la fois sur donc la lisibilité, en lui fournissant, donc nous souhaitons que les constructeurs, les fabricants de machines, les gens qui proposent des services à l'agriculture, proposent un contrat écrit, lisible, intelligible dans les clauses, que l'agriculteur sache à quoi il s'engage, qu'il y ait une transparence totale dans ce contrat sur le lieu et les modalités de stockage, sur la finalité des données, à quoi elles vont servir, et également sur la possibilité de la portabilité de ces données lorsque un nouvel opérateur arrive et vient voir l'agriculteur. Également un certain nombre de clauses sur la maîtrise de l'usage de ces données par l'agriculteur, donc le droit pour lui d'avoir un contrôle sur l'utilisation faite de ces données, son consentement explicite lorsqu'elles vont servir à un nouvel objet non prévu par le contrat initial, également la gestion des différents consentements entre les différents opérateurs et le droit pour lui de résilier le contrat s'il arrête son activité avec l'opérateur. Et enfin, plusieurs clauses que devront contenir ces documents de vente sur la confidentialité et l'anonymisation des données. Alors face à ces enjeux, beaucoup plus largement que cette labellisation de la collecte et de l'utilisation des données, nous avons voulu mener la réflexion autour donc d'un projet qui est d'une procédure qui s'appelle Ag Data Hub pour doter l'agriculture d'abord française mais aussi européenne d'une infrastructure souveraine. Le risque pour nous de données qui seraient contrôlées par l'étranger est pour nous important au niveau au moins des agriculteurs français, qui puisse à la fois mutualiser les consentements, qui puisse standardiser les normes de collecte et d'utilisation des données, qui puisse prévoir l'échange de données afin que de nouveaux opérateurs apportent de nouveaux services aux agriculteurs. Et donc sur ce schéma un peu compliqué comme ça, je m'excuse, il devrait normalement être illustré, mais ce n'est pas le cas dans le slide que j'ai aujourd'hui. Donc vous le voyez complètement à votre gauche, donc l'exploitation agricole, et complètement à droite les usages. Donc on a voulu se concentrer sur les points rouges, c'est-à-dire l'utilisation et les infrastructures d'utilisation et de collecte des données. Donc nous avons au sein de ce projet Ag Data Hub, donc vous avez à votre gauche la collecte des données, ça on ne s'en occupe pas. Par contre, tout ce qui est au centre, le bloc du centre, avec à la fois donc un projet que nous avons appelé Multipass, donc qui est censé à l'avenir gérer les consentements de façon un peu automatique entre l'agriculteur, les données que détient l'agriculteur et les différents opérateurs qui souhaitent les utiliser. Nous avons juste à côté un projet Numagri où l'on essaie de travailler à la standardisation des données. Donc partir des différents standards qui existent aujourd'hui dans l'émission de données et arriver à terme à proposer un langage commun à tous les opérateurs de manière à ce qu'ils puissent encore mieux dialoguer ensemble et proposer de nouveaux services à l'agriculture. Et enfin, le dernier projet que nous appelons API Agro, qui se veut être une plateforme d'échange de données. Donc cette plateforme ne collecte pas les données, ce sont les opérateurs qui disent les données qu'ils ont à disposition. J'ai tel type de données, tel jeu de données, je les mets à disposition de la communauté, moyennant bien évidemment une contractualisation et une rémunération. Et donc les nouveaux opérateurs, les nouveaux intervenants qui souhaitent utiliser ces données-là peuvent se connecter sur cette plateforme, regarder le catalogue et rentrer en contact directement avec l'émetteur de données. Et il bénéficiera bien évidemment de l'aspect standardisation que je viens d'évoquer et de Multipass qui gérera tous les consentements nécessaires à l'utilisation de ces données-là. Vous voyez en dessous qu'on travaille avec des opérateurs français ou européens, à la fois donc avec Orange sur les aspects de stockage et de gestion des consentements, mais également avec GS1 pour le standard, et puis avec Dawex pour les échanges de données, pour la technologie d'échange de données. Et donc ensuite, toute cette infrastructure sera à la disposition pour traitement et développement. Vous voyez quelques partenaires qui ont été cités juste à droite. Voilà donc comment nous voulons développer l'accès et accélérer même la mutualisation des données des exploitations agricoles, des filières agricoles, au profit d'usages maîtrisés de leurs données, à la fois pour garantir aux producteurs agricoles le fait qu'ils sont toujours propriétaires de leurs données, développer l'interconnexion entre ces données donc, et aller encore plus loin dans les services et dans l'accompagnement fait à notre métier d'agriculteur, notamment avec l'appui de l'intelligence artificielle, et enfin contribuer à la montée en gamme des productions agricoles, donc avec tout cet apport qui permettra une meilleure traçabilité et visibilité de nos productions. Voilà comment on essaie, au niveau des organisations françaises, de préparer l'avenir de l'agriculture et de gérer tout ce domaine complexe qui est celui de la donnée agricole avec des opérateurs multiples, européens et non européens, et donc essayer d'assurer là-dedans le fait que l'agriculteur reste maître de ses données et que si valorisation et valeur ajoutée il y a en bout de chaîne, il puisse aussi être repéré pour en bénéficier d'une petite partie. Je vous remercie.
Maybe we can take 2 minutes to answer 1 or 2 questions, if there are any in the audience. For Monsieur Pierre-Henri Perret? No? All right, well, thank you. I suggest we take a 15-minute break, not more than that, and be back here at 5 for our closing conference. Thank you very much.
Le seum, fais-moi la bise. Ce soir c'est sûr, elle est conquise. Ma bouche à ses lèvres, je rêve de ça toute la nuit. Saison dans mon dos, j'ai suivi toutes ses envies. Elle monte dans la fièvre, j'ai cramé tous ses rêves. Elle monte dans la fièvre, j'ai cramé tous ses rêves.
J'arrive dans la pièce, tu l'as perdu. J'étais dans la chambre et t'as rien vu. Puis j'ai vu ta goutte toute fraîche, capter le balancement de ses fesses. Ta meuf sera ma queen pour une nuit. Je vais la gâter fort dans le lit. Comme une aventure où t'es pas là. Comme un plan à 3 un peu sans toi.
Ta meuf est trop douce, c'est son nectar. J'ai senti la coco, c'est que c'est trop tard. Un peu de rhum de glace, je la saoule. Au prochain verre c'est sûr, je te coule. J'enlève sa culotte avant l'excès. Elle est déjà trempée, elle a plus pied. On t'a encore perdu dans la foule. Si tu l'entends crier, c'est qu'elle mouille.
Papier, ciseaux, avec ta zouze. Entre en solo, c'est moi qui tease.
Ma bouche à ses lèvres, je rêve de ça toute la nuit. Saison dans mon dos, j'ai suivi toutes ses envies. Elle monte dans la fièvre, j'ai cramé tous ses rêves. Elle monte dans la fièvre, j'ai cramé tous ses rêves. Elle s'amuse, c'est surtout doux avec moi. Laisse-la un peu toute nue dans mes bras.
Elle me dit qu'elle n'a jamais fait ça. Je lui souris, lui montre la voie.
À de l'amour se fera sans toi. À de ta sous salive à les draps. À de l'amour se fera sans toi. À de ta sous salive à les draps. Elle monte dans la fièvre, j'ai cramé tous ses rêves. Elle monte dans la fièvre, j'ai cramé tous ses rêves. Elle monte dans la fièvre, j'ai cramé tous ses rêves. Elle monte dans la fièvre, j'ai cramé tous ses rêves. Elle monte dans la fièvre, j'ai cramé tous ses rêves. Elle monte dans la fièvre, j'ai cramé tous ses rêves. Elle s'amuse tellement.
Des spaghettis, de la sauce tomate, dans la banlieue nord de Dijon. J'ai choisi la voie diplomate qui m'a évité la prison. Ça fait 20 ans que je me cache et je pensais vivre bien moins. Le FBI remplit sa tâche la protection d'un témoin repenti. J'ai trahi. J'aurais bien pu casser des pierres au pénitencier du Texas, mais je me finis à la bière dans un PMU bien moins classe. Tous les soirs on remplit mon verre et on rigole, on me salit quand je raconte les tours de verre, ma vie à Little Italy. Repenti, j'ai trahi. Mafioso jusqu'au bout des ongles, je suis devenu le pochetron du coin. Quand les hommes de main de mon oncle recherchent Tony les 2 points. Dans les premiers mois de ma planque, j'ai cru que ma vie serait la même, en recréant ce qui me manque de ma Sicile américaine. J'ai aidé quelques connaissances dans leur querelle de voisinage, 2-3 corps imbibés d'essence, quelques accidents de ménage. Repenti, j'ai trahi. Mafioso jusqu'au bout des ongles, je suis devenu le pochetron du coin. Quand les hommes de main de mon oncle recherchent Tony les 2 points. Mes petits voisins, des frères et sœurs, me montraient leur carnet de notes. Je rencontrais leurs professeurs et prélevais quelques quenottes. Mais aujourd'hui je suis trop vieux, je m'occupe de mes hortensias. C'est étrange, comme ils poussent mieux, qu'ai-je bien pu donc enterrer là. Repenti, j'ai trahi. Dans les fourrés, quelque chose bouge. J'aperçois l'ombre d'un sniper. Sur ma poitrine, une lumière rouge. Je t'attendais, je n'ai pas peur. Qu'on m'allonge sur mon lit, sur mon cœur une fleur d'hortensia. Je vais revoir le Stromboli, je vais oublier la mafia. Repenti, j'ai trahi. Repenti, j'ai trahi.
Is this thing on? Word. So what, we get drunk. So what, we smoke weed. We're just having fun. We don't care who sees. So what, we go out. That's how it's supposed to be. Living young and wild and free.
So what? I keep them rolled up, sagging my pants, not caring what I show. Keep it real with my niggas, keep it playing for these hoes. It look clean, don't it? Washed it the other day, watch how you lean on it. Eat me some 501 jeans on it, roll joints bigger than King Kong's fingers, and smoke them hoes down to they stingers. You a class clown, and if I skip for the damn with your bitch smoking gray,
you know what? It's like I'm 17 again, peach fuzz on my face. Looking on the case, trying to find a hella taste. Oh my God, I'm on the chase. Chevy is getting kinda heavy. Irrelevant, selling it, dipping away. Time keeps slipping away. Zipping the safe, flipping for pay. Tipping like I'm dripping in paint. Up front, 4 blunts like a leaf. Put the wheat in the
So
chain.
what, we get drunk. So what, we smoke weed. We're just having fun. We don't care who sees. So what, we go out. That's how it's supposed to be. Living young and wild and free.
And I don't even care. Cause if me and my team in here, it's gonna be some weed in the air. Tell 'em, Mac.
Blowing everywhere we going, and now you knowin' when I step right up. Get my lighter so I can light up.
That's how it should be done. Soon as you thinking you're down, find how to turn things around. Now things are looking up.
From the ground up, pound up this Taylor gang. So turn my sound up and mount up and do my thing.
Now I'm chillin', fresh out of class, feeling like I'm on my own and I could probably own a building. Got my own car, no job, no children. Had a size project, me and Mac killed it.
THC, MAC, DEV, HD3, hi, it's me. This is us. We gon' fuss and we gon' fight and we gon' roll and live
So
on.
what, we get drunk. So what, we smoke weed. We're just having fun. We don't care who sees. So what, we go out. That's how it's supposed to be. Living young and wild and free.
Yeah, roll one, smoke one. When you live like this, you're supposed to party. Roll one, smoke one, and we all just having fun. So we just roll one, smoke one. When you live like this, you're supposed to party. Roll one, smoke one, and we all just having fun.
So what, we get drunk. So what, we smoke weed. We're just having fun. And we don't care who sees. So what, we go out. That's how it's supposed to be. Living young and wild and free.
So what? We fun. We don't care who sees. That's how it's supposed to be. Living young and wild and free.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will ask you to take a seat. We will slowly move to our last conference in a couple of seconds. Thank you. All right, so slowly moving to our last part of this first day of the 4th edition of FIRA. Hope everybody's doing great so far. And by the way, agricultural robots for what? This is the closing conference, and we'll try to address and answer the following question: how to scale up agricultural robots across the agri-food industry while improving the quality of food. I would like to welcome on stage our moderator for this session, Pierre Compère. He's from the Agri-Sud-Ouest Innovation Pole, helping startup and SME leaders to deal with strategic marketing and investor relationships topics. Please welcome him warmly, because for one good reason, your main speaker of this conference, Juan Bagnon, couldn't make it because of plane strike, and out from scratch, you worked on another roundtable, which deserves a big round of applause. Thank you. And you're going to introduce your panelists who actually accepted out of blue to participate to this conference. So that deserves another round of applause for them. Please. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous. Je ferai cette conférence en français car les panélistes sont majoritairement francophones. Donc je m'appelle Pierre Compère et je travaille chez Agri-Sud-Ouest Innovation. On est une association, on fédère des entreprises, des investisseurs, des centres de recherche, de formation et de transfert technologique, mais également des collectivités ou des institutions locales. Et notre métier, c'est de fonctionner comme un hub d'innovation. On encourage les rencontres entre ces différents membres issus de différents horizons de façon à déclencher des opportunités et concrétiser des projets d'innovation, en particulier d'innovation collaborative. Donc, on a dû revoir un petit peu notre copie parce que Juan Bagnon, qui était notre intervenant, qui était responsable agronomie et achat chez Greenyard Frozen Foods, malheureusement, donc, comme on l'a expliqué, n'a pas pu se joindre à nous. Et donc, on a organisé cette table ronde un peu au pied levé, mais je ne pense pas qu'on va perdre au change, dans la mesure où on a pu rassembler différents acteurs de la chaîne de valeur, en amont, en aval de l'agriculteur. Et la question qu'on se pose ensemble, c'est quel est le rôle de ces acteurs situés en amont et en aval de la chaîne pour consolider le déploiement d'une filière robotique agricole. On est beaucoup à penser que la robotique, et on en a parlé toute la journée, allait permettre de répondre à un certain nombre de défis. La question, c'est comment tous ensemble et comment la filière va se structurer ensemble pour accompagner ce développement, alors même que certaines solutions sont plus ou moins matures. Donc pour discuter de cela, je vais commencer à appeler sur scène Pablo Quijada, qui est responsable du portefeuille de projet R&D portant sur la gestion des adventices et les semences potagères chez Bayer. Donc on peut l'applaudir, merci de l'accueillir. Et Pablo, juste avant de vous asseoir, une première question. Qu'est-ce que fait Bayer ici? Je suis un peu surpris, on pourrait penser a priori que la robotique agricole va venir concurrencer les solutions que vous mettez vous de votre côté en marché. Donc est-ce que vous êtes là pour faire de la veille concurrentielle ou plutôt développer a priori des partenariats?
First of all, thank you for the opportunity the last minute. So just being volunteer for this. So why I'm here? So maybe people won't believe it, but Bayer is very interested in looking for solutions for the customers. It's just not for Bayer, it's for the customers. So I got two pieces of my role. One is vegetable seed solution, and the other piece is weed management. Weed management in horticulture, based on vegetable, not too many herbicides available. We have to find a way how to help the customer to solve their problem with weed. So that's the intent, trying to find solutions for the customers. So, of course, we're a business, we have to have an interest also for profit. But first, if you help the customers, we can get the benefit. So first, the customer. So the other piece of my role is in the vegetable seed solutions. I used to work in breeding in vegetables. So the company, most of the work in breeding for vegetables, 70% is disease management, really resistant to diseases. So how we can combine resistance to diseases with biologic products or even with chemicals to help, again, the customer to find a cleaner product, less residual than residues of chemicals, but also with better yield, better quality. So that's why I'm here, very concrete, looking for active partnership. It's not just to say I'm looking for a partner, or looking who is very serious in the business for robotics, for automation and harvesting, for example. Celine talked today about tomatoes in the glass house, how we can do automation in there. I think we in the breeding side have a big piece to collaborate too, how we can bring varieties more amenable to automation. So we have to work with the people doing the work. So it's finding that partnership. Looking about weight management, well, you got Nayo and other companies, how we can build a way to do automating more robotics weight management, but also can we build a better plan adjusted to weight management in the future. So talking about 10, 15 years from today. So we have to start today.
L'appel est lancé, du coup, on a compris que the open call is launched. Donc l'appel est lancé pour des collaborations. On a compris que l'intérêt que vous pourriez avoir à intégrer le robot dans des solutions plus globales que vous pourriez mettre en marché. Je vous invite à vous asseoir et on va poursuivre la conversation ensemble juste après. If that's okay with you. Super. Et maintenant, je vais appeler Anne Poy-Massol, qu'on va également applaudir si vous en êtes d'accord. Anne, merci encore de ta participation. Je vais récupérer le micro. Thank you. Anne, on se connaît, donc je vais me permettre de te tutoyer. Tu es directrice de l'innovation chez Arteris. Alors, qu'est-ce que Arteris, pour les gens qui ne connaîtraient pas ce grand groupe coopératif agricole ?
Voilà, donc bonsoir à toutes et à tous. Donc effectivement, Arteris, c'est un groupe coopératif agricole du sud de la France, donc implanté sur les régions Occitanie et PACA. Nous comptons...
Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur,
voilà,
je pense
oui,
au
Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, oui, pardon. Donc nous comptons 25 000 agriculteurs adhérents répartis donc sur ce grand territoire. Nous sommes 2200 salariés donc pour travailler au quotidien donc dans ce groupe coopératif et nous réalisons un chiffre d'affaires annuel de près de 1 milliard d'euros. Donc,
quelle culture, quel produit ?
Alors, déjà, la coopérative a 3 grandes activités. Donc, les activités liées donc, à l'agriculture, aux productions. Ensuite, les activités liées aux transformations agroalimentaires en végétal et en animal. Et les activités liées à la distribution grand public. Donc, sur la partie production agricole, donc, nous sommes concernés par toutes les productions qui sont présentes sur notre territoire, à savoir toutes les productions végétales, donc grandes cultures, production de semences, viticulture, maraîchage et également arboriculture, pardon. Donc, et ensuite toutes les productions animales, donc ruminants et également donc monogastriques.
Donc à la fois sur les métiers d'approvisionnement, vous accompagnez les agriculteurs dans le conseil et l'approvisionnement en produits d'agrofourniture ou de semences, mais également, on l'a compris, dans la collecte et derrière la transformation pour la valorisation de ces productions.
Tout à fait. Donc, on est au service de l'agriculteur, effectivement, donc pour l'accompagner dans tous ses actes de production au quotidien. Donc, on fait du conseil technique auprès de lui et on lui propose également de lui vendre des intrants, donc pour mener à bien toutes ses productions animales et végétales. Et donc, pour son compte, on s'occupe de la commercialisation de ces productions. Donc, ce soit des productions végétales donc, ou animales.
Et donc, ensemble, on discutera de comment la robotique agricole vient changer le métier de la coopérative et comment vous identifiez, vous, les meilleures solutions à proposer à vos adhérents qui viennent, donc des solutions robotiques qui viennent bousculer peut-être certains systèmes de production, remplacer certaines solutions qu'historiquement vous mettiez en marché. Et donc j'imagine que ça suscite des collaborations avec des acteurs concepteurs de robots à venir. On va détailler ça ensemble.
Je pourrais en parler, oui.
Je t'invite à t'asseoir et je vais récupérer le micro. Merci beaucoup. Et ça me permet d'appeler Laurence Boulet qui va me rejoindre. Troisième intervenant sous vos encouragements. Merci. Bonjour Laurence, ou rebonjour. Merci encore d'avoir répondu positivement au pied levé. Alors avec vous, on va parler plutôt, on va se focaliser sur la viticulture.
Oui.
Et la viticulture et la vinification, et on va parler d'un très beau produit, le cognac.
Le cognac, oui. Donc oui, puisque je viens pour la maison Rémy Martin. Donc je suis ingénieur conseil R&D viticulture œnologie pour la maison Rémy Martin. Donc la maison Rémy Martin est une maison de cognac donc qui achète des eaux de vie auprès de 800 viticulteurs environ. Qui possède aussi également un domaine viticole en propre, qui sert de support en fait, notamment pour les pratiques environnementales et expérimentales. Sur les pratiques environnementales, nous sommes impliqués fortement dans la certification HVE, avec pour objectif...
HVE, haute valeur environnementale,
oui, haute valeur
qui est un label français qui permet de qualifier le niveau de performance agroécologique des exploitations.
Voilà, tout à fait. Donc voilà, avec pour objectif 100% des viticulteurs impliqués dans la démarche d'ici 2020 des surfaces et 50% des surfaces certifiées HVE3 en 2022.
Donc on discutera avec vous quel est le potentiel que peut apporter la robotique dans l'accomplissement de ces objectifs de performance à la fois économique et environnementale. Je vous invite à vous asseoir et puis garder votre micro. Et ouais, ici comme vous voulez. Et moi je m'assois de ce côté-ci. Maintenant que la table ronde est constituée, l'idée est de vous poser quelques questions transversales et de voir avec vous notamment quelle est la vision ou votre vision de l'état du marché de la robotique agricole, de son état de maturité. Quel est, selon vous, l'état de maturité des solutions robotiques qui sont proposées au marché actuellement? On commence avec vous, Laurence.
Oui. Donc, c'est vrai que nous voyons quand même évoluer deux types de robots en viticulture. Donc des robots de travail dans le rang, plutôt type chenillard, plus petits pour faire des tâches de travail sous le rang. Et puis des robots enjambeurs, donc un peu plus imposants, qui du coup ont plusieurs applications, par exemple, qui auraient plusieurs applications avec travail sous le rang, mais aussi pulvérisation confinée ou d'autres choses. Donc voilà, on a ces deux types de robots qui évoluent un peu en parallèle avec des intérêts et des inconvénients chacun.
Et quel est le niveau de maturité, selon vous, de ces solutions? Est-ce qu'elles sont propres à être ou prêtes à être, disons, déployées largement auprès de vos viticulteurs partenaires? Ou est-ce qu'on est encore à des stades de R&D avancés?
Alors, je vais parler vraiment pour la région Cognac.
Et pour la viticulture en particulier?
Et pour la viticulture dans la région Cognac, parce que c'est vrai que, région Cognac, on est quand même soumis fortement à des zones blanches. Donc, il y a peut-être ce frein qui n'est peut-être pas le cas dans d'autres régions.
Zone blanche au sens de zone où il n'y a pas de réseau Internet qui permette de téléguider, on va dire, les robots.
On n'a pas de réseau GSM, donc on peut avoir des problèmes de panne. Donc ça peut être un point bloquant, en tout cas dans l'utilisation courante du robot, mais qui, je pense, à terme sera solutionné. Après, il y a plein d'évolutions aussi à voir de manière générale sur le robot, les aspects énergétiques. Il y a plein de choses en cours d'évolution, mais ça avance assez vite.
Anne, est-ce que tu partages le même diagnostic sur l'état de la robotique, donc également en viticulture, qui est l'une des filières prioritaires d'Arteris? Vous avez un autre micro au cas où, si besoin était. Comme ça, vous pouvez chacune parler comme vous voulez.
Donc oui, effectivement, chez Arteris, donc on a mis donc les pieds dans la robotique sur le secteur de la viticulture. Donc, on a fait le choix donc d'avancer, de co-développer en fait avec Naio Technologies. Donc on a un contrat donc sur plusieurs années avec eux. Donc pour leur permettre de transformer le robot prototype TED donc demain en un robot qui sera commercialisé. Donc forcément on ne le propose pas encore à nos adhérents puisque c'est un prototype, mais par contre nous sommes très actifs en matière de R&D et d'expérimentation donc pour tester et mettre à l'épreuve ce robot pour qu'il soit le plus rapidement possible donc commercialisé et donc là ce sera une autre phase pour nous donc de pouvoir le proposer dans un deuxième temps à nos adhérents viticulteurs.
Donc vous avez fait le choix d'investir dans un projet de R&D ou en tout cas de finalisation d'un prototype, donc carrément d'investir un champ un peu amont de l'acte de production en co-investissant aux côtés d'un concepteur de robot dans le développement de son produit. De votre côté, Laurence, est-ce que vous avez fait ce choix-là également ou est-ce que vous êtes plutôt dans une posture de veille?
Alors nous, Oui. Nous, on est plutôt dans une posture de veille, donc on essaie de voir du coup un peu tous les types de robots et les avancées qu'on a sur notamment le repérage, l'arpentage, et puis voir aussi comment ça va pouvoir s'implanter dans nos exploitations, parce que c'est vrai que pour l'instant, dans l'état actuel, ça peut paraître aussi pour un viticulteur qui a des grandes surfaces compliqué de faire l'arpentage point par point, par exemple, en boudrant. Voilà, on essaie aussi de travailler en amont par rapport à ça, pour préparer un peu finalement les exploitations, les vignobles à ça, parce que c'est quand même une transition assez importante finalement.
Donc vous travaillez un peu sur l'établissement d'un cahier des charges, ou en tout cas une remontée des besoins opérationnels, on va dire, que vous pouvez identifier parmi les exploitations chez vous ou chez vos fournisseurs. Pablo, de votre côté, au regard, quel est le rôle que peut avoir un acteur plus en amont encore dans la filière, tel que Bayer, dans le développement de robots agricoles? On a compris aujourd'hui qu'on était plutôt, du point de vue des autres panélistes, sur des prototypes quasi finalisés, mais qui ne sont pas encore largement déployables dans les exploitations. Quel est, selon vous, du coup, votre rôle, le rôle d'une grosse entreprise comme Bayer, dans la consolidation d'une telle filière? Mes questions sont un peu longues.
No, it's okay. So I think you asked a question earlier. I think it's obvious. The robot is in an early stage. I think for us, it's important to help. I will say an active partnership with the different factors in the industry, trying to help in the fruit side, like it's talking about, how we can help as a company to build this to the level we need to be built. I mean, like I said earlier, so in the sector of horticulture, some of the things we do for herbicides, this is not the only option. We have to think about better option for the environment, for the customers, and that's our role. So societal not just only make money, so we have to help in that part. The other piece you're not asking, but also is related, is the vegetable side. So how we can think about where we have, so the company, most of the people know Bayer as a CP, as a crop protection company, agrochemicals. But now we also have the seed sides. So how we can help from on our germplasm from the vegetables, the process to build robots for harvesting, automation in the protected environments, for example. How we can help in that to build together the best solution for the customers. So it's all about solution, in my opinion.
Et cette aide dont vous parlez, elle se traduit concrètement comment? Vous co-investissez ensemble dans des projets de R&D collaboratifs, ou pourquoi pas, demain, vous seriez prêt à carrément investir dans des entreprises robotiques qui sont des concepteurs de robots, en tant qu'actionnaire, j'entends. Question un peu peut-être délicate.
No, well, maybe I'm not the person to answer that directly, but I think the first step is how we can find solutions. You're talking about the business model. So how we make money out of that. So I don't have the answer myself directly, but I think first is how we can help to move the needle in that direction. If you find a way to get a solution where the labor is so scarce and everywhere, basically, can help in the harvesting of blueberries this morning that Jose Miguel was talking about, tomatoes, peppers, or cucumbers in the glass house. How we can help in that. So of course, if you get a benefit for the customer, I don't know if Bayer is interested or not in go to the build machines, correct? I don't know. I don't have the answer for that. That's just a business model that has to come after, I think. We have to think about it's 10, 15 years from today. I mean, the Peter from John Deere was talking about is 10 years, correct? Well, we need to start today. How we can help in that, and in the meantime, thinking, what is the business model where you get profit too from the power?
Ma question était aussi en attendant ces 10 ans et avant que le modèle économique soit complètement stabilisé, comment concrètement aujourd'hui Bayer investit dans la robotique agricole?
I wouldn't say maybe we haven't invested yet. First, you have to find the right partner. So that's, I think it's important. Maybe I'm talking about my personal opinion, but you have to find the right partner to do the work, because we have to be thinking seriously who is the key people in the sector that we can see that got the future, correct? You're thinking a long term, how we can partner with these elements, this company, to find a way to help in the co-design, if you want to call it that way, how we work together. I think I will say it's an active partnership. So you got a win-win situation. How we can help, say, Nayo as an example. I'm not saying Nayo, we have no relation with Nayo yet, or Celine with the tomatoes, or any other that could be in the business. How we can help to develop something that provides a solution for the customer. And you got to benefit from that at the end.
Please take the mic. Right. Ok, donc ce que j'entends, c'est qu'il y a quand même un champ des possibles relativement ouvert. Vous n'avez pas fait un choix fini d'un mode de collaboration a priori. Et ce que j'entends aussi, c'est que vous êtes en recherche du meilleur partenaire pour avancer. Côté plutôt plus proche de la production, avec Rémi Martin et Arteris, est-ce que vous avez identifié des verrous qui restent encore à lever? On a parlé de l'enjeu de géolocalisation, d'arpentage, de faciliter l'utilisation des robots. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres verrous comme ça que vous avez identifiés? Laurence?
Je pense quand même qu'un des plus gros verrous, finalement, c'est l'aspect réglementaire. Parce que c'est vrai que le principal intérêt du robot, c'est quand même, en tout cas en viticulture, de pallier à une pénurie de main-d'œuvre. Et c'est vrai que dans l'état actuel, il y a quand même besoin d'une présence terrain assez importante. Donc, c'est vrai que cet aspect réglementaire, pour l'instant, pour nous, c'est le plus gênant.
Anne, d'autres verrous à lever dans le cadre des projets de R&D que vous menez, par exemple?
Alors, je ne m'exprimerai pas tant au niveau du robot lui-même, mais plutôt donc du travail que nous, on va devoir faire avec nos adhérents donc, dans l'adoption en fait, de ce nouvel outil, de cette nouvelle technologie. Donc, c'est plutôt en termes d'acceptabilité. Je pense qu'on va devoir travailler. Je ne sais pas a priori si c'est un verrou, mais en tout cas, on prévoit de prendre ce sujet de l'acceptabilité à bras le corps. Et d'ailleurs, on va démarrer là prochainement, toujours en partenariat avec Nayo Technologies, donc à tester cette acceptabilité, donc en faisant des démonstrations et si possible donc vendre des robots avec Oz et Dino, donc auprès de nos adhérents maraîchers.
Donc si je résume, d'un côté il y a des expérimentations en cours sur certains prototypes et là vous êtes quasiment prêt à jouer le rôle de distributeur de ces robots avec un rôle particulier de la coopération agricole à vous écouter dans la conduite du changement et l'accompagnement de vos adhérents dans ces changements de pratiques autour du robot.
Oui, sur les conseils en fait de Nayo Technologies, donc on va approcher nos adhérents sur cette nouvelle technologie donc, que sont les robots de manière assez transversale. C'est-à-dire que il y aura à la fois mes collaborateurs sur la partie innovation qui vont intervenir, également mes collègues de l'agroéquipement donc, qui vont être partie prenante donc, dans ce travail, mais aussi mes collègues qui au quotidien font du conseil donc, auprès de nos viticulteurs donc, sur leur mode de production. Donc là, à 3, donc, et maraîcher également, conseil en maraîchage. Donc là, à 3, donc on veut mettre, donc on veut tripler nos moyens en fait pour aller conseiller, convaincre et dépasser ces problèmes d'acceptabilité s'il doit y en avoir.
Est-ce qu'il y a un parmi les freins aussi à lever? Il y a l'acceptabilité, on en parlait, mais il y a aussi l'accessibilité, peut-être même financière. Est-ce que là, il n'y a pas des modèles d'acquisition collective voilà. Comment vous allez concrètement mettre en marché demain ces robots? Est-ce que vous allez les vendre un à un à des agriculteurs ou mettre en place d'autres solutions?
Alors effectivement, c'est aussi un sujet auquel on commence à réfléchir. Et nous, on identifie plusieurs façons donc, de commercialiser des robots demain. Donc, on pourra le faire très classiquement, comme on vend aujourd'hui du matériel auprès de nos adhérents, donc en vendant un à un, comme tu le disais, ces robots. Donc, il y a peut-être certaines exploitations qui n'auront pas les moyens donc, d'accéder donc à cette propriété. Et donc, nous, on va quand même les inciter à utiliser cette technologie. Donc, on sait qu'aujourd'hui, il existe le réseau des CUMA, qu'il existe également...
coopératives d'utilisation du matériel agricole
en commun, effectivement. Donc, il existe également le réseau des ETA, entreprises de travaux agricoles. Et donc, avec ces différents intervenants, donc, on imagine, nous, construire un service clé en main. Donc, si on prend les robots là, de nanotechnologie que je citais, donc de désherbage, où dans ce service clé en main, il y aura effectivement l'intervention et plusieurs interventions donc des robots sur l'exploitation et pour plusieurs exploitations voisines, par exemple.
Donc sous le format d'une prestation de désherbage et non pas sous le format d'une vente d'un robot. C'est des modèles économiques que vous imaginez côté Rémi Martin, que ce soit pour vous ou pour vos viticulteurs partenaires?
C'est pas vraiment un sujet sur lequel on s'est penché. Après, d'un point de vue coût du robot, ce qui est vraiment finalement, enfin, on a quand même des coûts qui sont vraiment très 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 différents selon les types de robots. Je pense que ça va vraiment être en fonction finalement de l'intérêt qu'a le viticulteur. Par exemple, sur des petits robots de désherbage sous le rang, vont coûter beaucoup moins cher pour peut-être un intérêt environnemental peut-être important. Peut-être que d'autres structures auront plus envie de s'équiper d'un robot qui combine plus de travaux. Ouais.
Pablo, de votre côté, Bayer a l'ambition d'acquérir directement pour ces stations expérimentales des robots?
This is a good question. So I think we're talking a little bit about that. So how is it really the way to do it? Is it buying or working together, kind of co-development, or is that part we need to talk about it?
Le champ, là encore, est ouvert. Le champ des possibles est encore ouvert.
Yes. Yes.
On a beaucoup parlé de vos rôles respectifs. Malheureusement, encore une fois, Grignard n'a pas pu être représenté aujourd'hui. La question que je voulais lui poser, c'était quel est le rôle, selon lui, d'acteur plus en aval des filières dans l'intégration de ces nouvelles technologies, en particulier les robots, dans les exploitations. Dans quelle mesure, eux aussi, peuvent contribuer à faciliter le déploiement de ces nouvelles solutions? À défaut de lui poser la question à lui, qu'est-ce que vous en pensez? Quelle est votre vision de leur rôle dans le déploiement des robots, de la robotique agricole? Anne, tu te lances?
Allez. Donc, nos clients donc de l'aval, en fait, les industries agroalimentaires, donc ont des cahiers des charges vis-à-vis de la qualité des productions qu'on leur livre de plus en plus élevés. Et
qualité, qu'elle soit sanitaire, technologique ou environnementale.
Tout à fait, oui. Donc, et là, ces 2 dernières années, on a grimpé plusieurs marches dans ces niveaux d'exigence. Et pour certains de nos clients, aujourd'hui, ils nous accompagnent donc financièrement en participant à des efforts donc de R&D pour voir comment demain on va pouvoir changer les pratiques au champ donc de nos adhérents. Donc je pense que nos clients, demain, si on leur propose donc de participer dans des efforts de R&D autour de la robotique, en lien évidemment avec ces niveaux d'exigence donc de leur cahier des charges, donc pourraient être tout à fait ouverts, puisque je le dis, hein, ils le sont aujourd'hui pour réfléchir avec nous et pour participer financièrement avec nous, donc sur le changement des pratiques donc au champ.
Pour Rémi Martin, c'est un petit peu différent parce que vous êtes vous-même le dernier maillon en quelque sorte.
Après, il y a quand même une forte demande finalement de la société. Donc, clairement, on est obligé de s'adapter et ça passe par la recherche de solutions pour notamment tout ce qui est désherbage chimique. Donc, les robots en soi sont peut-être une piste vraiment très intéressante à creuser là-dessus. Et voilà, ça vient finalement d'une demande de la société.
Donc l'enjeu, si je vous entends, c'est aussi de mobiliser des acteurs plus en aval des filières dans l'effort de démonstration de la contribution du robot à un label zéro résidu de pesticides, une agriculture biologique. On a parlé tout à l'heure du label HVE, haute valeur environnementale. Vous considérez que c'est aussi leur rôle que de contribuer à l'effort de R&D pour aller dans ce sens. Pablo, c'est votre vision également?
I think it's important in this development of this robotics to involve the parts. So whoever is making the robots and whoever, like say, buyer could be part of this, but also include the customers. I think if it's a kind of like a two-way feedback, if we learn for whom we're building the robot, maybe that would be also a way to get the people already engaged and adopt these new technologies. So if they are part of the process, in some way, you're getting the conscious of why this is a benefit. So why the robotic will be an alternative for different tasks in the farm.
Oui, à vous entendre, vous croyez au rôle moteur des filières dans l'adoption de technologies, encore une fois, sous réserve de démontrer leur contribution à la performance globale souhaitée par ces industriels de l'agroalimentaire et, in fine, le consommateur qui est derrière. On se tourne vers la salle pour quelques questions, si vous en êtes d'accord. Est-ce que parmi nos participants, il y aurait des industriels de l'agroalimentaire qui seraient représentés, qu'on n'a pas pu repérer tout à l'heure rapidement pour monter cette table ronde et qui souhaiteraient témoigner? Ou est-ce qu'il y a d'autres personnes qui ont des questions à poser avant de conclure? Bien sûr. Alors attention, j'ai l'habitude de désigner un volontaire si jamais je n'ai pas de questions. Alors, qui je peux connaître dans la salle qui serait désigné volontaire?
Il y a une question.
Ah bah super.
Sauvée par le gong.
Je vous écoute, monsieur.
Just a quick question to Pablo, please. Bayer is looking to help these projects by developing seeds, new seed varieties that are more, good for automation. Is that what you meant?
Yes. I mean, so to find a solution, you have to think about partnering the two pieces. So you cannot develop, I think, a robotic for harvesting if it's not connecting to what the people are growing. So it's something that today we're not doing because we don't have a robot to harvest tomatoes in a greenhouse. So I think we need, I'm not saying just Bayer, any seed company should be thinking about seriously how we can help in that, because it's a solution for the customer again. If you got a tomato variety, it's easy to harvest with a given robot, it's a benefit, correct? So it's an added value for everybody.
Sure, that's really very interesting. But meanwhile, those automation projects, we need to develop something that should work for the market now. So what's your insight on that? Because actually I'm leading a project in automation of mushroom harvesting. And the challenge with the mushroom, they cluster too much. And one possibility is to come up with varieties that are, less clustering. For example, that easier to harvest.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. So you're right. So at the short term, you don't have these varieties. You can think about screening your material and see if you got something that could be more amenable for that. But also, if you start today for something for the next 10 years, you will have something sooner. We have to think about here and further. How we can, that's like an active partnership. If we start partnering with the people developing these solutions, we can maybe find something sooner. It's opportunistic, but we have to also be systematic, trying to develop something that could be good for bee automatic harvest.
Interesting, thank you.
Une autre question peut-être. Oui, madame, au troisième rang. Si vous pouvez vous présenter également.
Bonjour, je suis Florence Guilhem pour le journal Paysans du Midi, qui est donc de la presse professionnelle agricole. La question s'adresse à madame Paul Massol. Vous évoquiez la commercialisation de vente de robots, donc soit un par un, soit auprès des réseaux d'ECUMA ou bien des ETA. Pourquoi n'envisagez-vous pas, par exemple, d'acheter effectivement ces robots et de les mettre à la location auprès de vos adhérents? Ça pourrait être également une autre option de commercialisation.
Oui, c'est vrai que je ne l'ai pas précisé, mais j'ai donné tout à l'heure à l'exemple des CUMA qui pouvaient acquérir des robots, donc des ETA qui pouvaient acquérir des robots, mais Arteris demain peut aussi acquérir des flottes de robots et proposer ce service clé en main, comme je disais tout à l'heure. Donc la prescription de ce service, on imagine qu'elle resterait toujours donc au niveau de nos équipes de techniciens spécialisés, qu'on soit en viticulture, en grande culture, etc., en maraîchage. Donc, c'est eux qui pourraient prescrire donc, ce service clé en main de désherbage, par exemple, mécanique, et ensuite être mis en œuvre par les équipes d'Arteris ou par des ETA ou par des CUMA en fonction de la proximité et de la situation donc, de chaque exploitation agricole.
Très clair. Côté Rémi Martin, on le disait, c'est peut-être ce type de modèle est encore un peu trop tôt pour en parler aujourd'hui pour vous.
Oui, c'est pour l'instant pas un modèle sur lequel on s'est penché. Après, c'est vrai qu'on n'est pas, enfin, les exploitations viticoles en Charente livrent à plusieurs maisons de cognac. Il y a peut-être une relation un peu différente aussi.
Et sur vos propres exploitations, l'acquisition d'un robot, vous imagineriez cela à quel horizon ?
Alors ça, c'est un peu difficile à dire, mais c'est vrai que dès qu'on va repérer peut-être une solution performante qui répond finalement à ces problèmes de repérage notamment, et puis qui n'est plus au stade prototype, ça sera envisageable. Donc ça dépendra des avancées.
Voilà, et avec du coup un enjeu d'interaction avec des concepteurs sur l'explicitation de vos besoins. Donc on a compris 3 profils assez différents, une logique disons, si ce n'est attentiste, parce qu'il y a quand même une logique de veille active et de collaboration potentielle avec des concepteurs de robots, mais pour autant, pas de co-investissement dans un projet de R&D. À l'inverse d'Arteris, où là, on est carrément investi dans des programmes de R&D collaboratifs, et Bayer, qui a lancé un appel au peuple pour de la collaboration avec un champ des possibles relativement ouvert, si j'ai bien compris, Pablo. Vous me confirmez ça ? Tout simplement. Est-ce qu'on ne s'arrêterait pas là? On a fait un petit tour qui était pas mal.
Pierre. Thank you very much. It deserves a big round of applause for this very impressive and informative last session roundtable.
Merci à vous, surtout. Merci beaucoup.
I will ask you all to stay on stage because it's been a long day for us all. So we're reaching the end of this first day, but it's been, believe me, long days and long weeks and long months for the 2 super women that I would like to call now on stage. They really did what they had to do this event. Without them, nothing would be possible, believe me. Please warmly welcome Maëline Cazenave and Gwendoline Legrand on stage, please. Come on, girls. Yes. So tell us, girls, how many no nights of sleep? How many? Frankly, grab a microphone.
Hi, thank you. Well, not enough, apparently, but it will be better in a few days. Hi, everybody. We are very, very happy to be here tonight, this evening, in front of you, today for the first day of FIRA. First of all, we want to thank all our attendees and speakers coming from all over the world to participate to this unique event, putting together the key players of agricultural robotics. 14 nationalities. Yes. 14 nationalities made the trip over, so FIRA becomes officially an international. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot to our partners and speakers, high-level experts of robotics for farming, who help us better understand how to develop agricultural robotics. Thank you. And thank you to our partners supporting the 4th edition of FIRA and help us to develop the agricultural robotics industry through this event. As Gaëtan Severac, our president, told you this morning, GoFar is a non-profit organization created with Nanotechnology, Axema, and Robagri this year to organize FIRA First, but with the main goal of promoting agricultural robotics worldwide.
To develop this mission, GoFar will act even more concretely next year. A brand new web platform with expert articles and videos, partnerships with local, national, and international organizations relating to innovation of farming. Special and high-level partnership with CIMA, the International Exhibition of Technologies and Solutions for Efficient and Sustainable Agriculture that will be held from 8 to 12 November 2020 in Paris, and dedicated to farmers. We give up an appointment next year in December for the 5th edition of FIRA in Toulouse, right here. But let's meet tomorrow for a rich day with Robagri Scientific Symposium, 30 pitch of our partners, and the B2B meeting sessions. Have a nice evening, and please join us at the cocktail in the exhibition area.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your active participation and your attention all day long. It's been a pleasure moderating this event. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.